proceed to the nearest exit and head to the assembly point, which is the north sidewalk of Clive Bar. Please note that smoking is not permitted anywhere inside of the hotel, and for the safety and security of all attendees, please wear your badge at all times. If you lose your badge, just head to the reg desk and we'll print you another one. Please also keep your personal belongings with you at all times. Lunch today will be served on the 4th floor in Geraldine's restaurant. The elevators are located just behind the reg desk. We'll also be continuing the buzz this evening at our rooftop cocktail party hosted by Howdy.com on level 4 pool deck, starting at the end of the conference at 5:35. On that note, I wanted to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, attendees, and sponsors for joining us this year. I also wanted to say a big thank you to the amazing Reuters events team, those of you who are here with me in Austin, and also to the team back in London for their work in making this event possible. Now, that is more than enough from me. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce to you our chairperson for the next 2 days, who I believe many of you will already know. Voted top 100 data innovators in the year 2022, AI Innovator of the Year 2021, and formerly IBM's first ever Chief AI Officer. Please put your hands together for the CEO of Trustwise, Seth Dobrin.
All right, well, welcome everyone. I'm super excited to be here. Wish it was about 10, 15 degrees cooler, but other than that, it's awesome. So I'm Seth Dobrin. I am currently the CEO of Trustwise, which is a generative AI company. Prior to that, I was the president of the Responsible AI Institute. And before that, as Olivia said, I was the first global chief AI officer ever at IBM. And today, I'm going to talk to you about a word that Olivia said, a couple times, and then when she first reached out to me, she was kind of thinking we'd have something around generative AI, but I don't think you could pick up an article, open your phone without seeing something about generative AI. But there are some very key issues with generative AI, and fundamentally, it comes down to trust. In order for humans to adopt any technology, we need to trust it. And in order to trust it, you need to understand it, and it needs to be humanized. And this is something I've been promoting for a very long time. When we talk about AI, we have to start with the humans. And we always have to focus on the humans and how they're interacting with it. And we need to start with their problems. And so I'm a scientist by training. I'm a geneticist. Believe it or not, we can get into that later, how I wound up here. But as a scientist, I like to start with the and the answer. So the first problem is these models hallucinate. The generative AI models hallucinate, and there's no good way to get a solid explanation. And we'll get into this a little deeper. You need to focus, as I mentioned, you need to take an approach that focuses on the human's needs. And it's important to remember that oftentimes a different human is using it than the human who will be impacted by it. So for instance, if I'm getting a mortgage, I'm the human that's impacted by it, but the mortgage broker is the human that's using it. Very simple, but we often forget about that. And then we also need to make sure we have open source and proprietary frameworks. Some of these problems are too important to be proprietary software when we start thinking about how we're going to address them. And so we're in a generative AI era now, and we've all seen this. Just real quick, the timer's not going, so I don't know when I'm going to be off time. So we're in the generative AI era, and there's all sorts of things going on here now. We have AI that writes code. Maybe it'll go. We have AI that creates AI. This one can be particularly scary while particularly cool at the same time. When you're probably already using generative AI today, there's tons of tools out there. Every day, new tools arise that have generative AI. When we think about the field, and we were talking about this just before, this field of generative AI is changing literally fundamentally weekly. If you look back to the last major transformation, which was cloud, a year in the cloud transformation is like a week in generative AI technology advancement. It's ridiculous to try and keep up with it. However, there are some key issues, right? We started talking about these. These large language models, the ones that we're talking about when we talk about generative AI or ChatGPT, are not safe for business use in their current form. And there's more than 50, and again, this increases all the time. There's new open source models coming out. Companies are building their own models. And there's this technology gap. And there's about 8 different gaps in technologies that I and others see. But the 2 most important ones when we think about particularly enterprises using these or using these to solve real human problems, it's the problem of hallucinations, which essentially the models lie. They make stuff up. And there's no response explainability. And when there is, it's often wrong. So a study came out of Stanford about a month ago looking at platforms that actually give you references for explanations for how it got to give you a response. 40% of those answers had nothing to do with the response they gave you. Another 40% had incorrect aspects, even though they were on topic. So only 20% you could count on. So that's a problem. But there's a huge opportunity for generative AI. They just abound. You could think of anything where you could use this. And there's also, when we look beyond language, there's other opportunities in terms of different modes, in terms of different applications. And this arose from the whole surfacing of ChatGPT, which is a language model. Fundamentally, these are built on a technology called foundation models. And these models have broad applicability across the board. And even if you look at them as language, everything we talk about can be converted to a language. It's just a series of symbols that are a language. But is the AI nirvana here? Have we finally reached the point where we can start using and getting value from AI like we've been talking about for years? We're seeing small data models, small models from large data sets being built. This was a model that came out from Stanford, again, a few months after ChatGPT really took off, so probably March time frame. This was built for a few tens of thousands of dollars in really little to no time, just as performant as GPT-3. We're seeing the rise of industry-specific models. So the first one that came out was Bloomberg. And these are industry-specific, so trained on Bloomberg data, as well as other data. Now, one piece I didn't mention is when we think about how these language models specifically were trained, and even the image models, they're trained on the whole of the internet. And they're trained on things like Reddit. And Reddit is a great platform to understand how humans converse, but it's probably the worst platform you could pick for it to learn information off of. And so we need to start thinking about what kinds of data are going into these models that we're training for. And then we get into things like GDPR and the EU AI Act and CCPA, and there's all sorts of issues. There was a lawsuit filed by Sarah Silverman and a few other people yesterday saying that these companies are taking their identity without their permission. We have other large language models for industry specificity. NHS, the UK National Health Services, has a model that's trained specifically on their data that they use. This one actually is in the public domain also. And we're at the birth of the next app store. So a few months ago, OpenAI announced the ChatGPT plugin store. This is the new app store. You're going to start seeing things like we did with Apple and all of those. But what about technology being banned from schools? Or technology being banned in the corporate world? Or even in entire countries? And we're even seeing industry itself, however disingenuous it might be, proposing bans on the technology that they brought into the world. And we have AI that lies. It's just making up stuff. And I talked about this earlier. 47% of response explainability, of explanations, are completely fabricated. 46% are inaccurate. I think everyone in the world saw the attorney who was representing someone for a case against an airline, and he showed up to court, and all of the cases that he referenced did not exist. I don't even know how that's possible. It's like he had to try. And so it not only did it make up incorrect information, but it actually made up the references because it gave him cases that he could bring forward. Now, this also leads to lawsuits. So we're seeing defamation lawsuits. This is the front page of a lawsuit where ChatGPT made up some information about a person saying he was doing something horrible, and he never did it. Now, there are some technical challenges to adoption. And again, they focus on hallucinations and response explainability. as well as regulatory compliance, a lack of explainability, and fairness and bias. That last one I just want to touch on for a second. We can't measure fairness and bias in these models the same way we were starting to think about them in traditional machine learning. Even in traditional machine learning, we were just using AI to estimate explainability and fairness and bias. We need to start doing what the financial services industry has been doing all along, which is looking at disparate impact. We don't really care if the model is biased. We care if the impact on the human is biased, and that's the most important thing. And there, a guy named Matt Martin, who's the CISO at LPL Financial, was at a conference, and hallucinations and response explainability are the only two things that CISOs care about. If you can solve that problem, it's going to be easier to get them in your organization. Now, AI has regulatory issues. The legal and regulatory issues aren't even understood. What is copyright violation? What does that mean in this world, right? This lawsuit that came out yesterday will give us some insights into that. AI is not compliant with global regulations. The only model that existed a few months ago when this study was done that is even close to being compliant with the upcoming EU AI Act is an open source one called Bloom. That's it. The rest of them, are not going to be compliant with this regulation. So what do we do now? Well, so we have a formula for safe and generative AI, and it's based off of a story, right? And so if you look at Pixar, they have a secret. Once upon a time, there was a fish named Marlin and his son Nemo. Every day, Marlin warns Nemo about the dangers of the ocean. One day, Nemo ignores his father. Because of that, he ends up in a fish tank. Because of that, he sets off on a journey until finally he finds Nemo and brings him home safely. Now, here's the formula for safe and generative AI. And any AI, actually, this helps you bring this into it. And so when we think about how we move forward, when we think about the context of the day, I want you to think about this. And I want you to think about those problems that I started with, the approach, and the outcomes that are desired. And really, really, the most important thing is put the human first. And with that, I'll stop. All right? But you're not rid of me yet. And so we're going to have the first editorial session of the day. And this is going to be conducted under the Reuters trust principles. And that means it preserves independence, integrity, and freedom from bias. And with that, if we could have the folks for this first session come up, Tamara Steffens, Jay Das, and Crystal Hugh, if you could all come up for this session, that would be fantastic.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us for an exciting session about investments in AI. Here we have two amazing investors in the space joining us. Tamara Steffens, who runs TR Venture Fund that launched last year of investing in AI from a corporate perspective. And we also have Jay Das, the president of Sapphire Venture, based in Menlo Park, who has been backing B2B SaaS companies for over 15 years. So it's great to have both of you here and bringing perspectives from both the corporate investor side and the venture invest side. So the AI wave we have been talking about in a while, and this is not the first time AI making its headlines. How is this wave different in your perspectives as an investor?
Yeah, we have been investing in AI for the last 20 years, right? I used to program in Lisp when I was in college. But, I think the real difference this time is the way that ChatGPT has grabbed the attention of, common users, right? Before, you had predictive AI or even self-driving cars, it was not as apparent as when you can go log into ChatGPT and you create a song that sounds like Drake, right? That kind of aha moment that you had, which was like the browser moment for internet, has really made kind of this generative AI phase really, really attractive.
Yeah, I agree. Prior to Thomson Reuters, I was at Microsoft, and we invested in a lot of AI as well. The advantage we have at TR is that we can invest in verticalization of AI. So the applications that are out there that are available now for legal, for tax, for fraud, for media, are real working apps where you can actually generate revenue from using that technology, either through speeding up your work or answering questions, same thing, faster. And you can actually, have a return on investment using those applications. And even on the infrastructure side of AI, prior to the last year or so, there was a lot of technology being built around, making better models, speeding things up. But now those are really being used to actually reduce the cost of those models and get them into market faster. So I love the fact that AI is now actually, you can prove that it makes money, so you can invest based on return, which is how we are supposed to invest.
Yeah, and definitely the data speaks to that. In the past 6 months, over $40 billion has been invested in AI startups. And I think, Jay, you have some news to make here live with our audience about Sapphire's commitment in the space.
That's right. We are announcing today that we are going to commit $1 billion to invest in AI-powered enterprises. Right? You guys are the first one to hear this. Thank you. We have been investing in this space for the last 20 years. So we have 60 AI-powered companies. But what we have realized is with this new trend of generative AI, there's a lot of things that have to be solved, all the way from the tool chain, right? You have to understand how developers are going to actually build these AI-powered enterprises, right? There's a lot of security concerns. I think we are talking about it. All the hallucinations, all the kind of wrong information it's providing, but also, how do you provide, data kind of sovereignty? All of those issues have to be solved. And then on top of that, there's going to be new generation of applications that's going to be built. And, the money part is only a small portion of what we are planning to do. We are going to start this whole initiative within our firm where it actually helps developers to figure out, okay, where do I go and train my models? How do I make them secure? What are the best kind of go-to-market strategies for getting these AI-powered applications out to the market? And it's going to be, some of it is learning that we have had from investing for the over 22 decades. But it's also going to be certain new things that we are going to have this platform where we're also going to collaborate with our entrepreneurs and learn and share it with the rest of the ecosystem.
That's amazing. And for background, the Sapphire Ventures has about $10 billion asset under management, and this is coming from your $3 billion uninvested capital.
That's right.
So it's a big commitment for the firm.
Exactly.
And Jay, I know both of you talked to a lot of the AI startups, and you said part of the commitment is to want to help them to build a better AI companies in this age. What are the bottleneck issues you are seeing a lot of AI startups these days are facing?
Go ahead.
Well, I think training models is tough, right? It's very expensive. So even with small startups, they have to find a way to, work through that problem first. I think Microsoft and Amazon and Google are all trying to work with those startups to reduce some of that cost and help them. And there's certainly some technology out there that's coming to the forefront as well that will reduce the cost of, getting those models built and getting the technology built. So I think that's interesting. We're looking at investing in a lot of that infrastructure layer because we, as Thomson Reuters, could use it internally, but our startups that are doing, AI verticalization can use it as well.
Yeah. I think the whole tool chain, how you build applications, how you monitor it, how you integrate it with other applications, all of those things have to be rewritten, right? It's not going to be like completely starting from zero, but the CI/CD pipeline, right? The DevOps tool chain to monitor these new generation of applications, how they kind of behave, security around all of that. All of these things have to be rebuilt. So there's a lot of activity. You see all these announcements, a lot of investment going on. But just like everything else, there's a lot of work to be done before you can have it becomes like part and parcel of what we do in our everyday life, right? I remember I'm old enough to have investing when people got the browser out first, right? And when, every day something new would come out, Yahoo came out, Google came out, and now using a browser for doing anything is almost like second nature. People don't even think twice about it.
Yeah, and that's, I think, also what makes your job both fun and hard in the same way is we are sitting in this big platform shift, and you have to do a lot of predictions versus whether something is just a fad and without kind of the foundation that has been completely set up where to put your money on. So how do you think about the full stack of AI investment in terms of the foundation layer, in terms of infrastructure and application? Where are you spending most of your time on?
I think we're spending a lot of time in the verticalization of it, particularly in tax, legal, and fraud, in looking at those applications. But at the same time, we are looking at a lot of foundational infrastructure tech that would support both, like I said, internal and external investments. There's going to be more than one winner out there in a number of these categories. I mean, you look at the days of the internet, and you brought up the browser. I mean, it was Netscape, right? That was the hot browser. And then, Microsoft was kind of the slow roll. But in the end, Microsoft won, right? They ended up, and now, that's not the case at all, right? You're back and forth because ultimately Google owns that market now, right? And that's how they make their money through ads. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see over the next 5 to 10 years, really, who comes out ahead. But I do think there's going to be more than one winner, both in the verticalization of AI applications and certainly in the infrastructure side of things.
Yeah, so we are looking, we kind of have two separate teams. One looks at application and one looks at infrastructure, right? On the application side, I think one of the big challenges is that who has distribution, right? You already have Microsoft out there. You already have Google out there with a lot of distribution, a lot of users. For them to add, certain kind of features which are based on generative AI is a lot easier. So you kind of have to pick and choose applications saying that, okay, how can this company survive? How can it create this data moat, right? In generative AI, I think one of the big things that's going to be is the feedback loop of getting the data back from the user so that you can retrain your models and make the models better. So figuring these things out is very critical. And then on the infrastructure side, as I said, everything is being rebuilt, right? I think the way you build a program is going to be rebuilt. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to go in for actually helping developers build their programs, right? How you go to APIs or kind of provide API documentation, write code, all of those things are going to change. So, so we are kind of as I said, we actually have a strategy group within our firm that is just thinking through all of these various issues to understand where we should be actually making bets.
To your point, Jay, the dynamic between startups and incumbents in this AI technology shift is really interesting. Yeah. If you look at the dollar invested in AI startups, actually a lot of them come from tech companies themselves.
That's right.
How do you guys evaluate that? Because I feel like they are both in competition in a way, but also work very closely in this age of AI.
Yeah, I think the incumbents have realized that, look, this is a wave that is coming, and they're much more, I think, this generation of CEOs who run these companies are much maybe smarter than the previous generation of tech companies, right? Because they have kind of grown in and they were the startups before. So they are kind of making sure that they have their ability to kind of see what things are developing, and by making these investments are also being able to kind of scoop them up at the right time.
That's good exit opportunities for you guys. And speaking of exit, Tamara, maybe you can talk about the case test acquisition did by Thomson Reuters, which I think it was an interesting example when big tech companies are thinking about build versus buy in this AI world.
Yeah, I mean, we're at an advantage in the market in general because we're going to do all three things, right? We're going to build, we're going to buy, we're going to invest, right? So from an investment perspective, we're looking at things that are horizon 3 and 4, like beyond, right? Smaller startups. We usually do Series A, some opportunistic seed deals, but those are things that are coming. It's going to take 3 or 4 more years for them to develop. We're also going to buy what we don't have, right? So if we need it for one of our verticals where we believe we can make a big difference, case text is a great example of that. Legal is a huge vertical for us as a market. And we think case text had a big advantage in what they were doing with their generative AI and their approach. And putting them inside Thomson Reuters will be a huge advantage to our legal customers. So I like being in a world where we can do all three because it allows us to make those decisions and invest where we need to.
But this is also a great example, right, where Thomson Reuters has distribution to all the legal firms for case text to kind of go and build that, would cost a lot of money and resources, right? And now you guys can buy it and drop it in, and you have access to the whole sales team that Thomson Reuters has. Right? So that's going to be the case for a lot of startups.
We also have some great questions coming in from our audience, so please keep them coming. But one top question there is about moat in AI startups. I think you guys probably spend a lot of time thinking about them as well. A few months ago, there was a leaked memo from Google talk about how large language models may not have moat if they face competitions from open sources. So in your mind, what's the right moat for AI companies? Do you want to start?
You know, I still think it's, if you get out there first and you get the customers and you get the revenue and you get people using the technology, that's still going to be a huge moat, right? It is in tech in general. A lot of things can be copied. There can be fast follow, and some of those companies will, eventually lead. But I believe moat is still in getting out there and getting the customers first. Having the best technology does matter. Open source has an advantage because there's more people working on it, more people adding to it. And generally speaking, if the rules apply, open source will probably end up leading in the end. That's my prediction. So I think if you look then underlying, what is the infrastructure and what is the technology underlying that's actually going to support both open source or the large language models from people like Google and OpenAI, is that where the leader is going to be there, right? And I think it's exactly why Databricks, bought Mosaic ML, because they know that infrastructure is going to be key regardless of the model.
Yeah, we believe that it's the data that is definitely going to be the moat, right? Finally, that you come to the point where how do you get to the data? How do you use that data to train your models better? But then on top of it, how do you kind of, basically add to the data so that your models are the best, right? So creating this feedback loop where you train the model, and then have your customers use it, and based on that, give more feedback to the models and make it better. I think the people who get there, get the data first, are probably going to be, the winners in this, in this era of generative AI, because for the first time, data is probably going to be the moat, and your access to data is going to be the way you prevent other people competing with you.
Lots of people in our audience are also corporate leaders who want to better understand what's the best way to adopt AI technology. I think that's a conversation happening across boardrooms in enterprises. And you guys see it firsthand with a lot of your portfolio companies and companies you sit on board with. What are the common ways you're seeing people are adopting, and what are the top concerns there?
I mean, I think he pointed it out, that data is a moat, right? And the data has to be accurate. And exactly the first speaker talked about an example in legal where the person had cited cases that never occurred. And so you have to be sourcing the data from a trusted source, right? And so I think that's going to be really important, and you're not just wildly going out there and grabbing, whatever's out there. So I think that's pretty important from an overall perspective in the question. If an enterprise is going to use it and they're going to tap into AI, they should know the underlying source and where it's pulling from and make sure that that is an accurate source.
Look, I think I've seen this a little bit with predictive AI, right? When we were looking at it and investing, all the CIOs would come in and want to get a demo from the predictive AI companies. They would say, hey, we have to make every company, every knowledge worker AI enabled. I think what people forgot was that what is the value, what is the problem that the AI is solving, right? And I think that doesn't go away with generative AI, because you can have people in your team, both from your CIO, from your technical team and your strategy team, looking at generative AI or the new version of AI. But at the end of the day, fundamentally, if it's not solving a problem within the enterprise and creating value, either for your customers or for your support team or for your development team, I think it's going to fail. So I think that is, everybody kind of, says, yeah, we should do something around generative AI, right? That's going to be probably a mantra within the boardrooms. But I think figuring out what problem are you going to solve with this is much more critical than actually figuring out the technology.
Using someone else's foundation model or build your own model is a common debate happening on enterprises now. Which one will prevail, or you think it will be coexisting in a way?
I think definitely coexisting. there are some organizations and verticals that do not need to go build their own models, and there are some that will benefit from, building a model. It's exactly why Mosaic ML did so well and got acquired for 65x their revenue, is because they had if you will, a rubric that would show you, should you build your own model? Under these circumstances, yes. For these reasons, no. And it's pretty good. It's a pretty good way of looking at whether you should bother to build your own model, in my opinion. There's several other technologies and companies out there that are doing the same thing, that are helping you evaluate how you will benefit if you build your own model or if you don't.
I think I agree. It'll be a hybrid thing. I think most people will probably take an existing open source model and probably train it with their own data and protect that model once it's trained, rather than kind of developing something from scratch. But there will be tech companies that probably will take an existing model and change it a little bit better or differently because it applies to a specific vertical, whether it's healthcare, whether it's legal, whether it's something else, financial. So yeah, I think it's going to be a hybrid. But I think most of the models that people are going to be using in the enterprise are probably going to be open source that has been trained with their proprietary data.
And some people also ask about the hallucination problem in AI models, because as we know, in enterprise settings, especially in some highly regulated industry, the room for error is pretty low.
Yeah, look, I think it also depends on what it's trained on, right? And I think a lot of time, the ChatGPT or GPT-4 and 3 and 4 hallucinates because it's trained on a lot of data around the web, right? But if you take like legal data, right, or if you take healthcare data and just train your models on that, you already decrease how much hallucination it's going to do, right? So depending on that, you can kind of constrain the amount of hallucinations. But there's going to be more technology that's going to develop over time to make sure that these models don't hallucinate.
Using your crystal ball a little bit, with all the current challenges and opportunities with AI adoptions in enterprise we're seeing, what do you expect the next 6 months will see the biggest kind of adoption or technological breakthrough with AI?
Wow, it's a tough one. I mean, I do think we being Thomson Reuters are in a really good spot, both in legal and in tax, because I think those are areas where, one, you can source the data from trusted sources, which we have, and two, those are verticals which can really benefit from both speed and the technology of AI. So, I think looking at those verticals, and healthcare is another big one, pharmaceuticals and healthcare in general, I think, those are areas that are going to benefit from this, right away.
It's hard to predict, right? I think people, whenever we talk about these things, we think that it's going to get adopted in the next 6 months here. I think this is like a decade-long kind of a process where this gets fundamentally brought in. But as Tamara said, it is going to be like where there is content-heavy, content-rich things like in legal or healthcare or financial services. I think those things, actually in software development, because in my opinion, software is probably the most expensive content that you can create. All of those areas, like in marketing, generative AI is going to have a huge impact. When does it go in and automate your business flows, your business tasks, and things like that? That is going to happen, but those things are probably going to take a lot longer.
One thing we know for sure is, Jay, you'll be busy deploying your $1 billion investment in the space. So we'll all keep an eye on that.
Will do.
So this is Jay from Sapphire Venture and Tamara from TR Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Really timely conversation, considering there were $5 billion in acquisitions made in the last 2 weeks, partly thanks to Thomson Reuters. And so great conversation. Also timely with the next one, which is going to focus on the more private equity side of the conversation. And this one's sponsored by one of the platinum partners for the conference, Entra. And with that, we welcome you all up to the stage to have a really good conversation about this.
I'm Mark Beckew, and I'm Research Director for AI at Futurum Group. Hard to say. I'm going to say couple quick words about this idea. I'm going to let my folks here introduce themselves. But we're going to talk a little bit today about how AI is impacting a vertical, right? So if you think about the legal profession, and we were talking a little earlier about, if you think about a profession or an industry-specific area where you have people that are careful, hopefully careful, or thinking about how they do things, typically they take their time in going forward with some sort of technology or change. So that's going to be an interesting thing to talk about here. So I'm going to ask Dr. Ma and Nate to introduce themselves real quick and tell us a little bit about why they are here to talk about these things.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Megan. I'm the Assistant Director at the Stanford Center for Legal Informatics. Our center is basically a joint operation between the Stanford Law School and the Stanford Department of Computer Science. Our kind of mission is building technology for law. So unlike kind of most lawyers that are in the space of law for technology, we're sort of the reverse. And so a lot of kind of the discussion that I'm hoping to kind of tease out today comes from a place where we've not only looked into the space of what these large language models can do, but what they could do and what they should do. And those are sort of like the areas that I hope to kind of tease out further today.
Yeah. I'm Nat Kunis. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Entra. I joined Entra a few months ago. Previously, I worked in real estate tech and AI for real estate tech. And one thing that really excited me about joining Entra was the legal profession is an area that I viewed as completely ripe for disruption. The way that it's been done today, but it's also a highly regulated, right, and risk-averse industry. And so I've always found that if you can be successful deploying new technologies and softwares in highly regulated, risk-averse industries, then you could pretty much do it in any industry, right? Because that's probably one of the biggest challenges that you can come across. And so that was one thing that really excited me about Entra, this vision of utilizing artificial intelligence to truly disrupt the legal profession, especially around contract management. And so I'm a few months in here and getting more excited even every day that I've been here. But yeah, excited to talk a little bit about legal and AI.
All right, thanks, Nat. So he touched on a little bit of a question we're going to go into with Dr. Ma and say, we'll ask you again, Nat, to talk about it a little bit more. But you say, what excites you about AI when you think about your context, right? And, there is a difference between the attention it's receiving now and how we've been down this road for a few years. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Ma first. We'll go to Nat.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of tests that we do at our center. This was kind of put forward by one of our affiliate faculty, Professor Harry Surdin. And there's a test that I frequently talk about, which is what I call the Apple test. And with models prior to sort of the release of ChatGPT, we would ask this question, how many legs does an apple have? And the answer would always come back as an apple has 4 legs. Anyone who is of any common sense would know that that is a weird response. And of course, it was based on pattern recognition. So you'd see, it sees legs, so it's going to think it's an animal. However, with ChatGPT, we asked the same question, and the response was, an apple is a fruit and therefore does not have any legs. And I think for me, that was a key inflection point. And I think we still think about that test as a way to see how we think about use cases going forward. Are there ways to kind of push the limits of complex reasoning using these large language models? So to me, that I think is the most exciting point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of at this precipice of really, changing the game within legal. And, the one that made all the headlines recently, right, was ChatGPT has passed the bar exam, right? Okay, that's pretty big, right? If you think about it, that's, But at the end of the day, what does that demonstrate? It demonstrates a academic kind of baseline understanding of the law. And if you think about it in terms of people and expertise, that aligns very closely with what you would consider like a junior associate to be capable of, right? They don't have the expertise yet in terms of applying the law in real life, but they have a great academic understanding. They graduated college, they have a great baseline, they've passed the bar exam. And so when you think about the maturity of of these AI models today, that's kind of that baseline that you can draw a comparison to. And so what does that mean, and how is that exciting in the legal profession? Well, think about all the applications that law firms, corporate legal departments, private equity firms are deploying junior associates into, and think about how you can leverage AI to possibly supplement or replace some of those in that space. And all of a sudden, it becomes a force multiplier in your business, right? And so really the thing that I'm most excited about is that human-computer interaction there, right, where you have AI supplementing a human capital workforce and all the possibilities that you can do to move faster, be able to make better investments. It really kind of changes the speed and pace at which companies can operate at.
Before I go to the next question, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball and say, interesting when you think about the legal profession, when you're trying to look at efficiencies, right? So when you're looking at, is there a lot of data is there a lot of redundancy? Is there something that should be automated? So Nat, can you talk about that a little bit more and say, you mentioned the junior associates and things like that, but do you feel like there's a runway for a lot to be done?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of the legwork that you have junior associates doing, whether it's kind of first pass, first markups on different documents, all the way down to case study, research, right? There's all kinds of applications coming out there that you can leverage AI essentially to do that first pass, and then have a senior associate kind of come in and review the work. I'll talk more about that in a minute, but I think that that kind of application of technology really allows companies to get way more efficient, both in their back office and their operations, and how they're trying to be more efficient and grow in that manner, all the way through to front office. Like in private equity markets, you're looking to try and make smart investment decisions, and you're trying to make them fast. I mean, you talk to a lot of these venture capital firms, and the number of times that they've had to move incredibly fast through a deal because there's so much competition to invest. Speed is critical, and so being able to move fast by leveraging technology to help you make those decisions, it's a game changer.
So, Dr. Ma, same question, which really is, here's legal professionals, leveraging AI. What are the benefits, in your opinion, of them leveraging AI?
Yeah, so I think I'd start probably from the space of legal education. So working at a law school, one of our big critical questions is, how do we prepare our lawyers on the market? And it's quite a saturated market at times. And I think that with the onset of these tools, a lot of what Nat was mentioning is that we could start preparing law students at this stage. And I think about the class like legal research and writing. If you've gone to law school, it's one of those classes that everyone doesn't really want to take. They just want to get it over with. They're kind of taught the structure, and they're kind of like, I want to get to the meaty cases. I want to know about all those like groundbreaking seminal cases. But actually, I think the excitement of this technology is going to bring a fresh look into how these classes are going to be thought of. Legal research is going to change. We're going to have all of these, programs and software that's going to be able to kind of seamlessly integrate how they research. I know that when I was in law school, we often have this thing called the prison of Boolean search. We had to figure out which keywords to kind of punch in. That's no longer something that's necessary. We can actually go forward with full sentences. We can think about those ideas. I also think about using these models outside of this kind of accuracy paradigm and in the space of almost like a sketch pad. We can use it to kind of start and avoid some of that writer's block, or maybe even look into kind of maximizing all these different templates and all of the past work that people have done and kind of look to them as example. And we can have that in a concentrated manner. So I think first, like from a legal education standpoint, there's a lot of potential there. I think from the other side of legal use cases is kind of piggybacking on Nat's discussion of the junior and senior associates. We're going to see a lot more ability for very tailored and highly valuable mentorship sessions. So I know that many junior associates, they're often paired with partners. Some of them in the room, they know that you don't have a lot of time on your hands. And so kind of thinking about a first-year associate most law firms, they'll let me know that, hey, the first year is kind of a write-off for us. We need the first year associate to understand the client base, how you speak to clients, how you interact with them. You can kind of do all of that with large language models to kind of build tools that could simulate some of these contract negotiations, simulate kind of how you kind of write these legal briefs and sort of maximize that commentary and guided commentary. And so when you have an actual mentorship session between a first-year associate or junior associate and a partner, it's going to be incredibly valuable because the associate is going to come prepared and they know exactly the questions that they want and where they want to improve. So
No, I have a question for you. All right, so we talked about this in before we came up here, and I'm interested to give the folks here an idea of context of before and after generative AI, before and after. So you're mentioning a lot of things that, Dr. Ma, you're talking about a lot of things that really have to do with where we are in this explosion of generative AI. Where were you thinking before? When you were thinking about AI as it applies in the field, and Nat, if you can take a shot at that too. Let's do Dr. Ma first.
Yeah, so I think that's a really fantastic question. A lot of, I think, pre-generative AI, there was some discussion about NLP, some discussion about information retrieval, but they're kind of quite niche, quite frankly, to the legal market or to even law schools and lawyers. Most of them kind of are married and tethered to Office 365, in particular Microsoft Word. And I think that lawyers had always felt that this was the tool that they're comfortable with. They've wrestled with and gone through, working with all the formatting questions. And now that they've graduated, they're still going to be kind of trapped in this Microsoft Office space. But I think this interesting turning point is maybe the release of not only Microsoft's partnership with OpenAI and the kind of democratization of this technology, but on the other hand, its announcement on Copilot. And so there's this kind of reality now that's set with lawyers that, hey, this might actually be integrated with this tool that we love so much. So how do we deal with that? And so I think that that's kind of how I see it. A lot of the times lawyers are not only risk averse, but change averse at times. So I think that no matter all this flashy technology that's been out there, they didn't see the urgency that has now struck with generative AI and large language models. And I think that's why it's been kind of quite a big discussion.
So, and just to be clear, we talked about there are some vendors out there that have offered AI services to the legal community, and you're saying this is game-changing?
Yes.
Okay. Nat?
Yeah, I always go back to technology for technology's sake is not very valuable, right? And I think it has to solve a real problem in someone's business or daily workflow, right? And I think the more that you can provide that value to the end user, the more adopted, even in an industry like legal where folks are very set in their ways. Like I mentioned, I just came from real estate. If you thought legal was really set in their ways, real estate's even worse, right? These people are like still, doing everything on paper, and they look at a building and they go, "Oh, it looks great." So I think the value and the utilitarianism of it has to be, paramount. And I think the area that's most changed with generative AI is ultimately the user interface. Because what you've now changed is instead of previously you'd automate a workflow by like shortening a couple clicks for them, now you're using natural language to communicate what you want. So a lawyer can sit there and get a document back and say, change the jurisdiction to New York, right? And it will AI can automatically write the right clause and obligations in there to update that based on what it believes you're trying to accomplish there. Then you can have a human come in and review and kind of bless the final document. And so changing that interface is actually, in my mind, one of the biggest game changers there, because that's what's going to provide the most utilitarianism to them, right? That's what's going to speed it up versus just having some drop down or something where they have to say, like, change jurisdiction to, like, it can still work that way, but that interaction point is really critical.
Very good. So we had one question we wanted to save for last, and it's an interesting one. We all agreed it was an interesting one to approach. So what are the actual risks of applying AI in the legal in private market space, and what are the steps you should take to mitigate those? Dr. Ma first.
Yeah, so I think there's been quite a bit of discussion already on this notion of fact hallucination, and that's certainly a risk and a technical risk that we think about a lot. But I might say something a bit controversial and actually talk about maybe stepping out of the accuracy paradigm in some of the use cases we're thinking about. And what I mean by that is there's a kind of tethering that we have to use large language models for absolutely just about anything. And a lot of the use cases that people are discussing are the automation of sort of these, highly repetitive tasks that do require an extent of precision and accuracy. But actually, how often do you ask a lawyer or compliment a lawyer by saying, wow, you are very accurate? Instead, I think that sometimes what these tools are incredible for is this narrative component and this ability to kind of develop sort of argumentation technology. One of the things that we've experimented with was trying to capture what is that value add of a partner. And so many of you who have paid lawyers are probably asking yourselves that same question. And we actually did an experiment of, what is the sort of difference between what a litigation partner would see versus what a transactions lawyer or transactions partner would see. And we saw that there were these marked differences. And so how do we capture that in our training data so that we can have models that almost simulate? If I was redlining a contract or, marking up a contract, can I get an opinion of something that's weak language that could subject me to disputes? That's one area that we could think about. The other side of kind of playing on mitigating some of the risks is actually understanding.
Wait a minute. When you said that, are you saying that the lawyer puts together the language and the model checks it, or the other way around?
Actually, the model is not checking any of that language. What I'm referring to is actually building a tool that a lawyer could mark up, and this is a little bit more of that human-machine collaboration, but a transactions lawyer could mark up a contract, but it might click a button which will give you commentary on what a litigation partner might have marked up in the same contract. And we've noticed that actually from an analog perspective, partners frequently go to their friends in different departments to ask if their language is ironclad. And we're just kind of simulating some of these scenarios. The other side that we often think about is, can we simulate contract negotiation, contract sort of positions and strategies? And so a lot of these exercises aren't necessarily kind of driven by this accuracy question. And I think if we're playing into almost the narrative argumentation structuring, then we don't have to be containerized by this fear of fact hallucination, because what we're depending on is not actually this precision and accuracy. What we're interested here is alternative perspective, finding different paths to get to those solutions. So,
Nat?
Yeah, I think what Dr. Ma mentioned is it's spot on, and it's actually not the future. It's here today, and I think that's actually a service that Entre even offers within our tool set, is that ability to serve up alternative language that might be better used in this use case based on this large data set that we have. So the AI will actually read through the contract and suggest markup language that you can then review. And I think to answer the broader question that was asked, I think the future of this is this marriage of AI plus humans. Having that senior associate be able to go in and be a more efficient, wiser senior associate because the AI technology is serving up insights to them. I call it, this concept, and I didn't invent this, but it's this concept of the systems of intelligence, right? You're leveraging technology to help you make smarter decisions in your day-to-day workflow. And it's doing that by using these large data sets, identifying trends, serving up, using generative AI to actually propose, different language, different clauses within your contracts, so that you're running a better, more resilient kind of business as you go forward. And so that's kind of the biggest change that I see coming forward. And it's, a lot of it's here today. I think that's kind of a key takeaway.
Perfect. Well, we're out of time. Appreciate it. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Dr. Ma. Mark, good as always. And thanks, Entra, for sponsoring this last session. The next session is sponsored by Protect AI. And this one is on regulation, who's going to set the rules for AI. And if we could have Amanda, Jerry, and Ian come up, and I'm going to join this. And while they're coming up, I want to remind everyone that the cameras at the back are for the live broadcast. And so even if you just glance it, you mess up the live broadcast. So if you could give it 2 feet width of room and not stand at the back, that would be ideal. Thank you. Hi, Amanda.
Excellent. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this session. I'm really excited to kick it off. My name is Amanda from the Responsible AI Institute. We're an Austin-based nonprofit that works to help organizations and businesses scale their responsible AI. I'm really excited to be joined by this panel in this moment where there's so much buzz around AI and specifically regulation and that idea of the regulations, guardrails, how it relates to innovation and regular business operations. So today, let's go ahead and jump right in with a question about what do each of you think is driving the demand for guardrails today? And if you could each answer what you think brings us to this specific moment and introduce yourself at the top of the question. Let's start with you, Seth.
All right, I'll skip the introduction. But I think in November of last year, there was this seminal moment when the world first got their hands on ChatGPT, really accelerated the first couple weeks of January when it started hitting the news. And then the way this technology is built has some inherent issues, with how the data is collected, how it's used, how it's taking people's identity, what it does to copyright. And so I think this, on top of what that looks like in the context of what we've seen with social media and the maybe not so regulated as it should have been use of social media, I think this is really leading us to this moment.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry Ma, and I serve as Director of Emerging Technology at the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I think the key to understanding this current inflection point in AI is understanding what's changed in the past 5 to 10 years. Nothing about the current AI revolution is particularly novel in terms of methods. The same methods that are powering chatbots and other generative language AI, at least, are the same methods first pioneered in 2017 with a seminal research breakthrough known as the transformer. We've had the same models since 2017 that are powering, in large part, the innovations of today. So what has changed? What's changed are 3 things: data, compute, and applications. The AI world has sort of been in this sort of Brownian motion style random search across the innovation landscape to figure out where is the data going to come from to scale these transformers, from where they were in 2017 to things we see today. How are we going to get the compute, and how are we going to network the compute together in order to increase our model capacities and computational throughput by hundreds to thousands fold? And then finally, what applications are actually going to be available to deploy these AI models within toward practical impact? I think the inflection point we see today is basically a confluence of these 3 pieces falling together. And as as someone in government in the regulatory sphere, what are regulators going to care about? They're not going to care about the underlying basic model architectures. Those are already been disclosed. We understand the model architectures pretty fully. What regulators are going to care about are the novel elements: data, compute, and applications, because those are the things that actually define what these AI models are doing in the real world.
Hey, Seth, awesome job in the keynote.
Oh, thank you.
I love that you brought up transformers, so it's great to get on the technical side. So AI and machine learning has been a critical driver of digital transformation. That's why we're talking about guardrails, and to set up the moment here for the discussion around regulation. This digital transformation, it's really about how organizations and enterprises create new products, new services, reduce operational costs, further delight your customers. And I've seen the adoption of AI and machine learning really deliver results here, where I've been the AI and machine learning leader at Amazon, at Oracle. Today I sit before you as the CEO of Protect AI. We build solutions for security, GRC of AI and machine learning. And as I think about AI and machine learning and the value, I was on a call recently with a customer, and my co-founder, Dee, if you're in the audience, I think you're over there, raise your hand. He was asked, talk about the differences between AI and machine learning and kind of the moment we're in generative AI. And one thing he said, which was, I thought, really interesting and a good explanation is, AI is the vehicle for digital transformation. Machine learning is the engine. Now, as we think about the past even just 6 months, generative AI, it's moving extremely fast. This car is blazing down the highway. And Goldman Sachs just came out recently and said, you know what? Generative AI can deliver upwards of $7 trillion in added global GDP. That is insane. I mean, we are flying down the highway in this car of AI. This machine learning engine is humming. Now, so what do we need to do? We need to make sure we drive it responsibly. We need to have safety checks. We need to do the proper basic maintenance. And we need regulation. We need GRC. We need security practices for AI.
Yeah.
And we need standards.
True. Yes,
Absolutely. To work in collaboration. Yeah. It's really helpful to get that context from those of you who have been leaders and working in this space, and to look at what's unique about this moment as that car is hurtling towards us. Regulation is coming at the same time. And I feel a bit of empathy for our regulators, because it's difficult to think about regulations for AI that are future-proof, that have all of the right considerations when the use case can be so different. So what are some of those challenges and considerations for regulation in this time, in your opinion? Maybe we can start with you, Ethan.
Yeah. So as we talk about regulation, there's the EU AI Act. We're seeing stuff happen in the US with the AI Commission Act and others, even just in New York, as we look at HR AI use cases. As we talk about the key challenges, so some of the things that I wrote down and was thinking about is, how do we measure risk? How do we audit? How do we set guardrails, as you mentioned, Seth? And how do we comply? So we have to have systems in place and a foundation of this knowledge. Now, I have worked with tens of thousands of enterprises that have deployed AI. Systems of record do not generally exist within companies. So as we think about the challenges of AI, it's set that basic area of knowledge. We all need to have that. Now, as we have been talking about generative AI, and I know hallucinations have been brought up multiple times, there's another area of generative AI that is a massive challenge right now, but also a security risk, and it is prompt injections. Now, prompt injections is a security attack, if you will, that are carefully crafted prompts that are made to make the model do something that it should not do on that side. Now, there are some solutions in this space. There's a really cool open source project you can look at called rebuff.ai. But as we adopt generative AI, we need to make sure that we have a foundation of knowledge of how it's built, its purpose, how do we audit, how do we monitor it, and only then can we actually say, can we comply to regulations and have the systems to measure that?
Wonderful. Ditto to all of that. I think, as the representative of the Patent Office, it is my sworn duty to answer this question with a intellectual property flavored bent. So let me go ahead and do that. Generative AI, going back to my earlier theme, relies on data. Data is the engine that fuels generative AI, and consequently, generative AI also produces data artifacts that can be the subject of intellectual property. So when we think about, when we think about the $7 trillion of value that might be generated by these new AI innovations, the key question becomes, to whom does this value accrue? That is at the heart of intellectual property. And we in the government are committed to figuring out, we don't have all the answers, but we're figuring out under the existing law some of the key thorny challenges and open questions around this sort of value accrual process. This implicates many forms of intellectual property. Intellectual property is not a monolith. There are copyrights, there are patents, there are trademarks, there are trade secrets, and the regimes for protecting different forms of IP can vary widely. So, the inputs to AI might properly be the subject of copyright law, Now, the outputs of AI and the methods that drive AI might be the subject of patent law, and then yet other things that companies choose to hold close and confidential might be the subject of trade secrets. Each of these regimes will govern AI innovation in different ways, and I think it's incumbent on not just government but the broader community to help figure out how we handle these newfound intellectual property challenges. To whom does value accrue? To whom should we sort of attribute the innovation that AI induces? And I just want to end with an observation as to how intellectual property can facilitate the trustworthy and responsible deployment of AI that you alluded to. Key to trustworthy AI is being able to peer behind the curtain to see exactly what these so-called black box models are doing. Now, if things are held close to the chest and not disclosed or disseminated, it becomes very hard to do that, because you can't audit something that's just an enigma, a black box, if you will. You first need to be able to see the methods, and in some cases the actual model weights, the bag of numbers that comprise an AI model, to be able to audit. So what can IP do to help facilitate these sort of safeguards? IP can, by virtue of giving innovators an incentive to disclose the details of their innovations, as is the case with patent grants in the US and most other jurisdictions, intellectual property can be a driving force to encourage innovators to talk about how they did it, what are the key inputs to any AI method, what are the risks, and in that manner, help regulators and the general public at large, civil society, et cetera, be able to assure that these AI methods are being deployed responsibly and in a trustworthy manner.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, both of you said is spot on. I think there's some fundamental concerns that we have to think about when we talk about regulations. I think first and foremost, can the regulators keep up, right? I mean, that's the most important thing. First, I said earlier that this field is changing weekly, and it literally is. And people who are experts in this field can't keep up. How do we expect people who are relatively ignorant of this field to keep up and make regulations? So that's one aspect. The other that Ian hit on is, how do you know if you're complying, right? How do you even know? And luckily, thanks to some of the work of the Responsible AI Institute and other organizations, the EU AI Act actually points to global standards. And they say if you are aligned to the ISO EEC standards for AI, which is going to be released shortly, I believe, then you are likely to comply with this regulation. They're never going to say you're going to comply, but they'll say you're likely to. And so that's point number two. And the other is, to your point, Jerry, what is a copyright infringement? What is an IP infringement? So is it only the information going in? Is it the information going out? Do we have to start thinking about fractional IP protection for things coming out of these? So let's say you have a piece of work, like a piece of art that's made up from 30 different pieces of art. Are each of those 30 people that created that art entitled to the whole thing or a fraction? Or what does that even look like? Or is that even a violation of a copyright or something like that? So these are all things we need to think of. In terms of, let's go back to the first one, I think we need to look holistically as leaders. So we are all leaders in this space in corporations and technology. And we need to look really carefully at what happened with social media. Social media created these echo chambers using AI. This AI is only going to make it worse. It also widened the digital divide globally. And so if you look at north of the equator versus south of the equator, many of these technologies are built with a very Western eye. And we need to be careful as regulators, thinking about it as a regulator, not to inflict Western values on the rest of the world through technology. There are other ways we should do that if we feel strongly. We shouldn't inflict those on the rest of the world. For instance, bias. The Western view of bias is very different than other parts of the world. So if you look at the U.S. and Europe, right, we're really focused on male, female, black, brown, white, right? Those are and gender identity. Those are really important. You go into parts of Asia, there is no black, brown, white. Everyone looks the same, so that's not even an issue for them. You go into parts of Africa, it's the same thing. And so we can't inflict those values on the technology itself, as you were alluding to, Jerry. We need to start looking at the outcome and measuring these things on the outcome, and how do we do that holistically as a society, and how do we use this technology to bring us together instead of rip us apart. Because if we expand the digital divide, whether it's different economic classes in the Western world or different parts of the world, that's going to lead to disruption of society, more than likely, in my opinion. So we need to be really careful about that, and regulators need to think about that and do what the EU is proposing, where they're regulating the actual outcomes for the most part. Now, there's other regulations that play into that in terms of GDPR and CCPA, where a lot of these may or may not be violating some of these regulations. In terms of how do you know if you're complying, as I mentioned, EU has pointed to a set of standards, the ISO AIM standards and other AI standards. As you measure against these, reach out to Amanda about the Responsible AI Institute, how they can help you do that. But I think we also need to look at regulations like New York, where they didn't do this. So the New York Automated Employment Act. They didn't do this. The regulation was supposed to go into effect like 9 months ago. It never went into effect because companies were like, how do I know? What is an audit? How do I know if I'm complying? How do I know if I'm good enough? And so this concept of using global standards is incredibly, incredibly important. And I think, quite honestly, we're going to need to look at regulatory bodies like the FDA, the EPA, the European version of those. Those are bodies that push regulation from experts under the guidance of the governments. And so, just like you need someone who's, very skilled in, in healthcare and pharmaceuticals in the FDA, you're going to need someone who's very skilled in AI leading along the governments as they start drafting regulations. And then finally, as corporations, we really, really, really need to think holistically about what impact the technology we're bringing forward is going to have on the humans. So not how the humans are going to use it, but the actual impact it's going to have on the humans.
Seth, I just want to add one key point to your excellent remarks. I think you've touched upon a number of global standards and guidelines, proposed regulations from the European Union. And I just want to add on that we in the United States have, not direct correspondences, but analogous documents that we believe can help both federal government agencies, but also the broader industry be able to deploy AI in a responsible manner. Two things that come to mind are the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, recently released by the White House, as well as the final version of the Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework released by our good Department of Commerce colleagues at the National Institute for Standards and Technology, NIST. These are not legal requirements. Key point is that these are voluntary guidelines for companies to follow, but we believe, across the federal government, that these are, rich, well thought out sets of guidelines and principles for which, industry would do well to base their AI deployments and AI activities on. So we believe there's a robust regulatory landscape and guidance landscape around the world, and we believe, the U.S. is, at the forefront, neck and neck with, other leading jurisdictions in defining what that will look like.
Yeah, I think in defining what that looks like, you're absolutely right for those outside of government. I think in regulation with teeth or something where you can actually act on it, we're not there yet, and the U.S. is set up so that we may never get there, but that's okay. But I think to your point about the government, I spent a lot of time with the government, both in defense and public part and non-defense parts of the government, and actually the government in the U.S. has got it right. Spending a lot of time with the Defense Department, they take this very seriously. The DoD released some guidelines that actually Amanda helped them write in terms of what is the ethical use and responsible use of AI, and how does the DoD as a whole want to show up. And so that's a really good point that I forgot to mention, Jerry. The U.S. government's actually doing it right. Now the rest of us need to get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that is what we keep touching on, but there is a question, and the questions are flooding in, so thank you all. Please keep providing those. But a question about the role of standards, and specifically, I'd love if you could talk about how that affects business operations, at what points different teams might interact with standards, how there might be standards processes, as well as the role it plays in complementing legislation. Whoever wants to do that.
I can start. I might take a different tact on this, but I was interested in something you said, Seth, in terms of how do we know if we comply, to these standards. And so we have these regulations, these standards, these blueprints that are coming out in the U.S., in the EU. And as we think about it from a business perspective, I have a couple questions that you could take back to your teams. The first one is to ask your teams that are building, deploying the AI machine learning, how secure or how compliant is your AI? Now, the response you might get is, yes, it is. We know, all the stuff. But it's the follow-up question. How do you know? Which is really important. Because when you ask, like, and you pose this of like, hey, there's these standards, we can comply to them. How do we know we comply? There is no bill of materials for machine learning right now. So let's think about that.
There is no accountable person either in most organizations.
Correct. And so as we think about the bill of materials, the foundation of knowledge to understand how these things are built, how they are used, who built them, it's incredibly important that we understand that foundational area of knowledge to understand, do we even comply? So we talk about the regulations, the rules that we're all going to have to adhere to, but yet we don't have the basics in place. So ask these questions. Now, why is this important to understand how these things are built? Why is it important to understand the bill of materials? Because that's where a lot of the inherent risks are. I'm going to say something that is a headline statement right now. There's no original art in AI right now. It's built on the backs of prior research, academia, open source libraries, languages, models, foundational models on that stuff, all packaged together to create AI applications that your companies are deploying. In that supply chain are risks. I'll give a couple examples real quick. My company, we found a risk, a critical vulnerability in a package called MLflow. What is MLflow? It's downloaded millions of times every week. It's deployed by probably a lot of the companies in here as like a model registry, a place you store your models. Through an incredibly simple exploit, a hacker can get in there and do a local file inclusion, remote file inclusion, steal the model, or replace that model with code that every single time that model is run, it is executing that code. If you're a financial services institution, think about the risk here. Anytime money is moving around your company, likely a machine learning model is involved. But I say that model can be tampered with, that's a massive, massive risk right now. So as we talk about standards, compliance, regulation, I want to bring it back to the basics, which is the foundation of knowledge. It does not exist at 99% of organizations because they are blind to ML systems and the ML development lifecycle. It is different than the software development lifecycle. It is not just code. It's data that you brought up. It's infrastructure and compute and these training chips. It is ML pipelines and systems and libraries and open source. And we need to bring it back to a foundation of knowledge.
Did all that. And just for a minute, let's just forget about all this fancy AI stuff and just talk about software. Even before AI came, bursting into the scene, software accountability was already sufficiently difficult of a problem that the industry had no good answers to. If I grab a random compiled sort of Java program or other sort of server binary, and I just try to stare at that without the benefit of anything more, I don't know anything about what has gone into the supply chain driving that program. And as you said, these are just things running potentially thousands or millions of times a second at the leading companies that we even before AI, we for the most part just did not have manifests. We didn't have bills of materials. We didn't have comprehensive listings of everything that went into the software application. So AI is software, but then it's also data. It's the computational chips, the specialized hardware, as you said. So if we haven't figured out how to walk with just pure software manifests and software sort of supply chain accountability, what are we going to do as to AI, where the surface area and the number of relevant dimensions just explodes? So I think this is a key problem, for both government when we're thinking about deploying AI, but also the broader industry. If you all can give us ways to make this problem more tractable and to be able to assess the full AI supply chain, which includes software, but also a whole host of other components. If you can give us a way to assess and comprehensively detail these sort of supply chains at scale, then I think we'd be very grateful and also very interested in what you have. Going back to standards, I think there are two big types of standards to think about here. One is I'll call sort of the sort of technical interoperability style standards, and the other set comprises compliance-based standards. So what are these sort of technical or interoperability standards I'm talking about? Well, as an AI developer, you know what I love the most? I love being able to grab a model from the internet or from a partner or whoever's providing a model. I love being able to import it into my own software environment and technical stack. I love just being able to type 2 commands and have everything run perfectly. What I do not like is having to learn 10 different platforms. Even after learning those platforms, things still not working, and then me banging my head against the keyboard, figuring out how to make AI models develop and train under one framework or ecosystem work in other ecosystems. So things like Onyx, a very early example of a sort of ML interoperability standard, and some of its successors are super important for being able to work with AI across different ecosystems, which is part and parcel with ensuring accountability. Because if you can only assess AI models on the ecosystem and software environment that they were created under, that's no good for accountability, right? Because anyone who wants to be in the accountability and audit game has to maintain all those separate software environments and ecosystems. So those are super crucial. And then compliance standards, we've already talked about, ranging from voluntary guidelines or commitments to some of the more stringent measures that might be imposed by jurisdictions like the EU. It's important when we think about those as regulators to make sure that these make sure to strike a balance between having these compliance standards and regimes be sufficiently rigorous to ensure that they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they don't just devolve into some sort of checklist that you just sort of mindlessly go down every time you deploy an AI model, but also to make sure that they protect innovation and competition, because we don't want to end up in a regime where these compliance standards favor one type of AI innovation or one style of training or deploying the model, or anything that no regulator is going out and intentionally trying to favor one type of AI over another, of course. But it can very easily happen where decisions made with the best of intentions can nevertheless tip the scales of AI innovation in favor of one direction, even if another direction might be have more untapped potential in the long run. So when you think about compliance-oriented standards and compliance regimes, we want to be careful within the government to make sure that these things have teeth, but they're also according sufficient flexibility and sufficient innovation space to unlock not only the innovations of today, but the innovations yet unknown and unseen of tomorrow, which none of us can tell the future and understand precisely what those innovations will entail. So therefore, we need to be nimble and flexible.
Yeah, great insights from both of you. And I think I want to pull one thing that each of you said together, and that's about the supply chain and adversarial attacks, right? So if you look at the software supply chain, go back 12, 18 months, we had the SolarWinds exploit, right? I don't think any company knew every piece of software that the exploit lived in. And so that was a huge problem. So to your point, we really, really need to understand the supply chain of not just software, but AI. And when you think about managing in the supply chain of AI, it's even more complex than it was for software. Software is static. It doesn't create new code on its own. It doesn't learn on its own. It doesn't change unless someone changes it. AI fundamentally changes on its own. That's the whole point of it, right? And the underlying data, you get model drift, you get data drift, you get all these things that contribute to it. In language models, we don't even understand how these operate, really, or in these generative AI or transformer models. But let's come back to the kind of compliance issue or the standards issue. So there's actually, within compliance standards, or think ISO standards, there's actually two types of standards. There's management system standards, and then there's technology standards. And we need to think about how we apply these in multiple ways. So as organizations, we do one of three things, or multiple of three things with AI. We either build AI ourselves, we either buy AI, or we sell AI. A lot of companies do all three, right? You guys do all three. And so how do we apply these standards to all three different modes? Is it the same? Is it different? So when I'm buying AI, do I apply these standards the same way as when I'm selling AI or building it internally? And how does this look like? And how do I apply it? And how do I apply it to different use cases, right? There are some use cases, and these standards need to be applied to a use case There are some use cases where you want a full-fledged, what's called configured conformity assessment. So for instance, for automated employment, you need a conformity assessment, which is what you use to measure if you're complying with a global standard that is already set up where you know what the different parameters should be for every aspect of those models or of those use cases, so that you know, am I now able to think I'm complying with the New York Automated Employment Act? Again, they're not going to tell you are, but this is already pre-configured. You see the same thing for lending. You see the same thing in healthcare. Generative AI adds a whole nother lens on that, where we now need to look at these same global standards, these same conformity assessments, and we need to figure out, all right, let's just say we're talking about something that there's already something that's configured, like employment or lending. Do we need to change the configuration? And then I think, so those are things that we need to talk about when we start expanding the aperture beyond traditional, old school, pre-2023 AI into new school AI. And so we need to kind of keep those in mind as well. And we also need to look more holistically at how we're bringing these technologies to market, what requirements we put on our software vendors. So most of us require some kind of SOC 2 compliance if we buy software. Is there something similar that we want to put in place for AI that we buy? I would argue yes. And I'm not even that biased anymore. But I think these are things that as a group of technology leaders and government officials that we need to start thinking about is how do we use standards to our benefit? And again, we're fortunate because the regulators are pointing at this. We're fortunate because most of the global standards bodies have declared harmonization, meaning that if you're approved or accredited or audited against one, it transfers over in some extent to the other. Amanda can talk that much more eloquently than I can. So we've got global harmonization around the major standards bodies, which I think is really, really important and it'll help us. And then, we have security by design. We need to start thinking about tech ethics by design. This is a program we started when I was at IBM, which is where all of the development, just like they do security by design up front, we were doing ethical AI by design. We were doing ethical use of technology by design. It's all part of the same process that, sorry if there's any CISOs in the room, the security team owned because they were the ones that were already doing it.
That's a great segue to our next big question, and then we'll have some time for the questions that have rolled in. But about what businesses should keep in mind when operationalizing AI, we've talked about, we've talked about the importance of documentation, of data, of having good quality data going in, of having that responsible, ethical, or trustworthy lens by design throughout the process. What are some other considerations to keep in mind, specifically in this moment when we're looking at compliance?
Yeah, so I think this is the takeaways section. By the way, I appreciate that you said AI is dynamic. Right? Like it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. Therefore, a model card or documentation that you write day one is no longer valid on day 7, on that side. And security by design, I think what we need to get to is machine learning operations is a thing. All of your organizations have teams that are doing ML ops. We need to inject security within that.
But they also treat ML ops like it's DevOps, where it's static and it's not. So
and it's not. And we need to have ML SecOps. That is incredibly important that we inject security within the build process of machine learning. Now, you cannot govern, you cannot protect, you cannot regulate what you don't see and what you don't understand. And that is the biggest area of risk right now and blind spot across most organizations. So as we talk about standards and regulation, we are flying blind where we don't have the documentation. We don't have a dynamic machine learning bill of materials. That needs to be a thing within your organizations, and it will provide that single pane of glass across all systems, all models, to understand how they're built, the supply chain that is being used, and get to the point where you can start to answer questions as it goes further down around fair, bias, trusted, responsible AI. But you have to start with the basics. And the basics is going to be knowledge, and the basics is going to be a machine learning bill of materials. Diana, our CISO, is here. Dee from my company, co-founder, is here. Happy to chat more about this in the breakout that we're going to have, but I've appreciated this. Thanks, guys.
Great. I think on top of everything to do with supply chain accountability and just understand what's going on with your AI deployments, I think equally important is a deliberate manner of thought in how you choose, in what environment you choose to deploy your AI. You can have the most well-audited AI model that satisfies all of the requisite standards, passes all of the audits, but you can still deploy it in a way and in a context that results in absurd outcomes or bias or any host of ills because because there wasn't sufficient thought being given to what is the AI model supposed to do. AI does not exist in a vacuum. It exists in the context of business processes. We at the Patent Office, as well as across the federal government, think about AI not as a hammer in search of a nail, but rather as a tool that can be used to augment and sort of give our examiners and technical and legal experts sort of these superpowers to help them do their jobs better. And when we think about our mission, our AI mission in that context, what goes out the window? We categorically throw out the window ideas like replace all patent examiners or all trademark examiners with AI bots. That goes out the window, can't be done well, and our stakeholders would just not countenance such outcomes. What else do we throw out the window? We throw out the window use cases where there is no human in the loop with ultimate dispositional authority as to the final product that's being sent out the doors of the Patent Office or other government agencies. Everywhere we deploy AI, we make sure to have a human in the loop in some manner that can assess accuracy, assess that the processes were followed in the manner in which they were supposed to be followed, and ultimately to correct any errors. Because there's no such thing as an error-free AI. Even benchmarks that have been considered "quote unquote" solved by the AI community, like CFAR or ImageNet or this or that, they have very high accuracies, 90+% accuracies in some cases. Sometimes in the case of CFAR, like 99.9 something. But there's still that epsilon chance of errors and complications that might arise. So if you divorce humans from if you more broadly divorce the business context in which AI runs from your deployments of AI, or divorce the proper role of human experts in governing your AI and ultimately making sure AI is used properly in generating any final dispositions or business decisions, then you're just never going to be at the level you need to be in order to ensure that these things are working to deliver the value you expect in the way that broader society expects you to comport with our basic precepts of responsibility, fairness, and trustworthiness.
Yeah, so I think, building on top of what Jerry and Ian said, I think it really comes down to a couple things. So one is, anytime AI impacts the health, wealth, or livelihood of a human, there needs to be a human involved in the decision. If I'm getting a mortgage, if I'm having health care, if I'm getting employed, anything related to those, we should not be fully automating decisions. I just think that's a bad idea. There's regulations that are likely coming up that are going to prevent that anyway. We also need to figure out how we're going to measure those, and that's where global standards come in. But I think we also need to look closely at what it means to measure those. When we look at organizations and talking about ML ops and trustworthy AI and ethical AI, organizations often talk about explainability. Well, you really can't do that with generative AI. You can explain the outcome, maybe, but you can't explain what the model's doing. There's fairness and bias. Again, you really can't measure the fairness and bias very accurately in the model because it depends on the use case, so what does that mean? And then there's things that people often don't look at, which is, again, who's the accountable person for an organization? So this was something that I was very passionate about at IBM. I always said I was the one that was going to wear the orange jumpsuit, or I was the one that was going to have to sit down with the New York Times or the Financial Times or the Washington Post when something went wrong. Who is that one person in your organization for all AI? And who is that one person for each individual model that their name is associated with it should anything go wrong? And then what is the consumer impact of these models? Again, we got to start with the human. Who is the human being impacted by it? And have we considered that when we bring these models to market through software, through workflows, or however we're doing it? And so I think that
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great kind of closing statement. I'd love to just thank the panelists and the conference for organizing this today. Would encourage you all to check out the panelists on the app and connect with them further in their work. But thank you so much. This was an excellent conversation.
Yeah. Thank you all. And Ian, thank you for sponsoring this. We appreciate Protect AI. Jerry, nice to meet you. And I think now we're going to a break, and we're a little bit behind time, but we're going to restart the break back at 10:50. And please continue to use the Slido, and please don't forget about the event to cool down, as Olivia said, this evening, as well as some of the other networking events. Thank you. Can you hear me? We going? All right. Welcome back, everyone. I want to do a couple of quick reminders. One is keep using Slido. The other is get your questions ready for the town hall that a good friend of mine, Courtney Abercrombie, and I are going to do later this afternoon. And then think about who you want to have drinks with later on the roof as we cool down. But now getting into the next session, now we're going to look at a conversation about how AI actually influence or can influence the market. And so to do that, we have Bradley Peterson from NASDAQ, and then we have Jeffrey, and I'm sorry, Jeffrey, I forgot your last name, Jeffrey Daston, who's going to interview them. Thank you.
Over here. I'll go one more. All right, there we go. There we go.
Okay. Well, thank you all for taking the time. So I'm Jeffrey Daston. I write about the technology industry for Reuters. Thrilled to be here with NASDAQ's Chief Technology and Chief Information Officer, Brad Peterson. Thank you for
thank you, Jeffrey,
taking the time. So I think it's pretty exciting, this moment in technology, particularly because of generative artificial intelligence, as we've all been discussing. And so I'd love to hear how you are approaching this for NASDAQ's business in particular. There are lots of tools out there. Is it the right thing to clamp them down because of all these concerns, or should you experiment with them?
Yeah, and I know there have been a few folks that have already kind of gone dark, so we're not going to go dark early. We can maybe go dark a little bit later. But there was an initial question about do we keep it wide open? There's so much opportunity for innovation. Do we keep all of our environment open to everyone to try these new tools? Or do we, you heard some of the schools and some of the companies that clamp down 100%. And we debated that very quickly and came up with the idea of permissioned access. So we thought it would be a missed opportunity if we just said no, and there's so much learning, so much change that we've heard. So we did that, though, in a unique way. We paired, and actually a colleague of mine is in the audience here, Nick Chubatario, on the tech side, emerging technologies, with our legal compliance and head of risk. So they're co-heading this group that vets all the requests, and we make sure we pair that with training and an attestation that the person who's going to engage on these external tools understands the implications and some of the things that the prior speakers have talked about, the IP. Where's your IP? Who is the tool that you're putting your IP into? And do you own the output? Do you have concerns about this entity? So we took that path, and that, I would say we didn't really understand the benefit we got out of it, but I think is essential. So I would advocate for this type of approach for the output you get, the learnings of who's interested. So who engaged, who comes forward, and now we have an inventory of the people that are interested in working innovatively and trying this new technology. And we're getting it across the entire company, not just the technology group. So I think that was not what we really had as an output, but is probably the biggest benefit is who's really engaged, who's thinking about this, and an inventory of where the benefits might be.
So tell us about those people who are engaged. Is it engineers using it for coding? Is it lawyers for document analysis?
Yeah, and I would say another thing, we also did a hackathon. So we have an anti-financial crime company that's out of St. John's, Newfoundland, and they actually did a hackathon. So that was primarily around how could you add that into the product. So this was an idea, a hackathon for using this generative AI in their product, and we'll talk a little bit more about kind of the opportunities on the business versus in the product. But what we did see is, as not unexpected, a lot of interest in this pair programming capability, and whether you call it Copilot or Code Whisperer or Codium, some of the popular new leading, I would say, choices. That seems to be the one that everyone is pretty excited about. And then we have the content, the general business content creators, where they're pretty excited, and marketing is one that clearly gets it. And also, to a lesser extent, but I think a big benefit is the legal team. So the legal team is a little more, I would say, cautious naturally, but there's interest, and they have asked for permissioning as well.
And what is the impact, if any, you've already seen from this experimentation? Have you put into production code originally suggested by one of these AI models? Has NASDAQ published a blog originally crafted by AI?
Well, so I would say on the actual pair programming piece, the answer there is no. So it's still early days on that piece. But let's back up. We've been using AI in our products for many years. So we've already done that, and we saw, for instance, a lot of our corporate services, we generate change of ownership reports, sentiment analysis for NASDAQ-listed companies. We were an early user of the BERT open source model. So this notion of a language model and helping it produce a product partially, having the human still in the loop to finish the product, but get a lot of the drudgery out. So we've been a believer in that for a number of years. And then we have also AI used in our markets. So it's not actually in the core code of the market, but it's actually deciding which options, puts and calls should be offered. So if you think about during COVID, the market was moving around a lot. Well, the underlying equities spawn a whole number of options of different prices and durations. So that is a massive undertaking. So we used AI to say, what is the best mix to offer? And of course, it's millions of options choices. So having a human do that manually it really is probably less effective and pretty much drudgery. So we've been doing it there. And we have something filed with the SEC for setting a new dynamic order type. So the markets change, and they change constantly, and you want to have your rules be able to adjust to what's really happening in the market. Is it really active? Is it really in the doldrums? Or is it just right? And so this AI takes all those factors and adjusts and then sets a timer for this special order type. So that's an example where we do have that filed. So we know it works. We know it's beneficial to the market, and we're waiting on SEC approval of that one.
So having taken this approach on AI, working even on generative AI since, as you mentioned, BERT for years, what, though, makes you concerned about the latest models, about AI pair programming? What would be the reason why you haven't put some of this stuff into production yet?
Well, so we started with, so who owns the output, and what happens with where you input it? So is it sufficiently protected from being used for training? So if this is our core IP, and we do build our own, and we want to ensure, and I think everyone wants to know, what happens if your employee, your engineer, your marketer, or your lawyer puts content into one of these tools on that answer bar? Where's that going, and is it protected? So that's the main thing, that we're making sure there's a secure enclave, and and there's some alternatives to say for your repository of code that it's sufficiently protected so that you can get the benefit out of the pair programming, but know that it's flushed or at least is secured forever there. So that's the main one. And then there's some of the more SaaS-oriented solutions that the output, we're in discussions, our legal team is in discussions with whose output is it. And you want to ensure that there's agreement on and you come to a conclusion that output is owned by the right party, and you're happy with that outcome.
Are these discussions primarily with Amazon, because Amazon is your preferred cloud vendor?
No, they're actually with more than just Amazon. I think Amazon has an approach that, and it's kind of, they are the, if you think about it, they're for builders, and that's where a lot of companies feel comfortable using all the various services to build their products. I think they come at it with the orientation that this is your code. We understand how to coordinate off, and that's a solution that they're advocating. So that one's a pretty comfortable one. I think where you get into some of the other players, they're looking more of consumer-oriented and broader access. And just to contrast that with GitHub, if you think about Microsoft owns GitHub, a lot of code is there. They get a lot of benefit by being able to train off of that. So when it comes down to an enterprise solution, it may be their second priority, not their first priority, because they've still got that lead with everyone's code in the more open GitHub repository.
So I would say that a lot of companies.
Does that make sense?
Oh, totally. One thing that's interesting about this dynamic is that a lot of companies might have a preferred cloud vendor, as is the case for NASDAQ, but maybe they want to experiment with technologies in another vendor, for instance, Google's technology, for instance, OpenAI's that's exclusively available in the Microsoft cloud among the hyperscalers. Has this dynamic changed your view on multi-cloud, on whether it makes sense to really stick with AWS solely, or would you be open to moving some or more workloads to other cloud providers?
Yeah, so first, let me say that Amazon is our preferred cloud provider. However, we have, through acquisition, we have other products and SaaS-based products that are on both Microsoft and GCP. So we do have experience across Microsoft and GCP already. We also, as I mentioned, we sell our products around the world. So if a region chooses primary cloud provider that's different, we will go with the customer's choice. So we already have this view of where the customer preference is, Microsoft or Google, we would be open to deploying that way. So we already have a relationship, and we have a great relationship with both of those companies. So I would say what Microsoft did with OpenAI was pretty smart, and we are absolutely a big user of their of the whole Office suite and the corporate email. So I think and Teams, there is going to be a huge lift in the business that use for content creators, and we have an enterprise agreement with Microsoft for that. So I think that's going to be a benefit. We also have one of our SaaS products that is Azure-based, and we think that is a great place to learn what type of lift are they going to offer for the enterprise and the Copilot, pair programming type capability.
That makes sense.
Yep.
You mentioned acquisitions, and so I'd be remiss not to ask about NASDAQ's recent agreement announced last month to buy Adenza for $10.5 billion. How do you view, so obviously the deal hasn't closed yet, but looking into the future, how do you view that integration? Are there any challenges with that integration, with one example being whatever cloud providers, for instance, Adenza uses?
Yeah, and this is where when you're in quiet periods, there's a limited amount I can say, but what I can say, certainly the company is a combination of primarily two different software companies that provide risk management and different capital markets life cycle technology to different geographies and to different sizes. One of them actually is quite good with the larger financial institutions. The other one is quite good with the smaller. So we're interested in, of course, providing that technology to both big and small. So it has some long-term opportunity for us to deepen our relationship with our existing customers. So I think that's they are primarily, though, at the early stage of their cloud journey and mostly on-prem. So we look at that as we're very advanced in our cloud journey. So one of the things that we're planning to help them with is advancing that and we think that they were owned by private equity. So if you're a financial institution evaluating whether or not you want to trust this company, having it owned by NASDAQ and a public company, we think that's going to open doors over the long run. But it's a long run journey to get. Financial services companies globally have been slow. Financial services companies in the U.S. have been faster than their global counterparts, but still relative to the rest of e-commerce, they've been slow. So this one is something that we see as not tomorrow's, not immediately. We're not going to see a race to the cloud, but we think long term that's where we end up.
That makes sense. And looking at a different, now closed acquisition, Verafin, which fights financial crime that NASDAQ owns. Tell us about the most cutting-edge AI tools, if you will, that NASDAQ and Verafin are using now to fight financial crime, and then conversely, what you're seeing on the horizon for what scammers or people trying to use AI, generative AI, to hurt people, take advantage of them financially. What are you seeing those bad actors doing?
Yeah, thanks. And Verafin is a company you probably haven't heard of. It's an amazing group of engineers that founded it up in St. John's, Newfoundland, which was in the news for that Titanic sub that had the problem. A couple of us were up there 2 weeks ago, caught the 2 best days in St. John's, and they joked the 2 only good days of the year, but it was spectacular. And they built this company really from the ground up and only offer a cloud SaaS solution for mainly, it started out as community banks, credit unions in Canada and the US. And they were able to ingest all the different bank transaction systems, there's about 70 plus, and normalize the data and make all these small banks who have almost no technology team look like a mega bank. And so they were early adopters. They only offered that, and they offered information sharing. So as a customer, as a bank, you can opt in and say, I'd like, and they were allowed to by regulations too. They were enabled. You cannot do this for marketing reasons, for collusion, but you can do it to fight crime. So it's a perfect example of how do you go out, check fraud. A lot of people doctor up the check, so use computer vision to see, that's not quite right. So there's going to be a race on the deep fakes, right? You can imagine that some of this imaging is going to allow the bad guys to try and get better at, and there's going to be a race at the computer vision side. But they've also been really good at reducing false positives, which is a big cost for banks to disposition these. And then wire fraud. And wire fraud, if you think about where the money's going, not the use case for where it's being sent, they've been able to create that network to say this is a green endpoint. So this one looks like they're a good person, and this one looks a little bit yellow, or this one may be beet red. And I see Shri is from PayPal out in the audience, and PayPal. I used to work at eBay and PayPal, and PayPal had some very advanced fraud models where they had the breadth and could see, when are these folks, good, and when are there folks that you want to clamp down and get out of your network. So I think AI fundamentally fits in there, but then you start to get excited about all the drudgery after you really find a real alert. Incredibly manual. So imagine the investigative report, and you have to generate a report. The reports start to feel the same. So we see there's a great opportunity for the investigative process, which is mainly a human manual process for a lot of folks.
But in other words, generative AI.
Yes, generative AI.
Creating the report about whatever incident took place.
Yeah, so if you start out with, you've got the AI that's working just in the generation of the alerts. So that has always been there. Now you have the ability to do the workflow on the back end of it.
Well, I think we are out at time, so thank you so much for coming to Reuters Momentum.
Thanks, Jeffrey, and we didn't even have to get dark, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Jeffrey, Bradley, thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it. Very good insights. And I think, brought up a good point at the end that, what we think about as large language models, generative AI, actually does that by doing a really good job at classifying information. So even getting the information together to auto-generate those ports will be incredibly interesting. Next conversation is sponsored by PlanView, which is one of the platinum sponsors for the event. And as part of that, we're going to have Dr. Richard Sonablick, all right, and Jasmine come up and have a conversation about, what I think it's going to be about is the importance of change management in AI and being able to manage these technologies. That's often an overlooked part, so please.
Right. Hi, Rich. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, Jasmine. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to jump right in. You have been on the forefront of AI for decades, and I want to know why now. Why is it that all of this is coming together right now in the business world?
That's a great question. What's interesting to me is that neural networks were invented in the late 1940s. So it's not really an overnight sensation we're talking about. Now, obviously, as Jerry Ma and others talked about this morning, compute is a big issue. And the compute capabilities have caught up with the potential of neural nets. But I think it's more than that. When I think about culture, when I came out of Carnegie Mellon in 1995, I thought I was going to save the world with stochastic optimization and Monte Carlo simulation. And, I gained a few visionary proponents and partners, but within the larger organizations that those visionaries sat in, it was tough to get broader adoption in the late 90s, early aughts. Fast forward to today, when we all sit with our 401k advisors, we're looking at Monte Carlo simulations. And if you're not, maybe find a new advisor. And between Yelp, Google Maps, all of the other apps we use, there's a lot of data science going on under the covers. And thinking about just what we do with Alexa, we're used to talking and interacting, even on a simple basis. I think data is another piece of this. Obviously, the corpus of the World Wide Web, now 30 years in compilation, is something that didn't exist to train these models on. And so that's another piece of the puzzle. And then the final piece here, I guess I'll call human nature. The first chatbot was not 10 years ago or even 20 years ago. It was in the late 1960s, came out of MIT. It was called Eliza. Anyone remember Eliza? Oh, I'm dating myself. It was a therapist chatbot, and it was meant to disarm people and make people feel that computers were actually kind of stupid. But what happened was the opposite here. People sat down in front of these VT100 terminals. You can Google that later. And they would pour their hearts into this silly search and replace text algorithm. We're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you. What do you mean your friends are troubling you? Right? And so I think there was a seductiveness even then to the natural language interface. And now it's obvious to see why 50 years later, 55 years later, we have something 10 times more seductive in the large language models of today.
So it's really been the perfect storm over those times. All right, so I guess then what does this mean for business today?
I think it's an opportunity for all of us to up-level how we create products, how we care for our customers, how we do our marketing and our sales. Basically, every aspect of our business can be up-leveled. At the same time, there are challenges here. 87% of executives know that disruption is coming for their industry and their company. I'm not sure about the other 13% here. And yet, fewer than half of those executives feel that they're ready to meet that disruption head-on. So the response that we're seeing, obviously, there has to be a response, is $7 trillion collectively worldwide invested in digital transformation. But 70% of those digital transformation initiatives don't meet their ROI or other objectives. So clearly we have work to do there. And I think the AI that is also disrupting can help us. The other component here is data, and this is the other aspect of the disruption. When we go on data science roadshows among our customers and prospects, we hear from CTOs, we're drowning in data. We don't know how to make use of it, but we know there's value there. And what we've seen from the year 2000 onwards is that the amount of data in the world is doubling every year or two. So there's an apt metaphor in drowning. The question as to whether that becomes kind of a swirl of chaos and doubt for our companies, or whether we develop the data agility and data fluency that will unlock it as a competitive advantage is kind of up to us. At PlanView, we have, across our dozen or so product development, strategic portfolio management, and planning solutions, millions of users across many thousands of customers, some of whom have been using our tools for 1, even 2 decades. So that has created this corpus of data that is a potential knowledge base for data science to use to create insights. As part of my mission at PlanView as chief data scientist, I really feel that we need to ensure that every new customer, even every existing customer, is leveraging the expertise of all of those users, all of those customers, and the data we've harnessed from day one of their experience with our solutions.
And so you're kind of saying that AI can serve as an early warning system for company initiatives. So how exactly does that work?
So an early warning system here is a pretty essential thing. When we think about for all of you in this room, tens of thousands, maybe even more people within your companies across dozens, hundreds, or more teams, every project starts out just fine. But along the way, some projects lose their way, lose traction, get blocked. And the question for you and the rest of your immediate staff is always, where do I apply my precious attention today to make the biggest impact? So it's really a haystack problem. And so we're trying to understand where is the needle that will cause pain within the organization, or maybe better said, a field of haystacks with randomly distributed needles, so that we can apply the right attention in the right measure. So this is the challenge of the early warning system, because status fields have failed us, right? User-generated status fields of red, amber, green. We know they stay green long after they should be blinking red with sirens, because it's human nature. Nobody wants to be the messenger of bad news. So now we come to sentiment, which is really the beginning of that early warning system. Across all of those initiatives that are being run, maintained, we have Kanban cards, we have waterfall-based project initiatives. And on those Kanban cards, there are comment threads. In our waterfall-based initiatives, we have project status, narratives, and descriptions. And all of these pieces of text can be sentimentized. So we can get an emotional tone score of positive, negative, or neutral. And right away, that's the beginning of our early warning system to say, hey, over here, we have a series of activities that are trending or that are negative. Let's surface that right away. Then we can add trend. And then we can think about, over time, which of these activities are trending from positive to neutral, but not yet negative. So now it's like an early warning system. We can take it one more step and think about that early warning system in the context of how quickly those comments are coming in to a given comment thread. And by the way, if they're all neutral, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. 20 comments on a thread that are all neutral in a single day might actually be an early warning sign itself. So then we can move beyond sentiment, and we can think about what else do we have in terms of signals in this vast system of initiatives that are being run. We have how many times are projects being rebaselined? How many times are resources being shuffled? How many times is the work breakdown structure being audited or changed? And how many times is the project charter being changed? Right? These are all potential early warning signals. Now we can take all of these potential signals and look at historically, are they correlated with outcomes? Are they correlated with on time, on budget, meeting objectives, or not so much? And that's going to help us understand predictively which of these early warning signals we should really be surfacing to the users, and which might just be noise. So this is all traditional AI, and I feel like there's been not a bias, but a weighting and an over-indexing on generative AI this morning. And I think I feel passionate about the fact that there's a huge opportunity for traditional, if you want to call it that, methods of machine learning to still provide a lot more promise and a lot more disruptive potential in the marketplace today.
Okay, I mean, everything that you're saying is so relatable. So let's say that we found that needle in the haystack that demands attention. How do we action this? What does it mean for company strategy and the work that teams are focused on delivering?
Right. So now we're talking about linking strategy to execution. And when I think about that, I think about objectives and key results. So it's critical that there is a clear line of sight from your executive team's broadcast strategic objectives to the key results that can show measurable progress towards those objectives, and then finally to the teams who are unlocking that measurable progress. So that sounds great in theory, but the challenge is when we see organizations first start with OKRs, the objectives sound a little bit more like mission statements and platitudes. And the key results, maybe they're not unambiguous enough, sorry for the double negative, or they're hard to measure. And so this is where it's great to have an agile coach, someone who has experience building OKRs, but they can't be everywhere, right? We know in most of our organizations they're precious resources. So this is where a chatbot can come in. Now we're back to generative, right? So a chatbot here trained up on a little bit of theory around OKRs, and then even more, dozen or several dozen best practice, battle-tested objectives and key results that have worked for this specific domain or for this specific company. Now that chatbot can not only say whether the objectives and key results you're proposing are good or bad, but can also say, here's how I would modify them a little bit. Here's how I'd improve them. And so this can be the first step in getting assistance. It doesn't obviate or eliminate the agile coach, but it's someone who's there constantly as an editor, a foil, kind of a partner, a co-pilot, right? That's the word we hear all the time, in making OKRs the best they can be. So then you move beyond getting the project or getting the strategic foundation linked to execution to operationalizing that OKR and set of initiatives. And there's a challenge here too, because it might be easy to say, hey, my objectives are falling behind. It's a little trickier to say, what are the key results that are linked to that? And even more tricky to kind of go and do the forensics and figure out what's blocking that key result from moving forward. And then beyond that, just thinking about, we'll leave that. So I think this is another place where chatbots can really add value. We have the ability to train up a chatbot on, again, how OKRs get operationalized, and then, oh yes, that's right, how the software tool can be used forensically to figure out and unblock, right? And what I'd like to do now is show you kind of, in the spirit of the art of the possible, a very stripped down version of one of our chatbots. So we've taken our UI away. It's going to look a lot like Slack, but it's an actual chatbot that we've trained up on OKRs. I'd love to share it with you now in a quick video.
Okay.
All right, so it begins with a question. What's going on with my objective? And the PlanView Copilot immediately sees that this key result is behind because this card is delayed. And so the user's asking, oh, is technical debt the problem? Do we have too much? It's a good thing to work on technical debt. No, it's not too much, but we have just too much work. Ah, okay, so the user says, should we delay something? And the chatbot says, here's one. It's unburdened, unblocked, but key resources are used, the loyalty program. Now we're actually asking the chatbot to delay it. Now that that's done, can you just put a bow on this, please? and send an email to one of my colleagues explaining everything we've just done. All right, so
wow.
This is something that 6 months ago we didn't know we were going here, in all honesty. But the potential is there now, and we're excited about bringing this to our customers for several reasons. The first is chain of thought reasoning, like you see here. When you've trained up your chatbot, it's amazingly cogent and productive, and really does take the place of an assistant or a PMP coach. Second, you don't need to know anything about how to modify within the UI that particular card and how to change the milestone date. You can do that through the plain text interface. Third, the conversational idiom you see here is so much more effective than just question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. The chatbot can lead you in a certain direction. You can lead the chatbot in a certain direction. If at one juncture here you wanted to learn more about the loyalty program, you could have gone down a discursive kind of tangent to figure that out, see if that's the right card to be moved. And then next, I think it's critical to see the value in these plugins and the ability to have the chatbot interact with our software downstream so that you no longer need to remember all of those menus in the UI. And then my final insight here, and this is as much a prediction as an insight, is this kind of interface and the capability you just saw, this could be done on your phone as well. So it really makes your phones a first-class user interface into your enterprise software, which is something that, especially if you're over 40, you squint at like the little interface on your phone, it doesn't work. But a natural language interface like this is really a game changer.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I remember the first time I watched that. It's amazing. So we've got one final question. If you have any questions, put them through Slido, and we've probably got an opportunity to answer one or two. But Rich, based on what you shared with us today, how do you see businesses evolving in the next 5 years?
5 years seems like an awfully long time right now. 3 years ago, as we heard this morning, 3 years ago, it wouldn't pass the Apple test, the generative AI bots, right? And now we have a bot 3 years later passing the bar. So how do we extrapolate another 3 years or 5 years into the future from there? I honestly can't do it. I think there's tremendous potential here, disruptive, but also generative. And I think that when you look at something like coding assistants and GitHub Copilot and the ability to augment our developers with real-time suggestions and additional code, that they talk about that, and people on our teams at PlanView talk about it being 20 to 40% an improvement in productivity. That doesn't mean that we're removing 40% of our developers anytime soon. I think what it means is that we're writing 40% more code, and we're writing better code. When you think about the jobs and roles that exist in society today, 80 years ago, so my math is right, going back to 1940 or so, 40% of them didn't exist. So I think we're going to see that as well, but that's the way it's always been. And even with all the technology innovations that we've had, like over the last 30 years, how are we at this moment today with one of the lowest unemployment numbers in the last 25 years, right? I don't think that these technologies, as disruptive as they are going to make all of us obsolete anytime soon.
One question from the audience. Let me go with the second one there. How do you envision classic AI and Gen AI coexisting?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've done a lot of thought and prototyping around that at PlanView. I think that one of the challenges with classic ML AI is that you have these six-dimensional visualizations, and we heard the phrase or the Greek letter epsilon this morning. I'm sure all of you were like, okay. And that makes it impenetrable. But if you have the generative AI as an interface and an interpreter, now you have the ability to explain and then to answer questions about the traditional machine learning results in the context of this natural language interface. So there is a really nice symbiosis there.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have time for, but Rich will be around today, so have a chat. And thank you so much to PlanView for sponsoring.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Jasmine. That was a great example of PlanView using that generative AI to put something in an existing workflow, which is often what a big challenge is with adoption. So in that workflow underneath that, Richard didn't say it, but it looked like there was decision optimization, some simulation, some traditional AI, and generative AI all put in something that a mere human, unlike Richard, who's not a mere human, could understand. And so now we're going to bring up Athena from Pepsi. Hi. We've run into each other on the conference circuit a couple times. And they're going to talk about the great work that Pepsi is doing around implementing a responsible AI program. And this is not just something that her and her organization have been passionate about for a year or two. I've been seeing her talking about this for 4 or 5 years. And so really, really excited to look at this and hear the conversation. Thank you.
This is perfect. Yeah. Wow, lights are bright. Well, I guess good morning for about half an hour for all of you. We're going to switch gears a little bit. I'm Oksana Malasheva from Sputnik ATX, talking to Dr. Athena Kaniora about, of all things, AI and food industry. So if you look at this, like a lot of us may think, okay, AI and financial services, AI and legal. Not many would name food industry in the top 3 industries where AI will make a massive difference, yet Athena had been at the forefront of that for quite a while. So I'm kind of curious, make that connection for us, please.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for the invitation. It's a great event, and happy to talk to you, Oksana. As many of you know, or some of you are friends of mine, my career has been very diverse, starting from academia, then consulting, and of course now in PepsiCo. And that is important for me, that pivot, because when I did decide to come to PepsiCo, I decided to choose the industry which has the biggest wealth of data, but also the most challenging environment to work under, especially when it comes to new technologies. And as such, in PepsiCo, in the past, I would say 4 years, we have embarked in a big transformation journey. And as such, we have put insights, intelligence, AI, data, and transformation at the heart of the strategy of the organization. Now, what do I mean by that? If you were to think of the value chain of an industry like ours, which is a food and beverages industry, we do everything from source. I mean, we are one of the biggest agro players, if you don't know. I mean, we farm potatoes. We have huge farmers, operations everywhere in the world. We operate in 85 markets, and we have everything from sodas to chips to Quakers, of course, cereals, to Gatorade energy drinks and sports drinks and hydration, to devices about wellness, fitness, and sports. So in such a company that's so diverse but so complex from a value chain and end-to-end integrated operations, embedding AI and technology in everything that we do is a necessity. And a necessity in various ways, a necessity for us to be much faster when it comes to taking decisions, much stronger when it comes to capabilities for our people, our employees, our consumers, our customers across the board, because you operate in an omnichannel environment, and much better also from a sustainability and positive impact to the planet, because we also put AI at the heart of our sustainability agenda. So that's why for me it's a company like PepsiCo, which is at the heart of the food ecosystem, and food systems, how important it is for the future of society and for the planet, needs to embrace technology such as AI.
Amazing. I want to dig deeper in terms of how you guys use AI, because you think about this every day. So for you, it's natural. For people that don't, what are the couple of examples of AI application within the company that would surprise your average consumer?
Yeah, so, and I'll start with probably the non-obvious one. We use AI for R&D purposes. So if you were to think of reformulation of our products and reformulation of a product, think of Doritos. That's one product that we have, very beloved product. We have multiple flavors. Multiple flavors when it comes to Doritos. So the flaming hot Doritos, which I'm pretty sure your kids love, or you love as well. The first iteration of the product itself, i.e. the new ingredients, came through AI formulation.
Wow.
So we put multiple, actually millions and millions of attributes in the PLM model that we have developed. We use that to do different types of optimization, starting from the consumer adoption and consumer sentiment. Of course, all the product safety controls, QC, QA that we have to do from a process perspective, down to the deep product requirements, i.e. fat sodium levels, and what does it mean from a sustainability agenda. And this is how we came with Flaming Hot. Flaming Hot and Perfect Cheetos. We also have another example. So R&D is one of those spaces that our scientists are using AI extensively. And I have to say, just to make the clarification, traditional AI, right? I will talk about Gen AI later on. The other area that for us is super critical and AI is embedded into our processes is integrated business planning. So for a company like that, having visibility on what is going to be the consumer demand 2 years down the curve, then planning backwards on what does it mean from commercial planning, financial planning, supply planning, fulfillment, customer planning, how that links with the Walmart strategy, with the Kroger strategy, with the Carrefour strategy. And then linking that with our sourcing and manufacturing is super important because we don't want downtime. We want true efficiency in our manufacturing facilities. We don't want stockouts. We want inventory optimization. So this end-to-end real-time visibility and demand forecasting, linking that back to supply, is a key critical success factor. And we have embedded AI end-to-end into both the process component and, of course, the pure forecasting and predictive component and prescriptive, of course, as we are implementing those capabilities. So these are just two examples, but in reality, we have AI workflows that are interconnected. We have both a data and AI lifecycle management framework that connects all the value chain from consumer, commercial, supply chain and operations, planning, manufacturing, and employee experience end-to-end for the organization.
Amazing. And to respond to that massive use of AI and technology, have you noticed, have you implemented changes in how you train your staff, upskill the staff that you immediately work with? How did it change the requirements for the people behind the wheel at PepsiCo?
Yeah, so we have, I would call probably two groups of people in the company. The practitioners of the technology, so the ones that are building the technology and are extensively the super users of the technology, and more kind of the common users that they use technology for the purpose of a use case, right? When it comes to the more technical aspect of the people, what we did is we upskilled the teams that we have had already in various types of technology, but also we hired extensively from the outside. So currently, if you look at our technical teams, digital, AI, more emerging technology teams, they're 50-50. 50 people from PepsiCo that we upskilled and 50 that we brought from various technology backgrounds to be able to have immersive talent. For the rest of the PepsiCo community, and we are talking about 350,000 people roughly, so you can understand the size of the organization, we have implemented 2 years ago the Digital Academy. As part of the Digital Academy, we have 3 types of learning experiences, gold, silver, bronze, aligned with certification and educational programs with universities or internal, where everyone, in a mandatory basis, needs to be upskilled in all aspects of digital technology, spanning from cloud to data and analytics to AI, even things like venturing and startup and how do you incubate that type of technology. And that has truly pivoted, not so much the build of the technologies, but the adoption of the technologies. So we've seen much shorter cycles in change management, much higher level of adoptions and NPS scores when we roll out those capabilities. Much more commonality and standardization when it comes to building AI infrastructure and digital infrastructure that enables the use cases, because now the markets want to embrace in a much more common way those capabilities. Why? Because people now understand the benefits.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. You don't think about this. You look at PepsiCo, like products, like, iconic brands, but 85 markets, and did you say 350,000 people?
Yeah, 350,000 employees,
wow.
Yes, across the globe, yes.
One of the things that I think maybe certainly delighted me, like probably did not surprise you, the very active stance PepsiCo had took in positioning and regulating AI, so that as we evolve the usage of that technology, we're doing this responsibly, and there are rules by which good corporate citizens would operate. I think you're the only food and beverage company on the Congress Commission. Tell us more about that effort.
So, well, a couple of things. We've always had a responsible business framework. That is non-debatable. Every company has a responsible business framework. But what we did is, under this framework, we built a responsible AI framework, which tackles a couple of things. One is data transparency, data bias. And within that, the data lifecycle framework, ethical AI framework and risk management mitigation bias, and also a framework on AI ops and data ops. Now, to be able to do that, what we've said, okay, it's fine that we set up something for us and internally within the organization, but we feel, and I strongly believe, we have a responsibility to represent not just the F&B industry, but the broader industry players in any discussion with government officials. So we are the only one who submitted comments on the RFP that NIST had, representing the industry when it comes to the risk framework that you heard before. So a lot of the things in the NIST framework when it comes to the industry and not to the tech companies comes from PepsiCo. That's our framework that we have. We collaborate very closely with the AI committee and the AI bill that, maybe it will come, maybe not in the US, but at least it gives you the guidelines. We have been collaborating with the EU on the EU AI Act, and we are actively advising governments where we are operating on the responsible use of AI and technology. Why? Because we believe that it is the responsibility of the governments to provide guidelines. And as such, for companies like us that are MNCs, that are operating in so complex environments in multiple countries where we have to have different standards, some type of standardization is an imperative.
Yeah, you probably need to have AI to keep track of all those standards.
That's true. We have a good knowledge management system that we are using generative AI to build.
Very, very interesting. And I think it's interesting because you obviously come from, you bridge many cultures and geographies and professional, educational background. I don't know how many of you people know that I'm actually talking to Dr. Athena, and she had, she's a PhD, economics or econometrics, something like that. So it's actually really interesting to for someone with that deep of a quantitative background to tackle these technologies that could be very tricky to understand, not on the surface.
I'll just have to say, for us, PepsiCo, and I think that's why it's important that my peers also understand how we operate, because we want other companies to operate like that. We put intelligence at the heart of our strategy. That's why I'm not just responsible for technology and digital. I'm responsible for the strategy and the transformation agenda for this organization. And we truly believe the future of any big multinational, if we don't want to become extinct and irrelevant for the consumers, needs to be very close to the consumers, understanding and sensing what the environment wants, being very agile on how we develop those capabilities, and therefore technologies such as AI are critical for the success of the organization and the next growth curve of the company.
Yeah. Well, I have to follow up this with the question that I'm a venture capitalist, so one of the questions a lot of my companies get, if I give you a magic wand and send you into the future, what do you see? And I think it's really interesting because Athena's job in many ways is in the future, because you have to see where PepsiCo will be, not just in the next earnings season, but also in an earnings season 10 years from now.
So you'll see how we do in earnings.
But I give you a magic wand and a time machine, and you travel in the future, some years in the future, let's not specify how many, so that you get the freedom to maneuver. What would you see, how would you see PepsiCo transform because of the work you're doing right now?
Yeah. Our vision as a company, and that's why I'm going to link it with that, is to be at the heart of the food system of the world, period, right? And as such, and I try to link it with the question, things like regenerative agriculture is key, where we are trying, with the power of technology, to think how we can inform both our farmers and the broader ecosystem of farmers and associates we have on how to use responsible practices when it comes to yields, when it comes to farming, when it comes to identifying, future land and opportunities for crops. This is not just good for PepsiCo, this is good for the planet. Mm-hmm. So a world where everyone is thinking about planet first, people first, humans, I think the humans were called out many, many times, consumers, and then investors and shareholders, is going to be a company that will survive for the years to come. We have more and more consumers, especially the next generation, that is super, super responsible and wants companies to take this type of considerations, especially the planet considerations, at the heart of the decision process. So one is practices like regenerative agriculture needs to be at the heart of PepsiCo. Now, also for us, the future of AI brings amazing opportunities in terms of partnerships, just to elaborate. We believe in a marketplace concept. We don't believe that the industry should be led by monopolies. And I'm talking from a company that has amazing market shares across the globe, yeah. Right? So you'd say, you are crazy. What are you talking about? Growth can come only if the category grows, not if one player grows. So to grow categories, you have to grow everyone. Mm-hmm. And as such, technologies provide opportunities for collaboration, i.e., think areas like last mile delivery. Mm-hmm. Think areas like fulfillment and different service, especially on the digital space and AI space, different service components that now can facilitate not just PepsiCo, but the PepsiCo, the Mars, the Unilevers, the P&Gs, et cetera, et cetera. Different type of consumer activations that you can do in a partnership, as with the retailers, with the smaller players, tier 2, and the distributors. So we believe in an interconnected ecosystem. So for us, the future comes with partnerships. Partnerships with our strategic suppliers, partnership with the other CPG companies, partnership with the retailers, and ultimately our vision is partnership with the consumers. So the consumers can be an active player in the design of the strategy of the company, and therefore impact the direction that we are going from a category perspective.
Fascinating, really interesting. I'm like, this is so fun, and I'm losing track of time, as always, talking to someone as interesting as Athena. Let's get to questions, and for the sake of the audience, I'm going to center us on the questions that are AI specific, and if you have questions about PepsiCo or other aspects, maybe find Athena at the coffee break. I love the first one because people, and you touched on this a little bit, but I think a lot of people, as they think about how to organize, is it a centralized AI team, or are you integrating within the business unit, combination of both? How do you think about that?
No, it's simple. It's a centralized team. It's when it comes to data, digital AI, we have centralized the capabilities for one simple reason: to bring speed. Mm-hmm. I want fast implementation across the globe in a way that every market can benefit, every function can benefit. We are not going deep in function. I don't believe in functional silos. I believe in process transformation. And as such, if we were to embed it in every function, i.e. marketing, commercial, supply chain, then you stop any type of collaboration between the functions. They create their own little towers. We don't believe in that. Everything is like aligned to big problems. We call it big changes to big things. Planning, commercial excellence, consumer activation, cross-function, by nature, centralized by design. And that has helped, one is optimize the efficiency of the resources, making sure that the standards of the employees, in terms of the things that they are working, are aligned with their expectations. So therefore, our attrition on this talent is super, super low. It's less than 5%. And at the same time, it gives ability for the broader organization to think differently. So through the centralization, we drive a bit more process change as well.
Yeah, amazing.
I think there was one more question.
There was one more question, like I think maybe addressing for people, how long did it take you to get here? Maybe the question is, how did you start at AI? Maybe is a better way for those who have not yet implemented AI in their organization.
Yeah, look, I will not pretend that there was nothing happening in the organization before I joined, right? I mean, I'm not that of an egocentric. But what we did when I came, we pivoted to more like deep functional capabilities to much more cross-enterprise, cross-functional, industrialized design of AI and AI and digital across the company. Why? Because we want to impact the company across the full value chain. As such, my advice to anyone, and I know there are several industry players in the company, is that I don't believe, and I think it was mentioned before, that, and I come from technology, so I'm very responsible when I say that, right? That every solution is fit for every problem. I mean, we talked about Gen AI before. For a CPG company, maybe, best case scenario, it can solve for 20% of our problems. Maybe. And out of the 20%, 95% will be around efficiency and effectiveness. And maybe 5 can be more on the creative issues. The rest, as we are at least operate now, and we will be operating in the next 5 years, is more on the traditional AI space. So having, I would say, the know-how on how you design these end-to-end capabilities in a way that doesn't overburden the organization with cost, with complexity, unnecessary complexity, with confusion, right? And providing clarity on what is fit for purpose for the problem that you want to solve and align your technology roadmap accordingly is a key success factor. The last thing I want for my teams and for my CEO is to discuss on the board, let's write me another check for $50 million because our teams want to experiment with Gen AI. I'm not planning to do that. And this is a very expensive technology. So we are fine if we are, as a CPG company, and financial services is experimenting. So let's say that we first solve for copyright, first solve for IP, first solve for patents, blah, blah, blah. And we use generative AI in areas like content management and knowledge management, which is in our own 4 walls. Everything else, already we have the processes in place.
Amazing. I'm glancing at the clock. We overran it a little bit, but it was such a great conversation. Thank you, Athena, so much for your insight, and looking forward to hearing more about this.
Yeah, thank you for a great conversation. Great to see you as always. Thank you. Great questions. Always insightful to hear from Athena. And so next we're going to have a conversation about should you be a fast follower or a first mover. And for that conversation, we're going to have Elaine Zhao from the former Chief Technology Officer at Change.org, Colonel Matthew Benini, I think I pronounced that right, the Chief Data Officer for Army Futures, Christian Mehta, CIO from Wells Fargo. Good to see you, Christian. And this is going to be moderated by Taylor Barkley, the Director of Technology Innovation from Utah State University. Look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Privileged to be leading this discussion with a very distinguished panel, Chintan, Matt, and Elaine, with coming from a diverse set of organizations and backgrounds. And we're going to be focusing the discussion on strategy was the key word here. And first mover, fast follower, we all know we're in a rapidly changing landscape when it comes to artificial intelligence, applications for this set of software and these tools. So my first question to the panel is, for each of you, maybe we'll start with you, Chintan, and just as you go down the line. Sure. How do you think about strategic deployment of AI in your company and your organization?
Yeah, I would say I think you have to start with strategy in general, not strategy for AI. Like if you, and I think Athena was just saying that before that as well, it's like you can't go like, I got AI, where do I park it? You have to start with a sort of what value propositions are you trying to solve for, what are you trying to build, and then map it down to what is the best approach to solving it. And in many cases, it is AI, right? And so that is how we think about it. It has to go through that hierarchy of why you're doing it, and then how follows.
Not just using it to use it.
Yes, and there are a lot of examples of that, by the way. By no stretch, anybody is perfect on that front, but like the intent is to get indexed on value propositions.
That's great. Matt, how do you think about this question?
We think of this similarly. Just to give you some context, Army Futures Command's mission is to transform the Army for future war-winning readiness. So that's looking at 2030, 2040, and it's a bit broader than technology. So we're developing the concepts we think that are going to be important on the battlefield at that point. What's the force design look like, as well as technologies and the associated requirements. So our strategy has 4 pillars. The first, you'd expect, how do we transform our combat platforms to incorporate AI in meaningful ways? So things like human-machine integration. Our commanding general says we got to unman our unmanned systems. It takes like 130 people to keep a Predator drone in the air for 24 hours at this point. So how can we flip that ratio to where a smaller number of soldiers can be integrating robots and unmanned aerial vehicles in a meaningful way into their formations? How can we de-risk the things humans are doing with robots? That kind of a portfolio. We're also looking at AI-enabled logistics, talent management, soldier performance, et cetera. Our second 2 pillars, to do those things in responsible and effective ways, we have an ethics pillar, as well as a workforce development pillar. And I'll end up talking about workforce development, I think, quite a bit through the course of the panel. And then finally, partnerships with industry and academia. So one thing that's unique to the military and public sector is many of the things that we employ are not built internally. So we're trying to rebalance how much internal talent do we need to more effectively leverage industry as partners.
Thank you, Matt. Elaine?
So there's quite a switch, and I used to work for Change.org, which is the world's largest petition platform. So we look at it, one of the key things happened the last few years is how to transform a social impact for companies or organization into a technology-first organization that's doing good. Right? So most of my focus is the digital transformation space. And specific UI, I look at AI standpoint, I look at it as the AI strategy first and foremost is the data strategy. An organization like Change.org, we have a large amount of data. As you can imagine, we have over 600 million users on the globe. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can do whatever we wanted to do because as a digital petition platform, while we have a large amount of data, we relatively have very shallow data because we're not a social network, so we don't have a lot of data about a particular person in general. So how can we operate it in a global scale, be able to find the petitions, find the right matching audience for the petition starters is ultimately it go back to the data itself. So I look at the data as the first things I look at is security, the ownership, data's rights. Can we use the data? Security and privacy. The second stage is inclusiveness and diversity of the data, right? Especially for the space we're organized on. Naturally, we have a lot more users in the Western democratic countries. But a lot of the issues which target are serving the global South, which we don't have a lot of data. How do we balance this? So that means we have to disproportionately look for data in those areas to feed into our training model to make it equitable and responsible. And the last phase is when we really cannot identify and find enough data to address the underserved or marginalized community and smaller user base, what do? We need to think about synthetic data. And that is actually, I think, is a much tricky area to step into, and we're definitely not in that at this very early stage in that space. By the time I left Change recently, it's very tricky. How do you create synthetic data for training purpose? But I do think that is potentially an opportunity for a lot of organizations to tap into that to create enough volume, the data, to create a more equitable and more responsible AI solution.
So how do you, I just love the different perspectives here and different roles that your day-to-days bring to the table here. Serving customers and financial institutions, battlefields.
Yep.
Elaine working with nonprofits and a global community. There's a lot of inbound information on artificial intelligence, on AI. There's lots of tools being marketed. There's so many ideas. Can each of you share how you sort through the sheer tidal wave of opportunities and sift and choose which to maybe purchase or take up, which ideas to latch onto, which to reject? Can you give us some insight into maybe your own mental processes and how your organization thinks through this, the amount of information on this?
So I can start here. Is for us to start is relatively straightforward. It's recommendation. I said, because my main focus in the last few years is to change for the organization to a technology organization. So recommendation has become one of the easiest first step. I mean, you think about all of us use online. 70% of our usage online, it's all powered by some form of recommendation. Search, for example, it's a form of recommendation. So for us, that's the first thing to go through, right? That means when we call starter, these people come in to create petitions. What their number one need is identify the audience, right, for the campaigns. That's what we can do. So the first step is identify recommendations, help these starters identify audience. The next step is flip it, is to help them to write most powerful campaigns. Again, all these another recommendation help them to write in the languages or the language they don't even speak to be able to reach out more audience. So those are kind of first step.
Like Chintan said, I look at value propositions. So kind of where we've seen projects stall is when the government has AI and goes looking for a way to do something useful with it, as opposed to when we can find a tractable problem, it has a clear business value, and the stakeholders within that organization. So in the military, our operational leaders are the true drivers of change in the military. And my time in the special operations community, what we found was that when they start to realize deliberate employment of technologists and these new technologies really makes a mission impact, and we can cycle directly with the warfighter, they suddenly become very intentional with the way they employ folks like us.
And Matt, what does that look like in practice? If you can just dive into that a little bit. Is that sending people to where the conflict is happening, or can you talk about that?
There's a variety of ways. And when I was in the special operations world, I would deploy data science teams to Syria, to a number of different Afghanistan, a number of different places. And what we found was that, let's say the intelligence discipline is every bit as complex as the discipline of data science. And until we allowed them to iterate together, it was hard to get useful outcomes.
Yep.
Where we've started to do this at larger scale, and I'm very excited about at the Army level now, our acquisition community is implementing an agile delivery policy where we're much more directly tethered to end users. Requirements can evolve over time. The Army G6 is now doing this with our data plan. We're tethering to operational units in the Pacific and in Europe and constructing data pipelines in a way that is hopefully generalizes and repeats and scales.
Chintan?
Yeah, I would say the way, at least in my head, the way we frame it is you are going to deal with ecosystems, right? There's not going to be a single tool which you can say in any context, right? So like, let's say training acceleration. So like deep speed is not going to win the game on chips. NVIDIA is not necessarily the only game in town, AMD with ROCm and things like that. So I think it's important that we don't over-index on one tool that exists at any point of time. You have to think of ecosystems, and it is going to be a combination of things that you build yourself, because there is IP, and IP could be anchored into data, which is going to be the first covenant, which is you don't want your data to leave your perimeter, so you have to build certain assets on top of it. So that is one layer to it. The second one is going to be things that are already quite mature. They're already quite accelerated out there in terms of the collective commons that are building it. So you use that. And so the prioritization is going to be a function of, again, starting from the why, like why are you doing what you're doing, and then applying few constraints. Cost, economics may be one of them. Time to value could be the other one of them, right? Which is sometimes you do things to get out there fast, and then you pivot later and then replace it with something different. So I think looking at it not necessarily as a single solution, a point solution, I think is going to be very important, especially with so much media frenzy around AI. There's a literal Cambrian explosion around the companies which are starting up. They're all trying to solve multiple problems, overlapping problems. And for people who are trying to deploy these things, it's really important that you think of it as a collective ecosystem. So,
Chintan, could you provide us some examples from Wells Fargo and
tools
that have been deployed? Or?
Yeah, so we were just talking about that a few minutes ago. So we deployed a virtual assistant within the mobile app if you are a Wells Fargo customer called Fargo. It's one of the first production use cases of something called retrieval augmented generative AI. You will hear this term quite often. So basically, generative AI great at structuring prose, giving you responses, but then the facts have to be populated from other sources, which is the retrieval augmentation component to it. And we are learning a lot, right? This has been launched to roughly about 30 million customers a day who use it. And we're gaining a lot of insight around the sort of interactions customers want to have with it, what is the comfort zone around sort of how to interact with it. They want to use voice, don't want to use voice, they want to chat, they want to use the normal app. So there's a lot.
I can talk to it or I can type.
You can talk to it, you can type, and it's agentic, if you've heard the term before, what I mean by that is it's not just going to give you information, you can actually ask it to do things. So you can say transfer money, right? And it will transfer money, move money from Chintan to Tyler, and it will do it, it'll give you those
I love that,
views.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I didn't say how much.
Oh, that's true.
But the point being that the experiential components, the last mile of a lot of these capabilities are still being built out. Right? ChatGPT is one example of it. Chat interface, instruct models, that is one example of it, but there's a lot more work to be done on how to actually bring these experiences out. So again, goes back to the point, you have to think ecosystems, you have to think different solutions depending on the context.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Reminder to the audience, please submit questions via Slido. Curious for the panelists, you all have great experiences. I encourage everyone to look up their resumes online. AI goes through winters and peaks. What are your all's perspective on kind of where we're at now in relation to kind of the history of artificial intelligence and the peaks and valleys, the hype and the cooling, maybe you could call it?
I would say AI is not a monolith in that sense. So I think the trough of delusionment or the spike of expectation or whatever you want to call it, I think different subsets of AI will go through it at different points. One example that Elaine used was generating synthetic data. Right? There is a generative AI technique called variational autoencoder, if you haven't heard of it. It was a big rage when new neural network architectures prior to transformers were a big deal. Right? It went through its winter of nobody wants to use that. But now it's getting to the point where, yeah, it's mature enough. It fits into a reasonably sized GPU. You don't have to break your home loan to actually sell your house to buy a cheap GPU.
Wells Fargo could give a loan.
Except I need to find those chips, first of all, if they're not available in the market. But the point is that there are certain areas which are now maturing, because people are just trying, but they're also finding those edges of productivity. So I would say it will go through that cycle, but not as a monolith. It'll go through in pockets, like traditional machine learning, XGBoost, random forest. They are mature, they're usable. AGI, not there yet. Multimodal models are going to go through the hype curve and then go back through to it. So.
And you bring up an important point about definitions here. What do we even mean when we're saying AI? We may have different conceptions. So, feel free to give your perspective on that. Yeah, Matt or Elaine, you have a comment on the peaks and valleys?
So I'll frame the question a bit differently. There's been peaks and valleys in, I think, the the Army and the Department of Defense's understanding on how to procure and employ these things effectively, right? So as one of kind of our first uniform data scientists, 3 years ago, if I had a nickel for every time someone asked me, hey, can we put some AI on that? I finally got to be like, it's like Frank's, it's good on everything. But those days are gone, right? So I think
people aren't saying
they are not saying. Our warfighters are understanding that they are an essential part of the development and implementation process of these technologies, and they're deliberate in how they drive the requirements process, which is a huge step in maturity. One of the things I'm very interested in, I think at this point, state of the art, either data scarcity, task complexity, or environmental change in production, you can kind of pick one of those and be okay.
Okay.
We're maturing in DoD. For a while, I felt like we want all three, right? And the use cases we've got to get a little bit more practical with, so we can learn and grow over time.
Yeah, that's helpful. Chintan, do you have a comment?
I was going to make a point when Matt said that. I was like, I use this term a lot, I before AI, and I think I need to stop using it. You're the one who deserves to use it.
Okay. I like that, though.
Matt and Chintan mentioned it. I think right now is really a boom time. From a technology standpoint, I no longer need to explain to business partners why we need to use AI or why we use certain technology. Now everybody comes up, can we use AI to do X, Y, and Z, right? So that has actually saved a lot of things. The conversations shift. Now the challenge right now for technologies is when can we deliver values? Go back to Chintan's point, is go back to the values. What value can we provide? How fast we can make it happen? Now, all these challenges, this just means more opportunity.
So, Elaine, you're doing less education than you were, say, 5 years ago?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
And is it, many popular conceptions or, general conceptions of AI come from a science fiction or kind of cursory treatments, but even that you find people enter a conversation with like a good understanding. Are they reading on their own, or how are they going about learning themselves?
Well, I think, give you an example, ChatGPT becomes so popular right now. So many people, they actually experience that, But even my mom in her, late 70s, she would tell me, oh, have you heard about this ChatGPT? We can do this, and she can type and ask questions in Chinese, and they give her answers, right? She can't tell whether or not it's the right answers, but at least got an answer.
She's using it. That's great.
Right? Yep. She's fascinated about this. So it's no longer a question is, should we use it, should we not use it? To your question, is she a first mover, fast follower? I think the need is there. Now the question is, to all of us as practitioners, how to do it right. How can provide the value faster.
That's helpful. Chintan, it looks like we have a question for you, that top one. What percentage of questions to support are answered by bot?
Yeah, so I think this is pretty fresh. So we launched this about 4 weeks ago. So roughly about 3 million interactions a day out of the 30 million on the digital ecosystem. So I would say so about 80% of the everyday banking questions more or less get responded through by the bot. But then we also learn along the way that there are these interactions that we didn't anticipate to begin with, which don't have a digital parity. And so they either end up going to a branch or go to the contact center. So it's a good source of feedback for us to sort of augment our roadmap for digital and things of that sort. But yeah, so I would say a big chunk, don't quote 80%, that's just I'm going off my memory based on some emails I saw in the morning. Very high percentage of everyday interactions are with the virtual assistant. It's not just a bot. Like I said, it's an agentic thing. It's not just a response. But then over a period of time, we expect that sort of modality of interaction to increase, both in terms of people's comfort to use it, but then also the capability of those modalities to actually solve larger questions.
Gotcha. And Matt, I'm curious how this question might apply in your field. You mentioned earlier the number of people, was it over 100 involved in a predator drone flight? like the human in the loop is often brought in the defense context of AI weapons. So how do you think about people being involved in AI tools?
Sure. So, I mean, a couple things. We are always going to be a values-based force. So our leadership is firmly committed to the use of lethal force as a human decision. And our adversaries might not agree with that, but that is something that we're not going to budge on. Where I think this gets interesting is at the intersection of trust. So, like from the human-machine teaming type of literature, we're using the term human-machine integration.
Okay.
But where we start to offload cognitive burden with our soldiers in a way that might not allow them to maintain awareness or understanding is a very interesting space.
Can you name an example? Or?
So imagine you use Google Maps to navigate someplace. When it turns off, you kind of have no idea where to get home, right? As we start to implement AI in the battlefield, let's say it was to recommend a certain battle plan. The exercise a staff goes through to develop a battle plan kind of builds you the situational context that allows you to react when the enemy does unexpected things. So those type of trade-offs are something that we're thinking deeply about, and what's the doctrine of the frameworks we want to look at those through.
That's helpful. Elena, I noticed a question for you. Are there specific AI considerations for nonprofit leaders?
So quite a bit. One of the key things in the social impact field is how can we provide value and make the world and societies better, utilize technology, in this case is AI, and make sure that our model is responsible, right? Especially serve the underserved community, and I get back to the data challenges we talk about. And also the human in loop. And here I want to take the whole human in loop is in the next level is, it's not necessarily a lot of time when we 5-6 years ago, when we talk about human in loop, we're talking about AI model augment the human to do tasks. What I'm talking about human in loop is human fundamentally making the decisions, one, what problem to solve. That is a human decision, right? As the team leaders and business leaders, we decide what problem to solve. And that's what solution we build. So that's the first one. Two is when the AI models and what data fit into the model is a human decision. And then the next one is when the AI provide these options, usually it's not solution or solutions or potential solutions, human chose which solution to apply and to implement and to roll it out. Those are human solutions. And so I think for nonprofit, the key here is how to make responsible model and solutions that will actually serve like the global south, for example, or utilize the knowledge that we have and gain in the more developed world first. So that is one of the bigger challenges because we all know that in getting this financial support come from a developed society, democratic society mainly. But the bigger need is in the global south. So how do we balance that at the same time? Nonprofit also need to survive too, right? We do need to be able to make enough revenues to sustain the business.
That's helpful. The question of risks I see comes up here. Maybe setting aside the existential risk discussion that's happening, how do you all in your various fields think through the risks, the trade-offs? There are pros and cons. This kind of goes into the fast follower or first mover equation. I think both have pros and cons. So in your specific areas or fields, maybe prior experiences, how do you think about risks?
So I think, again, risk, just like with technology or any of these things, contextualized within the boundaries of the problem space, I think gives you a reasonable surface to decide whether you have to move ahead yourself, meaning the first mover in some unexplored area, which I think by and large, I don't think anybody should assume that always the answer is going to be the first mover or be a fast follower. I don't think that's, again, not a monolithic choice. It's a function of how relevant is the problem to the value proposition you bring to the mix. And so in some cases, and I'll speak for Wells Fargo and my team, we are super comfortable pushing ahead on research areas, even on like boundary conditions. So like we do a lot of work with Stanford Human-Centered AI on sort of alignment issues. We do work with MIT on quantum and then ML in context of quantum. We are very comfortable as long as we are very clear about the problem, right? Saying that, okay, you need to push forward over here. Each of these come with its own dimensionality of like, okay, if something were to go wrong, what does that do? And the first covenant obviously is no customer harm in any variation of it. You want to avoid that. So then you have to invest time and effort in building sort of what we call blast radius ecosystems, where you basically are able to experiment in a safe way. It's contained to the point where you know exactly how it's going to play out, and even if it doesn't play out the way you're hoping it plays out, you are minimizing the sort of the side effects of that. I don't think there's a lot of like variability to that, regardless of if you replace AI with something else tomorrow. It's the same sort of contextual framework around it. So I would say that's what it has to be.
Elaine, Matt, on this question?
So I think one of the things I put back in the global perspective, in the last few years, we all know that the AI community more focused on two separate categories. So one, the more narrow AI, very advanced in terms of solutions, and that narrow AI more just focused on solving a particular task. And then the next one is more the generative AI, which is all the talks going on recently. Right? Now, when I look at it from a global perspective, that's going to be interesting, and you change an example. What is right in one society might not be right in the other society, right? There's religious differences, the cultural differences. How do we create a generative knowledge? You know, the generative AI is basically we train a machine to have a human's ability to do things. But knowledge itself, intelligence itself, a definition of intelligence itself is being challenged. So what does that mean? And that I see is, and I don't necessarily see it as a risk, but I see it as a bigger challenge for the community to solve. And it's also a bigger opportunity here. Until we have a more agreed upon answers, I think we can never, the discussion about risk never ends.
I see the largest risks in the seams between our operational users and the folks who deliver through acquisition and our industry partners.
Okay.
So kind of we have I think a broader organizational distance from the end user and the developer than many other applications. And warfighting is an ugly business, right? So being able to understand the limitations of your equipment, understanding its system health while it's under operation, and informing a commander how much he or she can rely on that, there's inherent risks involved. I think our current systems, it challenges us to conduct data ops at a rapid enough pace to be able to inform that kind of cycle. So it's something we're working on as an organization to tie those communities together more deliberately.
That's great. And maybe in our last 5 minutes here, I just want to take advantage of the panelists' expertise, diverse organizational backgrounds and current seats. What have each of you heard here from your co-panelists, maybe that are you share similar values or ways of thinking about implementing AI systems? Maybe what are some unique ways of thinking about this that are just for you and your company, your organization, or your current role? And then if there's anything else you'd like to share before we end, you can include that.
Yeah, I would say Elaine's point about data, I think resonates quite a bit in terms of if you want to model some behavior which is not inherent in your system or your corpus of information, that's an interesting problem space to have, right? It's hard to solve, but it seems like AI could help there, generative AI could help there. So that's an interesting space. I mean, we have played around with, like I said, variational autoencoders in a very limited context for certain things and things like that. So I think it's a problem surface worth exploring deeper. The biggest thing for me was Matt's like reaction time to the terminology also that you use, like war fighters. Right? It's a very interesting perspective because it applies a higher degree of like responsibility very quickly, right? Which I think is right. But that was an interesting insight. It's like if we use terminology like that, at least in even our context, it ups the sort of the context and also make sure that like people understand the implications of certain choices. So I think that was a good thing.
Something I always enjoy listening to industry experts is, where you have both profit and cost are kind of obscure concepts in government, right? And there's some accountability challenges that come with that. So the commitment and precision with which you measure performance and investment decisions, I always enjoy hearing that and then trying to find ways to kind of hack that into the processes we're trying to implement. So that's always helpful. Earlier in the panel, the talk of centralization versus decentralization, that's one that's been, just by my personal experience, it's been easy to deliver almost immediate mission impact in a decentralized way, but it dies when that scientist redeploys. So, maturing to the point where our infrastructure and our ability to share knowledge within the service gets to the point where those things can endure and grow at a more rapid rate over time. I love listening to the way you frame those problems in industry where it's, again, a bit more accountable and quantifiable.
Maybe to tee this up for Elaine, similar issues in nonprofit sector with prices aren't involved. It's usually ideas and values is the measure.
The value, same thing I mentioned. I still think the data is the big opportunity out there. It's the challenges always come with opportunity. So that's one area. I also think the whole operational aspect of things. As people more accepted to AI solutions, that means the demand for the solutions increase, and the value people looking for faster value deliveries will drive us to look into all aspects, not just creating the AI models that work. It's actually how to turn the model into solution that solve business problem, real world problems that require beyond just the data scientists or ML engineers to train the model, but actually need to have an end-to-end ML operational pipelines and framework to support it, that whole software development journey. So I think that is another big opportunities out there.
Well, wonderful. Well, we're out of time. Please join me in thanking our excellent panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for that great conversation. It was really, great to hear about the human side of it, right? I'm really always pleased when I hear people talking about this and really focusing on the human aspect of it. And so next, we're going to talk about challenges and trends in building generative AI apps for enterprises. And Single Store is the sponsor of this session. And with that, we'll have Mark come up and moderate the conversation. So thanks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mark, with Mark Becky with Futurum Group. I'm a research director for AI. Glad to be up here again. We've been talking a lot today about applications, and what we're going to talk about here is foundational. I hate to use that word, fundamental. Let's call it fundamental to how you make AI. Has to do with these. There's some great phrases that have been thrown around for a few years now, that data is the new oil. And we're going to talk about data because you really don't get any AI without data. And what I don't think a lot of us understand is kind of the stack that's involved. What we need to have, who does what. And with me today is Madhukar Kumar he's the CMO of Single Store. And I want you to introduce yourself.
Sure.
And then what I'd love to hear is for you to tell us, because I think it's so important, kind of what Single Store does and how it fits into the stack of what folks need when they're looking at AI. So can you do that?
Sure. So first of all, thank you. Like you said, my name is Madhukar, and although I'm the CMO, I see myself as a developer. I started off as a developer. I've been working on applications.
He's got engineering background, so you know.
I've been writing Gen AI apps for the last 5 or 6 months. So when you think, and it's actually a really good cue from the last discussion as well. When we think about AI, and we've heard this throughout the morning as well, the core of AI is data. Like if there was no data, it would be like a really smart and fast computer, but it did not have hard drive or RAM into it. And so it'll be absolutely useless unless you have the right data for it. And when it comes to data, there are broadly 2 categories of it. There is the transactional data. So when it's an e-commerce, you're reading and writing really fast. And these are how many people purchase something, that kind of data. And then over a period of time, that goes into what's called a data warehouse. And the data warehouse or the data lake is where you run your analytics, because it's more optimized for storage versus reading and writing, and more optimized for analytics. And what Single Store does is think of it as a database which does help customers to build real-time applications specifically for analytics and AI. So what do I mean by that? So when you think about the 2 different kinds of databases, the transactional and analytics, if you were to combine the 2 and were able to do that in a few milliseconds, you're kind of a real-time database, and you're doing both analytics and reading, writing, and reasoning with your data in a few milliseconds. And for us, we find ourselves very fortunate with the whole generative AI thing, because every single customer that I'm talking to, they're either building a Gen AI application or they're looking to add Gen AI capabilities into the application. And so in that space, what has happened is that, let's see, there are 2 things that we see. One is every enterprise wants the LLMs to be aware of their data. Because as you and I know, or everybody knows here, that your LLM is aware of data, specifically if you look at OpenAI, only till 2021 September. But let's say I am a bank and I have a huge corpus of data. Some of it is unstructured, some of it is structured, and some of it is in a warehouse, some of it is in real-time transactional database. What we are seeing is a lot of customers are saying, how do I make my LLMs more data aware? And there are 3 ways you do it. We heard about retraining your LLM, but there are 2 other ways to do it. One is fine-tuning, and I'll talk more about that. And the third one is where we see 90% of the enterprises going towards, and that's called in-context learning or memory learning, or the other term for it is retrieval augmented generation. So in effect, what it's basically doing is, think of it that your end users are talking to a generative AI application, but the Gen AI application is not directly just sending you the data back from LLM. It's going to your corpus of data, curating that data, bringing it back, and then giving it back to the LLM and say, okay, you're a really smart or very fast processor, but here's my book. Tell me a question about that.
So in this, and just for clarification, Seth used some words this morning. I think you said industry-specific domains. Another one would be private domains and things like that. So just clarify for us, when you're talking about the data that you would look at, is it private data mostly?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So this is completely private data. And you, again, what you see here in the picture is when you say company data, it looks very simplistic here, but it's really a mishmash of petabytes of data, right? And it's all structured, unstructured, and JSON, SQL, and all that. So what really matters are 2 things. One, can you curate that data? And number 2, so it has to be very, very accurate. And number two is, can you do that in milliseconds so I can get the LLM to work on that? So in that area, what we have seen is the emergence of semantic search or re-emergence of semantic search or vectors databases. And what that is, if you look at this picture, I was looking at it since morning, is with OpenAI, you can take your entire data and you can create what's called vectors or embeddings. And it's really like these objects could be words or it could be sentences, it could be pictures and so on. And what semantic search does, it tells you, hey, this object, which is a boy, and this object, which is a king, and this object, which is a prince, they are a lot closer to each other versus queen, princess, and a girl, and a canine, husky, and so on. So you can ask it questions like, is there an animal in this sentence? And the sentence could be something that has nothing to do with dog, but it'll still come back and tell you that. So when you're giving that information to LLM using this process, a lot of vector searches is involved these days. But where we are seeing this go is a hybrid search, where we're working with large customers where they are doing both deterministic and non-deterministic query at runtime. So it could be, I have bunch of PDFs, but you are not allowed to see some of that PDF because it might be related to M&A. And the other thing is there's some structured data into those PDF as well. So if I convert everything into a vector, then I can only do similarity search. But where the world is going to is saying, show me all data where the age of the user is between this and this, was created in my system in such and such date, and now give me the PDF only if I'm allowed to access it, and then answer the questions related to it in plain English.
So another question on this, I've always wondered this, I don't know if you guys do, but is that when you have that corporate data, let's say there's a corpus of data, does it have to be a certain size for an LLM to efficiently go after it? What have you experienced as far as that goes?
That's a really good question. So where we start, of course, with GPT, the amount of context you can give it at any given time went from 4,000 to 8,000. I think it's now 32,000. But another one, which is Anthropic's Claude, it came up with 100,000. So if you just look at 100,000, and there are rumors that OpenAI is going to add more tokens to it, that means you can literally give it like 70,000, 100,000 tokens is roughly about 70,000 words, which is 4 or 5 books, depending on the size of the book. But it's based on those token sizes. And initially it was much smaller. Now it's getting bigger and bigger. And especially with OpenAI releases, it feels like that's the way the world is headed.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry to go with this again, but Seth mentioned this morning that they're getting to be hundreds of these LLMs.
Yes.
One thing that I'm interested in as far as the efficiencies and thinking about what you do and what you're thinking about with your data is, well, how much is this going to cost me when I'm running these things, whether I'm running training or inference or those types of things. So that's why I asked that when you look at different kinds of LLMs. Can you talk to that and what they may face if they're thinking about these things when they make choices? What are you running into?
Yeah, so obviously cost is a huge issue, and then also the time it takes
to compute.
Yeah, that also is a big factor in here. So let's go back to the 3 things that you could do to make your LLM or Gen AI application aware of your data. One is retraining. So retraining is...
Oh, you mentioned that up front.
So retraining is, let's say you are adept at sketches. I make you forget that and then teach you again to sketch just the architectures and buildings. And just by OpenAI, if you look at what they have said publicly, it took them $100 million and over 4 years to just train GPT 3.5. So training is not for everybody because you need data sets, you need compute, specifically GPU. The other piece is fine-tuning, which uses RLHF or reinforcement learning based on human feedback. And what that is, it's basically saying, okay, that LLM is great, but I want it to behave in a certain fashion. I want it to behave like Barack Obama, or I want it to behave like a doctor. So in order to do that, what you do is you feed a bunch of prompt and the expected responses. And then you test it to see if it detects the pattern and gives it back to you. So fine-tuning is a way to change the behavior, but it's foundational on what it already does. And the third one is the in-context learning, which says, okay, great, you have all the skills, you have the knowledge. Now I'm just going to give you the context while I'm talking to you, and you just react to that.
Do you have that in kind of a business context? You can say, what's it going to cost? Maybe you have something here where you're showing.
Yeah, so I think in terms of cost, retraining is, of course, hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on your data set, your size of the engineering team and all that. The second one, fine-tuning, would still require a lot of memory, but it will also require data sets. So there's a lot of human involvement. And then the third one is you would have to choose a good data strategy. So in terms of cost, the cheapest one is the last one.
Pick a good data strategy.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And we are seeing that even for the data strategy, we are now seeing a lot more companies are saying, I need a data plane between my LLM and my data, which can do data security, governance, in context, real time, all that.
So you had another slide you wanted to show, or is that?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the emerging tech stack, or the emerging, what I would say is a general pattern among most of the companies or enterprises that we have been working with. I was just talking to somebody outside that, there are commercial LLMs and they are like products, and some products are better than the others. So you have the commercial ones like OpenAI, you have Anthropic, you have Cohere, and then there are open sources ones specifically on Hugging Faces that has become better and better. Something that was leaked by Meta or from Meta turned into Vicuna then turned into Llama, and then eventually the latest one, which is Falcon 4B and 40B, supposedly is as good as GPT 3.5. So what a lot of companies are doing is they are doing a mix of these LLMs, and when you create the embeddings, you use a couple of different models, you store it, and then you use that for context to feed it back. And then depending on the feedback that you get, you then decide which one to go with and keep an audit of.
Wow. All right. So anything else here? Or we got.
No, I think this
is
it in terms of where we see the world heading.
So let's do this real quick. We'll ask, what are the most common mistakes you think enterprises make when they're thinking about on the back end? So not the back end, but the generative AI. They want to do generative AI. From your perspective, what's the most common mistake?
I think the most common, quite a few. The most common, of course, being,
quite a few.
Most common being, of course, try to boil the ocean, right? And if you try to think about all the data you have in your enterprise and try to consolidate all of that, it's going to take you years, if not months. So I think the right way to do it is to try it out with your most important pieces of data that needs to be treated in real time. And the second that I see quite a lot is they feel, I need a vector-only database. And vector-only database will only do vectors. It's not going to do lexical search. It's not going to do mix and match. And it will not do DR and other stuff that puts your data at risk. Those are the two big ones that I see.
So as a follow-up to that, what do you think are the key best practices that enterprises should take when they're building these generative AI apps?
Yeah,
from the database, from the data perspective.
From a data perspective, I would say definitely think about the data security and data governance, because
why is that important?
Because let's take an example, right? The wealth management firm, or maybe let's say there's an audit firm. They audit documents for taxes. Now, typically, if I was that organization, I would pay $10,000 per document to be audited, which means I look at the PDF, I annotate it, kind of like the law use case we were seeing in the morning. Now, you can feed all of that into vectors and just ask in plain English, and it'll summarize, it'll give you all that other things that GPT is very well known to do that. But how do you know that I should be reading that document or not. Because if you took all the data and put it in the exact same database without any metadata about who should view that data, then you're putting that into a risk, right? And this is also another way to stop hallucinations or reduce hallucinations, because when you're giving the LLM more context during runtime, you're kind of forcing its hand to say, no, only answer within these bounded terms. Don't go make up stuff.
That makes sense. All right, we've got a couple more minutes. What lessons learned from past experience do you think enterprises can apply when they're thinking about this new generation, generative AI, and this, where we are now today?
Yeah, I think the same from a software and technology perspective, the same principles apply, which is start with experimentation, isolate, do your experiments. If it works, then you go and systemize it, and then scale up from there. And typically what I've been seeing, or what we've been seeing, is there's tons of experimentation already happening. And now we are at a point where people have started to put things into production and then trying to think about how do I scale it. But yeah, I would say that's one of the best practices. Of course, the second one is who owns the data? And that's a very tough question to answer at any large organization, specifically B2B.
And we've heard stories about that. That goes back to your data governance thing. I heard a story that it was, can I use this data for how long? Right. So let's say it's, you can't use it after a certain amount of time because it's in PII and different things that happen with financial services and all that. So it gets complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the data governance, which is what is the provenance of the data? Is there a log of who has viewed it and who hasn't? What did your LLM respond to, and so on? So you can do an impact analysis. All of that is what we call as metadata, or data about the data. So of course you want to feed the data, but you want it right next to the metadata so you can mix and match at the beginning to see if it's not just the right data for the right person, but after it has been served, do you keep an expiration for that and refresh it and so on?
So last question, then we'll let you guys go to lunch. That'd be great, won't it? I'm thinking if you had to think, this is a new question, so I'm going to throw it at you.
Sure.
If you were advising folks here about next steps and like what teams should be thinking about this and who should lead, kind of a structure, if you just said roughly, who should be in on this, and how do you move forward? First of all, thinking about the data, then going into from the generative AI's perspective. What's the first step, and who should go?
I think the first step should be what is the goal of the application or service that you're trying to build.
That's been a consistent message. We like that.
So whatever your goal is, and then I would then think about the overall architecture. Like, is there a front end which is more or less very similar? Although there are some emerging UX patterns with LLM, it's more of a conversational so far. But I'm willing to bet $50 in the next few weeks we will hear OpenAI or one of the other large LLM providers also introduce multimodal, which would be audio and video. So you should be able to talk to it, and it should be able to read you, view what you're viewing, and then respond in the same way. So I would say you would have to then think about what LLMs you're going to use both for your embeddings, but also in real-time conversation. And are you doing it in a way which is plug and play? So today I might be using Cohere, and tomorrow I might be using Hugging Face. Is it easy to swap them out and experiment? And then finally, the last piece would be the data piece, which is in real time, what are you doing to make sure that that data is correct, fresh, and is being fed into the LLM for the right folks to be able to see it.
Perfect timing. Madhukar, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks for your time. All right.
Thank you, Madhukar and Mark. Appreciate the insights. So I think it's been a great morning. A lot of good conversation, all centered around data, which we just heard as a Single Store is a platinum sponsor for the event. Thank you for that. We also talked a lot about regulations and policies that are required for this, and we also had to spend a little bit of time talking about the human implications. So how are you applying this? And there was some good consistency across the morning. as we go into lunch, which will be held on the 4th floor at Geraldine's, you can either take the elevator or take the stairs. Start thinking about the types of questions you'd like to ask during the town hall that Courtney Abercrombie and I are going to host. And then also look at the agenda for the upcoming ones and think of some questions to throw into the Slido poll. With that, let's all go to lunch and get replenished for the second half of the day.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check, test, 1, 2. Handheld mic. Record, test. Hey, yep, 1, 2. No problem.
Hopefully you cooled off if you were outside from eating lunch. If not, take your coat off or your sweater off or whatever, but not much more than that. We hope you've enjoyed the morning so far. As we get into the afternoon, we're going to start off with a really, really good editorial interview with Dilip from Amazon, as well as Jeffrey Daston from Reuters. And I think Jeffrey has some pretty deep experience with Amazon and his reporting in the past as well. So welcome to the stage, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm, as you know, Jeffrey Daston, write about the tech industry. I've written about Amazon since 2016, and we've actually gotten to do this before together years ago, and thrilled to be here with Dilip Kumar, who's Vice President of Amazon Web Services Applications Group. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
So everyone in the audience following the latest news on artificial intelligence has heard a lot from, let's say, OpenAI and Microsoft, has heard a lot from Google. Amazon, of course, has its own foundation model, a family of foundation models called Titan. Now, this is not something that Dilip directly runs, but as an executive at Amazon, it would be great just to hear a little bit about Amazon's powerful AI models, Titan. So to the extent you can give us a teaser from what you've seen, where does Titan excel, and where does it not? Where does it fall behind?
Yeah, so let me just give you a general idea of where Amazon is in the space. And for those of you who don't know, Amazon's had this long history of machine learning. Back in the days of personalization, they've done a lot of work in the fulfillment space and pricing. I was responsible for launching Just Walk Out and Amazon One, which also used a lot of machine learning and computer vision. And the approach that we're sort of taking with generative AI is threefold. For the longest time, AWS has been working on every layer of the stack. So if you think about the most foundational layer, which is the chips required to be able to run these machine learning applications, which are getting increasingly more and more powerful. We have our own chips that we're building, which is Inferentia for inference and Trainium for training. But in addition to that, one of the constant themes that the way that Amazon and AWS is approaching this is through choice. We have processors from other companies. We have our own processors. So to be able to give customers the choice of being able to use the right processor that meets the needs of their workload is key. And then if you go up one layer, Bedrock, which is our fully managed service for running generative AI models, is the way that it's designed is that it allows you to be able to access Titan, which is Amazon's own foundational model. But it also provides you access to very popular models from Anthropic, Stability AI, Hugging Face, and Alexa's own model. So the idea with that being also is that choice. Choice is important. Customers are in this phase where they're experimenting, they're trying different things based on their business needs. And so giving that choice is super important. And then the last part, which folks are pretty familiar with, is this notion of generative AI is going to transform a bunch of industries. But one of the areas that is also seeing a lot of immediate benefit is in development tools. So helping developers be more efficient at what they do translates into productivity across a wide variety of domains. So if you think about Code Whisperer, the ability to be able to generate code, to be able to write better code more efficiently are all things that AWS is doing in the space.
And could you tell us a little? Have you played around with Titan? Have you played around with Claude, one of the other models, for instance, available on Amazon Bedrock? Could you tell us a teeny bit more? If not, no worries.
Well, I've played around with both the models. I think one of the things that you should do is that you should be looking at these models and looking at. Somebody said earlier on is it's important to go beyond the word just accuracy. So when you think about these generative models, you need to think about a variety of different things. You need to think about accuracy. You need to think about privacy. You need to think about security. You need to think about where your data is. If you know that a lot of the large companies already have the data on AWS, so when you're applying these models, you don't have to move your data. You need to think about bias and how these models are reducing or minimizing bias in this process. So I think companies are in this process of evaluating it, and I think that they're going to be excited about what they see. what Bedrock can provide.
So on that point, it sounds like some of the value that Amazon is bringing to the market that could distinguish it is that a lot of companies already have their data in AWS. Would you say that is a key differentiator from, say, Microsoft or Google or startups offering foundation models?
I think it's a combination of all of those things, right? It is a combination of a lot of large companies, a lot of companies of all sizes have their data already in AWS. But we're also going further to be able to say that, what is our specific way of dealing with privacy, our specific way of dealing with accuracy, and our specific way of dealing with bias in this data, or removing profanity or toxicity that tends to exist in a lot of these models if they're trained without any filters on regular internet data. But it's also things like being able to provide choice all through that stack. That's what I think distinguishes us. And it's the lowest cost way for us to, because since AWS launched, we've had this long history of getting the price performance level to constantly improve. And that's, again, something that we're doing because these models are expensive. And so we're taking on a lot of that undifferentiated heavy lifting so as to be able to lower the cost for our customers. That's always been something that AWS has been great at, and we continue to do that.
And one thing that's interesting about this moment, aside from what's happening just broadly in artificial intelligence, is that this is the time of year, correct me if I'm wrong, where Amazon starts planning for the next year. And it would be great if you could help the audience know, what are discussions like? Is it still this period of, companies are scrutinizing their cloud spend, we need to be really frugal and so forth? Is it, the sky's the limit for investment in generative AI, this is the time to capitalize on this groundswell of market demand? What is it like when you're planning budgets right now for?
Yeah, so it's a good question. And the way that companies are thinking about it is that they've seen these cycles come and go. Arguably, you could say that we're in a cycle where spending is tight, and people are very particular about where they're spending their dollars, making sure that they're getting the ROI for the spend. But one of the benefits of the way that AWS is structured and where our applications and our services are structured is a pay-as-you-go model. So the elasticity and the flexibility of being able to scale up as your workloads increase also helps in the other way to be able to scale down when you need to. So a lot of cost optimization work is happening with customers. The thing that is important, and a lot of customers are saying this, is that they have seen these cycles before, and they know that continued investment in this period allows them to emerge stronger at the end of when these things do turn around, because cycles do tend to end. They tend to have, there's a period of low and there's a period of high. And so continuing to invest and knowing the right kinds of things to invest in is top on people's mind. So there's still a lot of investment that's happening across the board. There's a lot of scrutiny on this investment, which is arguably the right thing to do, regardless of whether you are whatever cycle that you're in. But it's an important thing that companies have realized, that continuing to invest is vastly preferred to completely pausing and stopping and then restarting. So they've seen that.
For your specific group, applications, where are you growing the most now? And that both includes looking at headcount increases, but also the business is growing a lot more.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Amazon Web Services is known for its infrastructure and its cloud computing and utility computing products. Increasingly, customers have been asking us to be able to build applications that are higher up in the stack, either to be able to bundle together in their own business applications or to be able to create full-scale turnkey business applications. So I'll give you a few examples. Amazon Connect, which is our call center in the cloud, which allows you to be able to create a pretty sophisticated call center with hundreds of thousands of agents globally in as a matter of weeks. It's one of our fastest growing services. We just recently launched AWS Supply Chain. It was announced in reInvent. It went generally available in April. And then there's other services like App Fabric, which allows you to be able to better interoperate your software as a service. We have our checkout and identity services for Just Walk Out, and Amazon One, which is our biometric identity and payment service. One of the common things in all of these services is, they're in very different fields, as you can imagine. But the thing is that we always look for, is this an area that is underserved? Is this an area where we can create a differentiated product in the way that we're approaching this? And more importantly, do we have the experience in order to be able to bring to bear that level of differentiation? And if you think about customer service or you think about supply chain, Amazon has had a tremendous amount of experience over many, many, many years in building this for our own self. So externalizing those as services gives us that credibility, not just to being able to adhere to all the things that AWS is known for, which is security, elasticity, flexibility to be able to run, but also the ability to bring to bear our experience bottled up in a service that we can offer to our customers. And so that's what customers like, and we continue to do that.
One thing that is interesting about Amazon is that it embraces the idea of failure, that it's good to invent and then move on if it doesn't work out. And one phenomenon we've been watching in the past few years is what you mentioned, this idea that Amazon, being the online retailer, the company that defined the category, is trying to externalize its technology and attract other consumer businesses, other logistics providers, other retailers as well. And it has supply chain, as you mentioned. It has Just Walk Out, the technology that you pioneered, with your team pioneered. At the same time, there isn't that same fast growth as you just mentioned for Amazon Connect. So when does Amazon say retailers are not necessarily going to want to give us dollars, give us business because we're Amazon, where they're not going to use supply chain or as much? How do you evaluate this delicate line that maybe this is not the thing to focus on?
Well, as I said, the way that we choose these businesses is very careful. Like, in addition to asking questions about a very specific domain, the questions that we asked ourselves is around, is this area underserved? Is this area that we can create a differentiated example? And so, when you think about supply chain, when you think about Connect, it has pretty horizontal applicability across a wide variety of industries. We have the credibility and the expertise to be able to build it in a way that resonates, that is resonating with customers. If you think about over COVID, we were creating 80 to 100 call centers a day. That's how quickly these were coming up, and so those things have grown from hundreds of agents to thousands of agents to tens of thousands of agents. There's like more than 10 million customer interactions that happen on a regular basis in Connect. Supply chain is very similar. The way that we chose our approach with supply chain is supply chains have always been important. I think the pandemic highlighted the urgency and the need for even more resiliency in supply chains. And the problem isn't that companies haven't been investing in supply chain. Companies have been investing a tremendous amount in supply chains. And our approach was saying, well, you shouldn't have to re-platform your entire investment. What you need is that you need to be able to get much better visibility so that you can have a lot more agile decision-making. Like supply chain responsiveness and agility is what makes the difference between a good customer experience and a not-so-good customer experience. So our approach to this was to say that, why don't we use all the things that you have currently invested in and to be able to provide a layer with machine learning on top that gives you the level of visibility necessary so that you don't have to re-platform. And that resonated with customers a lot because they didn't say that, well, I got to rip out everything that I currently have before I can get any value. And so choosing the right approach on how we enter some of these services is also just as important as the domain itself.
That makes sense. And Just Walk Out. So as everyone knows, it's this idea that you can skip the checkout line because there are cameras and sensors and other technology that you and your team built that identifies what you took from a store after, when you leave. The last time we spoke several months ago, Amazon was seeking or courting business from other industries, not just the stadium where there's a concessionaire, but maybe a hospital or other types of places where people have a premium on their time and they want to just walk out very quickly. Give us an update on that. Have you started doing business with other types of groups like hospitals? What is adoption like in the past 6 months?
Yeah, so right now we have more than 200 of these open across both our first-party as well as our third-party locations. It's resonated really well in areas where there is a huge demand for throughput, and there is just a short period of time that a lot of transactions need to go through. So if you think about stadiums, you think about airports, you think about convention centers, you think about universities, they're all very good examples. We're now, I don't know when the last time we spoke, but we're in the US, we're in the UK, we are in Australia. We just opened up a new location in Marvel Stadium in Australia just a couple months ago. And in all of these locations, one of the things that we're seeing, which we feel very positive with and our customers are really liking, is that people start off with a single store in a particular location or maybe two. And then within a few months, they sort of start signing up and adding 2 to 3 more locations in the same space. A good example is if you look at what happened to the Mariners or what happened to the Seahawks, they saw double or like 75% increase in the amount of throughput that they were getting in the same period of time in a particular location relative to the other locations that were existing in a stadium. So they were able to open many more. In that same thing with the Mariners is that the average time that a person spends in a store is a fraction of what they would normally spend waiting in line. So it makes sense for people to, because you don't really, if you're in section 126, you don't want to go all the way to section 215. So having these in multiple places helps them get the throughput. People choose this. They're not losing the sale, and it doesn't cannibalize things in different locations. So it's all beneficial for them. It improves their operations, and it's also beneficial for the customer. They get to see more of the action faster.
So you invented this technology. The team invented this technology, several years ago. Now we're in this age of foundation models of generative AI. What is the killer application that your customers are asking you and Amazon to build on top generative AI that you have not yet?
Yeah, just to be clear, there wasn't a single customer who was necessarily asking us for Just Walk Out or Amazon One. A lot of this, so much of invention is listening to customers and then sort of translating what they're asking for and then building something. If you had, customers were asking us for faster checkout, but they weren't sort of asking us for, well, what if the checkout didn't exist as well? So like a 30% increase in checkout time or a 15% increase in checkout time wouldn't have necessarily made the mark. But completely removing checkout was a game changer. It was definitely a step function improvement. When you think about generative models, there's a lot of, the word generative implies that you are creating new data or new artifacts from whatever existed in the past. Just Walk Out, and both Amazon One and Just Walk Out benefited from us generating a lot of synthetic data for us to be able to even train our models in the first place. We have, if you think about what Just Walk Out does, it has to be able to model different shopping behaviors in a wide variety of conditions and different lighting conditions, different crowd scenarios, different types of products. And so you need the ability to be able to generate not just real data to train your models, not just using real data, but also using synthetic data. And so that was sort of our foray into how do you sort of create new data, which is again one way of, a lot of emphasis these days is on LLMs, which is on the language side of it. And if you think about which foundation models are moving to, they're moving towards images, they're moving towards video, they're moving towards more multimodal type of situations. But the idea of being able to generate new data to be able to train these models is something that we did. We generated millions of palm signatures for Amazon One. We generated millions of shopping data points for this. And so I think that is going to continue. From an overall experience standpoint, I think what customers are asking for is supporting different kinds of products, different kinds of stores, different kinds of locations. There's a lot of invention that's still there. We're still pretty early in that cycle.
To clarify, is Amazon working on, let's say, a chat interface where I say create synthetic data not for palms but for feet or anything else you imagine, and that would be an application made available by Amazon, a synthetic data generator,
Not really. I think the way that we sort of think about these things is that it has to work back from a particular customer problem. In this case, the reason that we generated that is because for us, accuracy was very important. If you hover your palm over a particular device, you want the accuracy rate to be 100%, and that's where we are now. You don't want to make any mistakes. You don't want to have any false positives. In order to do that, you need to be able to train this across a wide variety of demographics, age groups, different temperatures. There's a bunch of things that, calloused hands, non-calloused hands. So we did that because we wanted to be able to ensure that no matter who came up and used this, that there was enough equity in our data that we were creating across all of these different demographics that could change the potential accuracy that we were covered for that. So that was the reason for this. So it always started with the customer problem in mind.
And So okay, can you say if you're interested in that as a
I don't
possible?
know.
Okay.
Send me a PRFQ, and I'll consider it.
Last question. So would you say, from where you sit, that, and also from Amazon's view, that applications on top of these models, but the application layer itself is the area of greatest value, where both Amazon maybe can do the best to make the most money, where its customers can make the most money, or would you say it's the foundation models themselves that are the most lucrative, potentially?
I think it's every layer of the stack, right? I mean, if you imagine, like, during the gold rush, people made money selling shovels, people made money selling, food to the people who were doing there. People made money sort of outsourcing this entire thing to that. And I think different customers will choose a variety of different, or a combination of different things. Right? In some cases, they're adept enough to consume the output of these foundational models because they have the engineering bandwidth, they have folks on staff to be able to build it, to embed it in their applications. But in many other cases, it's perfectly fine to have much more abstracted view of it and to have applications govern the vast majority of that usage. And I think we'll see customers do both. I think the key with the way that we sort of think about applications is that back in the day, people used to think that applications used to be either you have to build everything yourself or you get this application and it's one size fit all. That's not the way we think about it. Our sweet spot with applications is providing this, that out of the box, 80% of folks should be able to get value out of it, 80-90% of folks should be able to get value out of it, even if you choose not to customize it. But for folks who do want to customize it, we also have a lot of fine-grained APIs that allows you to be able to tailor it to your specific business use case. So no longer do you have to decide on, well, if I'm not building something, I am inherently letting go of the flexibility that used to be the case with, when people used to think about packaged applications. And that flexibility translates to the way we price our products. The flexibility translates to the way we provide pretty fine-grained API access into how you want to use the product, as well as a really reasonably abstracted way that if you were to go and deploy this and use this in your business applications, you should be able to get value out of it almost immediately. Because remember, the way that we get paid is when it gets used. And so if you don't use it, we don't get paid. And so it actually aligns our interests a lot more than a per-seat license or any other business model. In this business model, we're saying that this has to demonstrate value to all of you. And if it doesn't demonstrate value, we're not in business. So,
well, we're at time, but thank you so much, Dilip, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dilip, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, thank you. Always good to see how Amazon's going to run with this, right? If you look back to 2011, 2012, when AWS launched, it was just selling pieces of things that existed in the company. I'm interested in 6 months to see what exists in Amazon that we don't know about today. And so the next session is sponsored by Howdy.com. And this is going to be a session on how do we manage tech talent of the future, given everything that's going on with the tech layoffs, the high demand for talent, even with the tech layoffs, very relatively low unemployment. And so for this session, Jacqueline Samara, the CEO of Howdy, is going to be part of this, as well as Sean Marion, Chintan Mehta, Maria Flynn, and it's going to be moderated by Oksana, again, who you all know already. So thank you. Welcome to the stage.
Well, I would dare to say this is the most important session of the conference. And the reason I think that is because none of the great ideas we talk about is possible without the talent and elevating the skills of existing talent, hiring new, making sure that we do this in a diverse manner. So I am super thrilled because we have a spectacular panel here that's going to bring perspectives from different industries, different touch points, and I hope we all could learn from that. I want to kick it off with, and I think it's going to be a blitz question to everyone, which is, how had your world changed? Because you all touch talent development, talent placement, recruiting. That's at the core of the success of your job in many ways. Since AI took center stage, it always existed. It's not new, but it's all of a sudden omnipresent. How had your world changed? I'm going to start with Sean.
How has my world changed? I don't know that my world has changed. I haven't written a job description since I discovered how ChatGPT can write it for me. So I don't know that it's changed my world, but it will change my world. I think in my industry specifically, the term AI has been thrown around so heavily for so many years. It was overused, it was jargon, and so a lot of us kind of pulled back and didn't see it as really a differentiator. That's clearly changed recently, so I believe it will have a huge impact, but I don't know that it's had a huge impact quite yet.
Oh, got it.
I would say there's a massive shift in critical skills needed. I think it's less about one specific skill set. It's about just being able to experiment and learn on your own because of the pace of the change, which is a good thing, I think. But culturally, we need to shift how people sort of learn new skills. How do you actually, as a company, how do you bring on new skills? And then as individuals, how they actually incorporate new skills. So I think that has changed.
Yeah. So I think for us at Howdy, we help connect top talent software developers with companies here in the US. And for us, it's always what's at the forefront of the trend. So a year or two ago, it was blockchain developers and Web3 and NFTs and all that stuff. And now the forefront is machine learning, data scientists, ML, prompt engineers. I think tech has gotten a really bad rap recently because of the mass layoffs that we've had. And the interesting thing, if you were to look at, I think this year alone, they've had over 200,000 layoffs, if you go to layoffs.ai. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the list of people that they've laid off, it's not necessarily the top senior developers. It's not the people working in ML or data science or in the field that we're talking about right now. And so it's interesting to see how they're navigating being at the forefront of trying to stay, up to date with AI while going through these massive layoffs and these unprecedented economic times. So that's been very interesting to see.
Maria, from your vantage?
Sure. So I'm with Jobs for the Future. We're a nonprofit that works to drive equitable economic advancement for all. And just a few weeks ago, we launched a new North Star for our organization, which is that in 10 years, we want to see 75 million adults who face systemic barriers to advancement working in quality jobs. So that's actually doubling the number of adults who currently work in quality jobs in the US. So a very big goal that we'd love for all of you to join us in. But we also realize that in order to make that goal, we cannot ignore AI. And so a few weeks ago, we launched a new Center for Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work. That's being led out of our innovation arm, JFF Labs, and Christina Francis is here in the front row, and I'd love for everyone to connect with her while you're here. Her team is leading this center because we want to both look at how AI is changing, disrupting, and creating new quality jobs in the US, and we also want to see how AI can be leveraged to really help implement new ways of upskilling and reskilling workers as part of that process.
I want to dwell on that a little bit, Maria, if you don't mind, because STEM in general, and certainly AI in particular, had always underrepresented women and minorities. And there are some systemic reasons why that might be. With the seismic shift that we are undergoing right now, how do you guys, so like you said, you have this vision. Yeah. Give us a little bit of tactics that people could use, how you're thinking about bridging that gap. Because with every disruption, there is an opportunity to redefine the skills. And is this one of those? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this is the opportunity. Quick statistics. So the World Economic Forum put out a report that said that only 26% of workers kind of in the generally defined AI field are female. And that's not that different from looking at the percent of the STEM workforce in the US that's female, which is already under 30%, so about the same. At JFF, we did a survey a few years ago that looked at Black workers in tech. Black workers comprise 12% of the US workforce, but only 8% of the tech workforce. And Michael Collins, my colleague, is here who leads that work for us. We need to have intentional strategies that change these gaps. We can't just hope that it's going to happen. We can't kind of pretend that it's not an issue. And the strategies, to me, need to begin early. Like, how do we start, creating opportunities for career awareness, career understanding for, young people, even back in middle school, so that they can help, seeing these occupations, seeing people like themselves in those occupations, and how do we help them, what I like to say is find, finance, and flourish kind of their pathways into tech. So intentionality and starting early, I would say, are key.
And if I could ask Sean to maybe double back on that question, because one of the best parts about being on this panel are the prep geek sessions. And I think without prompt, he brought in that issue of like, how do we use this as a leveling the playing field at McDonald's? And so I want to just put a spotlight on your thoughts on the matter.
Sure. So Sean, again, I'm guessing you guys know what my company does. But you probably don't know the scale with which we do it at. You think you do. You see the logo. You obviously know the McDonald's, the Golden Arches. McDonald's is an international behemoth. 127 million downloads of our app last year, 40 million in the U.S. alone, which was bigger than our top three competitors combined. There's a lot of tech that we use to make a lot of hamburgers, millions a day we make across the world. Now, my focus, my view is cybersecurity, and so you're going to hear a lot of bias towards that. When it comes to layoffs and other things, that's really not the issue right now in cyber. You're going to find areas where people are laying off for sure. It's not that we're immune to that, but if you look worldwide right now, there's about 3.3 million jobs short in the cyber industry. Side note, if you have children looking at careers in tech, highly encourage them to reach out. It's a wonderful field. I have 4 kids, 3 of which are involved in cyber in some way, shape, or form. McDonald's, so Marie said, I love what you said, because I'm a big fan. You have to be deliberate. You have to be intentional. It won't just happen. Yeah. Like, how do we get people in? So I'll give you an example of this. I've only been at McDonald's 2 years, and a couple years back, before I even got to McDonald's, I was trying to build an apprenticeship program. Like, I'm not a big fan that everybody has to have a degree to get into a good-paying career. Some for sure. There are some paths. You don't want a doctor that learned from YouTube. But there are some ways to get in where you don't need the degree. So I started this in my prior role and prior company, but left too soon before we got to see that to fruition. Stepped up here, and McDonald's is all over this. We actually just onboarded our first round of apprentices, working closely with the City Colleges of Chicago. We were very specific to say we're going to reach out to communities that may be underserved. This was a deliberate action to bring in younger talent that really the only thing they're missing is an opportunity. We give them the opportunity, we invest in them, and I have no doubt they'll flourish. We'll learn as we go, but this is an example of what at McDonald's we're doing, to be deliberate about our talent acquisition and look out to areas that maybe people have overlooked. And one last thing on that is, if I go back to 3.3 million job shortages, universities can't, even if, let's say, that a degree was required, and I don't believe that, you've heard me say that, there's no way the universities can keep up with that amount of demand. It's just impossible. We have to look at other ways. We have to be more deliberate with how we recruit and how we retain our talent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow, so true. Just to echo that, there was a report that just came out a couple months ago that said, with the compounding data that's evolving from AI, it was from financialmarket.ro, there's going to be 150 million tech and IT jobs created in the next few years. Yep. Yeah. 150 million.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. And to go back to this point, they actually, Planet Money did a fascinating episode on why there aren't more women coders, because if you look at women entering engineering programs before the 1980s and after, it had a huge drop-off. And part of the reason it had this huge drop-off was because of this culture in the movies and what they were showing, and how boys were traditionally the cyber geeks or the hackers or the people that were going into computer games. And so it didn't inspire young women to want to go into that because they didn't see themselves there. And so I think if we can give more opportunities to see more women, more people of color, more ethnicities being leaders or being successful in these fields, it's only going to give a lens. And I think social media is great for that. TikTok, I don't know if you guys saw, but there was this great AI-generated Drake song that came out. Oh, cool. It's one of his best songs, I gotta say. But the reach that we have now is getting to everyone. And so if we can make it accessible by programs, this apprenticeship that you're doing at McDonald's, that's amazing. If every company could do something like that. And also, like, inspect what you expect. If you expect to have women or minorities a part of your company, then you need to measure that. And I think we should do a better job with that.
Amen.
Yep. You have to work on the whole pipeline. So bring it back. You have to work on the whole pipeline. So my 9-year-old daughter is in an AI boot camp right now. It's like I was talking to some people.
Yeah.
Right? So it like actually resonates. It's like you start early, you actually reinforce it, but then you have to work at all the stages along the way. And when a new technology trend comes along, you cannot replace the whole workforce. So you have to upskill them. You have to figure out a way of like training them. So.
And I think if I may add to that, as a trained physicist and a parent, I think making it fun, because I think we had this issue where our daughter, when she was 9, said, "I hate physics." Where that came from, probably Disney Channel or something like that. I really have no idea. And the way we've responded instead of chiding is like every night my husband will tell her a physics fairy tale. There was this dragon called Drago, and that dragon would go through various adventures. There are quite a few creatives and designers here in the room. I think actually it's worth noting that how do you make this attractive and fun? Because sometimes it takes a story, sometimes it takes something like that to get, because women and minorities might think about it in a different way, and for them to understand, like, make it enticing. Like, I think that actually, I feel like if you were to read, Sean and I geeked out on the job descriptions and our general distaste for them. Who would want, like, pick up a random job description on Indeed.com and see whether that seems attractive to you? I mean, I bet you're going to be disgusted and quit on the second line.
If I could add on to that, it's unrelated to AI, but I think it is related to recruiting, especially women in tech. This is an epiphany to me. So we go to DEI classes. They tell us, hey, you got to make your job descriptions less masculine, things like that. To be totally candid, I had no idea what that meant. I read it until recently. And somebody talked to me about the fact that traditionally women will read all the details of a job description. And this is true. To be fair, the guy that hired me at McDonald's is now retired, so I can say this. I never actually read my job description at McDonald's. This is true. And some people know this. I saw the title. I saw the company. I've been a CISO for 10 plus years. I figure I'll figure it out. Yeah. And so as we look at job descriptions too, like an epiphany for me is I actually talked to somebody about this, and they said, why do you have like 20 requirements or in the job description? Why not get it down to like 3 or 4? Here's the core things that you really need to know. Everything else you're probably going to figure out. Like, make it much more simplistic. I think there's much more we can do to even attract the talent. And as I mentioned earlier, what are we doing to retain that talent? How do you make them energized and want to learn? We talk about upskilling, so important, but make them feel like they're making a difference and they'll stay.
Yeah, I just would underscore that. I think we're hearing more and more that when workers, particularly coming from kind of non-traditional routes of training, like go into tech jobs, they often don't stay because of the culture, their environment. They don't feel welcome. They don't see kind of pathways for advancement. So I think really working with companies to see how they can establish policies and procedures to truly put workers at the center of their company, also balancing obviously like the positive bottom line, but I think is the way to go. So at JFF, we have an impact employer framework that outlines specific ways for companies to do that, and McDonald's has actually been part of our conversations, which is terrific. But I think really, kind of the point of hire is an important point, obviously, and looking at how to move more towards skills-based hiring versus degree requirements is a critical element. But everything that comes before that, in terms of how we're giving folks information about what's possible, what training they need, how to kind of navigate a skills-first environment, but then also post-hire in terms of that advancement, transparency, and information is equally as key.
I want to bring back, because when we bring these people, I think maybe start with Shintan and Jacqueline, we have undergone massive jumps in productivity, definitely in technology. Like literally when the ChatGPT was born, the guy who was in our office told me, oh, God was born. And he basically came to uploaded a few things on my computer and literally programmed an app in 3 strokes. The first stroke was write an app in Python that does scheduling. The second one, he put in the companion at a GitHub, and then compiled it. And here I had I have not coded since 20 years ago, and I had a working app on my phone. So the expectations for the productivity have redefined dramatically. And I'm looking at you guys approach it from very different perspectives. You internally, and Jacqueline, you're placing those teams. So what have you observed in terms of how do you set them reasonably high? Yep. What's gotten faster? What hadn't gotten faster? How does it look in terms of the productivity expectations from the inside?
Yeah, so I'll start. Right, I suppose. I think the way to think about it is AI is not going to replace a job. It's going to be another person with a better understanding of how to use AI will replace a job. Mm-hmm. So I think the problem statement or the objective function is how do you actually enable people who are already there to be able to use it in an effective way, in a safe way. Well, personally, like I still code because I like doing it, is the amount of plumbing code you write has gone down significantly with like Codex and like whatever language model you use for code generation. But the other piece, which I think I started with, is also that you have to get people comfortable with experimenting on the edges, right? And give them the safe ecosystems where they can do that without creating a negative impact, so to speak. So two pieces in that plays out. There definitely will be a productivity boost in the short to medium term. We'll see a lot more surface being opened up where you can do new things, you can try more potential use cases, which in a historical sense would have been constrained. And the longer term play is going to be like you have to constantly figure out a way where you put the human capital at the most complex problems and you keep migrating that upward. And you have to figure out a mechanism for that, but at least that's how it will play out.
Yeah. You know, I would say that the interesting thing that we are seeing is we survey thousands and thousands of developers to get their perspective from junior all the way up to senior just to see if they're excited about this change, if they're not. And end to end, from beginning to end, everybody is thrilled because a lot of that repetitive, monotonous like work that no one gets excited to do is they now have a resource to help them do it. So they can do more higher level critical thinking, problem solving in ways that's inspiring and motivational. I think right now we're in this era where it's very similar to like when you think back to the Industrial Revolution where a lot of these low level, repetitive, monotonous jobs got replaced. But the most important thing was how do you take those same workers and upskill them in ways that are still advantageous to your company? And so we've got an entire team of engineering mentors because in that same survey, we realized that 73% of folks are altruistic in nature, meaning they want to help others before they help themselves. And so we realized that people want to learn, they want to grow, they want to have professional development, but they're not going to carve out time for themselves to do it. So if we hire people whose accountability is dependent on their professional growth, they're going to grow. But people aren't going to do it for themselves. And so right now we're at this, very interesting time where it's kind of like this next revolution in the workforce. So I think the onus is on the companies again to help hold people accountable for that growth so that they can stay ahead of the times, up in the times. And also, we know existing workforce they have the institutional knowledge, the domain knowledge that's going to carry them through. And it's important to invest in people.
So let's dwell on that because practically you're seeing which growth is fundamental and it makes the work joyful, it makes you relevant, all of these things. Where specifically do you see people need, the bulk of the workforce needs to be upskilled given the dramatic changes that are happening right now?
I mean, I think it's twofold, right? If you look at, like you said, you wrote an app in Python,
right?
With AI in minutes or seconds or whatever. I think it's twofold. The folks that are entering the workforce now, I think, are very quickly pivoting. They're more interested in learning about prompt engineering. They're more interested in getting into big data and ML. And the older folks that have been in the industry for several decades, they're now looking at themselves like, am I going to be irrelevant, in 5 years from now, as this continues to get improved? And so I think the younger generation is more excited for the possibilities of the future, and it tends to be the folks that have been around a little bit longer that they feel a little bit more behind.
I was going to add a quick point. I think going back to the exact example, the first principle is what makes a 10x programmer or a great programmer is not necessarily the language in question. It's the ability to understand the problem and think about the solution space in a very, very cogent fashion. So regardless of the stack you use, whether it's AI powered or not, I think that skill is still going to be critical and essential. And I think we just need to continue encouraging people to think of the problem space separate from the solution space. And this can evolve as it goes. And it has been evolving for a long time. So.
Add quickly, I liked the example we heard this morning from PepsiCo and their academy that was doing really broad-based training across their workforce. We did a survey, and the results are coming out officially tomorrow. We did it in partnership with Morning Consult, looking at kind of the feelings of workers today around AI. So a couple of highlights. One is that only 1 in 10 workers were saying that they, like right now today, are experiencing, the impact of AI on the job. 58% said that they know that they're going to need some sort of training or upskilling because of AI in the next 5 years, and those numbers were much higher, kind of to your point, for the younger generations, less likely for the older generations like me. And then one that really stood out to me was that 88% of the workers that we surveyed said that they don't trust their employers to educate them about AI, which, I think really kind of raises a question about, like, what is the role of, the private sector kind of in this.
That's an interesting one, yeah.
So stay tuned for tomorrow for more information.
That needs some unpacking, though, that lack of trust. Yeah, especially if somebody's spending so much time of their life working for something. Yeah.
That is an interesting, so how do you deal? Because I think when they, people, it's like there is an old saying that people don't remember what you say, people remember how you made them feel. And I think if the workforce feels scared, I want to build on something that Shintan, you brought over, which is how do you let people innovate? How do you let people dare greatly, scrape their knees, get up, because that is ultimately what will help your company stay relevant. But if I am a worker sitting doing that, that feels risky. You mentioned something about allowing people to play on the fringes. Tell us more.
See, I think there are 2 prerequisites for that, right? So first is you should intentionally build a culture where experimentation is thought of in a positive sense. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. Now, so that's one. However, you can't do it in a way where it's just haphazard and it sort of goes and impacts customers and all. So you have to build the scaffolding and ecosystems where people can experiment with, in this example, new technologies, new language models, or new diffusion models and things like that. And that's an explicit investment. Companies have to make an explicit investment to build those kind of experimentation platforms. And I think that's, at the minimum, that is what has to happen from an infrastructure standpoint. The second piece is build a lot of our internal sort of mobility systems and things of that sort to be able to incorporate the forward momentum that you want, right, from people. Make time for them to actually experiment. Like, it's okay to say that you have all these access to all these systems where you can play around with it, but they don't have any time, right? So you have to create the time window for them to actually be able to do some of those things. At Wells, what we have done is, by the way, most companies do some version of this, but at Wells, what we have done is we built this thing called Tech College, which is on a platform called Pluralsight, where we have tracks where we curate a set of things that people can learn, especially when we carve out time for them. And then you have infrastructure behind it where they can play around with it. We've seen some positive results out of it, but it also still has things that we have to evolve where you can get people to sort of engage with it more preemptively, as opposed to you're being asked to do something. Right? So I think this is still an area of evolution for us. I think the one context that has changed, and I think you started with it, Oksana, was the rate at which things are moving is not necessarily how the rate of things, the change was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So that inflection point is the reason why we have to solve this problem faster, right? And you have to actually create a rapid cycle around it. So so that's what we're trying to do.
Sean, what about you guys?
A lot's going on. I think in times past, I know we would tell people, a variation, 20% of your time you get to play around or do whatever. But really how that translated is that was a 20% above and beyond the 100% they already have for their normal day. So I think back to the point earlier, we have to be deliberate. We have to provide time. We have to encourage. We have to, I wouldn't say encourage failure, but to some degree accept failure. As they test, they experiment. I feel like if people are committed to the organization, they're committed to the mission, they understand what you're trying to achieve, and they understand their portion of that, they'll find ways to experiment to try to push that needle. We've done similar things with creating training opportunities. We have full days every quarter. We give them no meetings, no anything. Now, I've recently found out that what they do is they use that to work anyway. They're not supposed to take the day off, but it's for self-improvement. So we've still got to improve, but I think above and beyond, you have to be connected to your team, and that can be hard when it's a big team. The last thing I'll say is that I think for a lot of us, especially in the room that come from technical type backgrounds, these people love to learn. They love technology, and technology is evolving, so they love to get their hands in it, which sometimes be a bit of a problem because as we're trying to figure out what, so I'm the cyber guy, when I'm trying to understand what are the risks around AI, my team's out there trying to find every way they can to take advantage of it, which is super cool, but it can be super scary too. There's risks and there's benefits. I tend to be on the side, I think it's a huge, huge benefit. If we enable our team, if we upskill, if we train them and give them the time, I think we can get so much out of this, it'll benefit everybody.
Yeah, I'll give one more example of a benefit. So again, a data point from the survey that's coming out tomorrow. So workers who have had that kind of direct interaction with AI, been able to kind of play around with it, are like 2.5% more likely to feel positive about AI. So it's like they have that comfort level, they understand more, they have a greater like appreciation of the benefits. So there's a direct correlation there.
Yeah. Very interesting. Jacqueline, I would imagine that people bring their company exists and has a wonderful business serving from startups to brand names because it's hard to get the right talent really quickly when there are movements, and that's how your business is created. So what makes you, how do you map it? How do you know what to hire, where to hire? Because I bet often like big companies could learn from those strategies and startups. I hope that will not put you out of business, but share some tricks with us.
Oh, there's a couple tricks. You know, I had a mentor once tell me, I never hire straight A students. And the reason why is because they're not used to making mistakes. They're not used to failing. Right? I was like, oh my gosh, this is genius. But no, aside from that, we have 7 offices throughout South America. And we actually kind of did the reverse trend when everyone was going remote. We were hyper-focusing on being local and hyper-local. So we would build these offices, we'd call them howdy houses, and the whole goal was just to bring people together. And this was actually at the height of COVID when we were all so far apart. The idea was like, we miss community. People are still human. We still want that connection. And so what we really just wanted to do was to bring people back together through meetups, through hackathons, through tech talks, through anything we can do to give back to the local communities. And what we found was there are so many phenomenal people out there that aren't on LinkedIn, that aren't actively looking for jobs, but they actively want to be engaged in the local communities. And so when we went through this, and it happened completely organically and unintentionally. We were just doing it to try and connect people. And what we found was we were getting access to this crazy, inaccessible talent that nowhere else could find. And so, you know, I've shared those strategies, especially like if you're located in a city, maybe it's not so tech forward. People will come if you're doing interesting things, if you're hosting interesting meetups, if you're having, you know, interesting people speaking. People will come out of the woodworks to come and join, and you start to create this community and you create this network effect because interesting people, smart people, folks that are building these great, you know, generative AI platforms, they know other people, and they know other people, and they know other people. And so you got to start small, but really investing in your local communities it's been really important and huge for us.
If I could double down on the LinkedIn statement because it's so right. I mentioned the apprenticeship program earlier. Part of that is because I'm trying to hire over 100 cybersecurity professionals. Now, again, I can't get them all from universities. So the apprenticeship program, we interviewed every apprentice that came through, and we hired a handful. But what got me the most was one to the point, I think one of them had a LinkedIn profile. Yep. These were young professionals, and it was a 15-minute interview. It was speed dating. I was absolutely blown away by the level of preparedness they came in. And I told them as such. I asked them, like, what questions do you have for me? And what's the wrong question? None. I don't have any questions. This young lady came there, and she said, hey, so I listened to your investor relations call. And I was like, oh, okay. And at that point, I was saying, in 15 minutes, like, come on, you're done, we're hired. Yeah. And she started breaking. She pulled her notes out. She's talking about this. Hey, I heard your CEO say this. And I just I've interviewed career professionals who did not come near as prepared. And I told her this as she did. And where do I find more of you? Like, how do I do that? Because I'm my soapbox here, but I tell people all the time, I hire primarily for 2 things. Foundational technology for sure, but 2 things, attitude and aptitude. And that young lady had more than I had seen from nearly every person I've hired in the past year. Blown away. And she wasn't on LinkedIn. She's just at, how do we tap into those? I think it's so incredibly important.
Yeah, people, the younger generation especially, it feels icky in a lot of ways. Yeah. And so they're trying to avoid it. They're trying to stay away from it. So how do you find them, right? It's not the traditional paths.
Agree.
So how do you find them? I think the question, that's really interesting because I think future, there was this quote, future is already here, just unevenly distributed. That really goes for talent. What is, because this is what, what I find is often when you talk to people, the thing we forget the most is if you love a person like that, she probably has 3 friends. It's really interesting that people socialize with people like them and not with people not like them. And so you might be looking for the best cyber hackers to secure the Wells Fargo system, and then they may not be on LinkedIn, and they may be they may be thinking banking is icky, and so not until they understand that you're going to protect someone's grandmother's mortgage or house, they may be motivated to show up, right?
Yeah. So I mean, you have to find one. You have to find one because there's a compounding network effect. In fact, for us, for every one amazing developer we hire, 1.2 is referred to us. So it just continues to really compound in that way. So it just depends on your numbers. But you've got to do interesting things to bring them to you, right? Yeah. You have to invest in a way where it's maybe you put on some sort of, I don't know, free training credential, come learn how to do cybersecurity with McDonald's. That's amazing, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So one which has worked for us is we have done hackathons where you will find talent which is very orthogonal to what you would normally encounter. And you also get some really interesting ideas, right? Not all of them are good, but some of them are very interesting. So,
I'm going to do a super blitz, 30 seconds each, because I think I just glanced at the clock and it's running away from us. We are sitting here in 2030. It's a similar panel, Reuters Momentum, talent. What do you think we're talking about? Maria?
Yeah, I'll actually use it to answer the last question. So I think in the future, what we can see are companies having more intentional partnerships to the sources of talent that McDonald's is tapping into. So you mentioned you're working with City Colleges of Chicago. So there are community colleges all over the country that have those sources of amazing talent who don't have 4-year degrees. There's community-based organizations. There's nonprofit IT providers out there. So there's a lot of talent and a lot of providers that are sitting kind of outside of maybe where employers are normally looking for this talent. So in 5 years, I'd love to see more of those partnerships in place.
Yeah. I think that we are entering kind of another phase of globalization and the flattening of the world that we've ever seen before. Like I mentioned earlier, and like you had mentioned with the jobs, in 7 years from now, with the rate at which data is compounding and with what we're looking at, I think the conversation is going to be, how do I source and retain top talent for my teams? I think with all of these unfilled tech roles that are being created while we're having it right now, imagine that in 7 years from now. It's going to be unprecedented. And so, like Maria said, getting creative with other resources in terms of having to source it.
Yeah, I'm going to go slightly different angle. I think those two hold true, which is we are going to be tapping locations, markets, sources, which I don't think we have uncovered yet or not penetrated enough yet. But I think there are going to be some anchor points around bandwidth, access to network, access to chip, compute, things of that sort. So I think we'll have to solve some of those things. So we'll be talking about those as a prerequisite before talent can be fully unlocked, I think.
So I had the benefit of thinking about this. 7 years from now, I don't know. I was thinking back
deep fake of you sitting over here answering the question.
So who remembers Tom from MySpace, right? For those that can go back that far, myself. But I feel like we're in the MySpace era of AI here. Like we're just in its infancy. Yeah. And who knew that social media was going to grow from sharing what you were having for dinner to it was going to shape elections and uplift entire societies. And there's downsides of it too. So there's so much that happened that I certainly couldn't have predicted. So in 7 years, now I love what Maria said. I don't know. I think it's going to be vastly different. We have to start now upscaling. I would love it if we had much better relations with various organizations, with recruitment, things like that. I think it will level the playing field, but I also think it's going to introduce a whole bunch of things that right now, at least for me in my seat, it's hard for me to even fathom, but I can be forward-looking enough to know maybe I don't have to know quite yet, but I'm going to ride this, and I'm going to bring my team and those that are around me with me to figure it out.
God, clock running away. I want to, there are at least a couple of questions I really want to tackle. Probably one person will grab it. The first one is, how do you mitigate the drop-off of women and underrepresented minorities in the top ranks of the technology elite? What can the organization do to mitigate?
I'll take a stab, because you have to be deliberate again, right? You have to start training and coaching and advocating for them lower in the ranks. You can't promote a senior manager to a VP. That's just that you're putting that person in the wrong spot. They're unprepared. Yep. You have to coach them, develop them, give the opportunities, let them fail a bit, but let them grow, but ride along with them and be their guide and be their coach, be their advocate. Yeah. If we all do that collectively, I think we can lift all of those up into our ranks.
Yep, don't give up. You're in for a marathon, not a sprint.
Intention. Yeah. The second question, what will become redundant as far as the talent, and what skills will be in high demand?
I mean, I think all the lower level roles that we see right now, it's going to be redundant, but computers are going to be able to take care of it. Just like computers in the Industrial Revolution or the machines took over those lower level roles, I think we're going to see a very similar thing, but just in the world of computers. I believe more people are going to be entering tech than ever before, because that part of it is the most intimidating, is that entry-level part. Yeah. But interacting with tech is not intimidating, especially for the younger generations, because that's all they've ever done. I mean, I have a 1-year-old that plays on a screen that knows that, if you move your finger up and down, the computer goes up and down. It's fascinating, Great. So I think encouraging people, but interacting with technology is not intimidating, but creating it. Yeah. So.
Amazing panel. As I said, the most important topic of the day, because if you don't have talent, you don't have anything. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Having a blast.
Thank you all very much. And actually, we're right before a break, so I want to have you guys pause, because this was probably by far my favorite panel. I'm very passionate about the space of diversity. And I want to call out a stat that I've been writing about for many years. And so if you have just one person of color or one woman in a candidate pool, in a final candidate pool, they have statistically zero chance of getting hired. Statistically zero, regardless of the size of the pool. If you just add one woman to that candidate pool, the woman has a 79.14% or increased chance of getting hired. Wow. Same pool, but with one black person or one brown person, that goes up to 193 times more likely. Think about that. So the best way to increase diversity in tech is to make sure that you have at least one person of diversity, one diversity candidate in every single pool that you hire. Wow. And I've implemented this at lots of companies. I don't put a quota on who you hire. I put a quota on what the profile of your hiring pool looks like. Hire the best person from that. More than likely, it's going to be a woman, it's going to be a man, it's going to be a person of color. They'll be the best person. We're just leaving a lot of talent.
I so agree, because at Sputnik, our only mandate is to look for future unicorns, but if you look at the 74% of the companies have either women and minority, and the reason is because the standard's identical for everyone, but we're going to look deliberately into Black women talk tech, all the Latinx founders, all of the, whatever the underrepresented minority, we're talking to them to make sure that they're welcome, and then the standards are the same. And guess what? That's the simple thing, but it takes an effort. It's not natural, because they may not be naturally in your interaction circles. We may go to the different cocktail parties, or pottery classes, etc. And so you just have to show up.
Yeah, it's a really important topic. Thank you all, and I really appreciate that it's not just a bunch. It's a diverse group, and men are equally as important in this conversation as everyone. As men, we have a seat at the table. We have a position of privilege. We need to take advantage of it, and we need to be a voice. And there's tons of tech talent out there. If you look at just Pi ladies and women in AI and there are millions of women out there. So I always call BS when people tell me they're not out there. Yeah. There's 500,000 people that are members of Black in AI. Yeah. Where the gap does exist is at the seat at this table, at the leadership table. Yeah. And we need to work to do that. And I really appreciate you all for doing this. I'm sorry, Reuters, because I took extra time, but we're before a break. We'll be back at 3:50 Central Time. And again, Thank you all for this wonderful conversation. Welcome back, everyone. We're excited for this next panel, which when I first read it, I thought it said AI, fight or flight. But I think we decided the title of the panel is actually Hype or Fright. And this is another great diverse panel from across different industries and across different segments. And with that, why don't we bring up the panel? So Sandeep, the Chief Digital Technology Officer at CBRE, which is a real estate company. Lauren Coons, I got it right the second time, the CEO of Iconic. Shri, who's the EVP and CTO for PayPal. And then Dr. Jesse Ehrenfeld, the president of the American Medical Association, and Tom Coughlin, who's the president of IEEE.
President-elect.
President-elect, sorry.
Almost. Proto-president. Thank you all very much. It's really a pleasure to be talking to you. I've been really impressed with the sessions here so far. We're going to do first some quick introductions before we get into some questions. And by the way, we're looking for questions from the audience. So if you know the app there's a place there where you can put in questions. So be sure to do that after we run through a few questions. We'll be looking for some audience questions. So just to get started, I'm Tom Coughlin. I'm actually a storage and memory guy. I live in Silicon Valley. And I'm also, as indicated, Seth said, the president-elect for the IEEE. IEEE is the largest technical profession in the organization with over 420,000 members in over 190 countries. They're a creator of standards. In fact, that's one of the things I think directly relates to this. There's an activity that's gone on in the IEEE since 2016 on ethically aligned design for intelligence and autonomous systems that's resulted in several white papers, very large white papers on the topic. And also a whole series of standards on that. So just to let you know about that, I'm very interested in the next session. There's actually someone from one of the standards groups there talking with them. So that's me. Would you like to?
Sure. Jesse Ehrenfeld. I'm the president of the American Medical Association. I'm an anesthesiologist. I see patients pretty much every week in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And the topic of digital health is one that's near and dear to my heart. I'm an informatician, board certified in both anesthesiology and clinical informatics. And obviously, digital health and AI are transforming medicine in lots of interesting ways that we'll talk about today.
Sure.
I'm Sri Shivananda. I'm the CTO of PayPal, and we are a very large payments platform that did about a 1.35 trillion in payment volume last year. You may or may not be familiar, but we also are a house of brands that includes Venmo, Braintree, Happy Returns, Honey, and many other things that you probably use on a day-to-day basis. We've been an AI company for more than a decade, but with the recent surge in activity and particularly new technologies, it's brought in a new step function of what the internal programs have evolved to. And we'll talk about that a bit.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Lauren.
Hi. I'm Lauren Kunze. I'm the CEO of Pandora Bots, which is one of the largest chatbot development and hosting platforms in the world. We've been empowering developers and enterprises to build conversational AI applications for decades now. And we recently spun out a new company called Iconic, which is focused on photorealistic 3D avatars that are married to a conversational AI backend. So we've been deploying an increasing number of digital humans for a variety of different use cases as AI has broadly continued to improve.
And Sandeep.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Sandeep Dave, Chief Digital and Technology Officer for CBRE. CBRE is the world's largest commercial real estate services investment firm. If you think about real estate, from investing in real estate, managing space, to real estate as an alternate investment vehicle, we do it all. And like any other industry, we are transforming through digital, and AI is a big topic of conversation.
Great. Thank you all very much. So our first question is for Lauren. And the reason why, part of it, she gets it first, but everyone else can respond, is since you're from a company that actually is building AI tools, what can AI do and what can it not do?
It's a very broad question. I think the party line is AI can do everything when deployed correctly. No, but in all seriousness, there have been huge advancements. Obviously, everyone knows about the recent advancements in generative AI, but I think when I started playing around with conversational AI systems as a teenager, things like speech recognition didn't work very well, speech synthesis, computer vision, those are all fields where machine learning made massive breakthroughs. But I think the last big holy grail, or so we thought, was natural language understanding. Until recently, computers had a really difficult time understanding human language and formulating a sensible reply. And I'd say recently, with large language models, we've seen a huge increase in computers' ability to understand us when we're prompting them to do something. And we've also seen an increase in their ability to formulate seemingly sensible replies. I'm underlining seemingly there because the replies sound sensible, but they're generated, so they're made up, so they might not be accurate. So I think the big thing that AI cannot do today, or cannot be trusted to do today, is have an unintermediated interaction with businesses, consumers, without humans in the loop.
So it doesn't know when it's wrong?
No.
Ah, okay.
My husband tells me that all the time about me. You know, in the health space, 20% of physician practices are using AI, but it's not the things you'd expect. It's not diagnostics. It's not making a clinical decision. It's back-end operations. It's automating supply chain. It's those kinds of unsexy things that we know if the decision's wrong, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. I think where there's a lot of tension is around what happens when we're using these tools to augment clinical capabilities, to help decisions in the operating room where I'm seeing patients in the moment. And that's, I think, where we're going to see a lot of development and excitement in the next coming years.
How do you think you'd use it as a medical practitioner?
Well, look, when I'm in the operating room, you know, I counted the other day 34 real-time parameters, you know, continuous waveforms on the monitor. There is more data than I could ever possibly ingest as a human. I know there's subtle signals that an algorithm, an AI tool, could help me detect when a patient is going to deteriorate before I can. I want those things to happen. I'm sorry, I don't want my patients to deteriorate. I want the tools to help me know when it's going to happen.
Know if they're happening.
And so I know that there are things I miss. That's part of the problem where you are relying totally on a human. So I know that there'll be algorithms that can support and in some cases replace things that then I'll no longer need to do.
Okay.
I want to go back to what AI cannot do.
Yes.
Right? Clearly, AI can now listen. AI can now see. And AI can understand. But it's not yet able to feel. It doesn't know any aspect of emotion. And in fact, at this point in time, while it has what you can consider synthesized creativity, it doesn't have inherent creativity yet.
And it's amoral.
Well, AI by itself is not moral or amoral. I think it is like how it gets used that makes it so.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, although AI cannot feel, it can very easily manipulate us, feeble-minded humans, into thinking that it can feel. So an earlier version of our software actually inspired the film Her, where a man falls in love with a machine. And we've seen a really alarming uptick in our developer users who are building things like AI girlfriends.
They get attached to them?
Oh, deeply, deeply attached.
Wow. Okay.
Those are some of the highest traffic consumer-facing applications in the market right now. So if you think about, you know, somebody having this, they call it the race to intimacy. A lot of companies are vying to be in that very intimate space with consumers. So AI's capacity to manipulate us, even though it has no will to do so, is great and scary. Fright on the fright side.
And certainly those tools can support in a health context, you know, what I'm doing, but they can't replace my putting a hand on a shoulder, right, in a moment when you need that human connection. But they can certainly help us engage consumers across lots of industries to improve their health. But I think we have to understand what those limitations are.
Okay, so next question here is, how has your organization attitude changed on AI in light of recent developments? That's for Sandeep first.
Yeah, sure. We discussed a lot of fright examples. Actually, what I'm seeing in my organization is all hype and excitement. There is just astronomical increase in interest, desire to know and understand more, desire to try certain things. So the demand has gone through the roof. There is also a little bit of, in some quarters, fear of missing out. So let's do something, let's do anything. And that when you go down that path for any technology, which is let's do anything, there is always a risk of failure. But I think therein also is a moment of opportunity where we have the ability to implement technology for transformational change.
So it's a motivator for changing and trying it out.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of motivation right now in the organization.
Okay.
And look, like while it seems like there is a recent surge around AI, I still continue to think of it as it's a continuum. AI has existed for a while, and yes, there has been a lot of activity that's been created by the democratization of large language models through a chat interface. And what we've seen is, one is we've had our data scientists tell us there's been no better time to be a data scientist. They're very excited about what this brings on as a revolution. But at the same time, as enterprises, we need to figure out how to harness this. Internally within PayPal, around the January timeframe, we did a quick survey. And what we realized is there were pockets of teams that were already working on large language models way before the hype kicked in. Number two, we then said, okay, why don't we take the energy around here? We ran an ideathon. And the ideathon was not about like go build prototypes, like just figure out ideas where you could apply this based on how much you're using it. So we had 400 different ideas, of which we took 6 to start to pilot and run.
So what are the kind of things you're doing at PayPal?
So at the lunch table today, I was sharing a framework around how we've organized into use cases. If you think of a 2x2, on one axis being internal and external, and on the other axis being assist and act. The internal assist use cases are easy, low-hanging opportunities, low risk, and those are the things that you go after first. When you want to act on behalf of the customer, that's where you need to give the most thought. So the playbooks are going to be different across.
So in a way, it's easier to do it for internal operations, and then
the internal assist use cases are the easiest ones to do. But then, of course, you will eventually go into the 400 ideas we got were all across the board. And at this point in time, after 6 pilots, we have a couple that are external, but the rest of them are internal.
I think one of the things that we are doing, Tom, is given the level of demand that we've seen in the organization, we are trying to pin it back to strategy and say, okay, just like Shri, you were saying, 100 plus ideas around, we want to do something. But how does that map back to strategy? And often there is a lack of understanding there is a real cost associated with doing something. And so we go back to the fundamentals around what is the ROI? Does it fall in some kind of a 2x2 or some kind of a framework that says this is what we will prioritize and work on and show some early success?
In fact, you pointed out, I think, that a lot of the training actually is very energy intensive. So in a sense, it's not exactly a green
or even the queries. Not just the training, but even the queries are fairly energy intensive.
Yeah, and I think something we've been seeing that we also saw in 2016 and previous hype cycles around chatbots is that a lot of enterprises are gearing up to make very expensive mistakes because of the overhype. So it all goes back to fundamental principles of what's the business problem you're trying to solve and what's the right AI solution, be it generative or not. But we've seen, giant organizations with top 20 brands, worldwide recognition, have new sort of chief AI officers and are putting together teams and are budgeting 2 or 3 million RFPs going around to new large language model providers. And then you have people on the other half of the organization who know that those are never going to go live because there's no way a top 20 global brand can unleash a large language model directly at consumers without being able to have legal and many people internally approve everything it could say, which is impossible when it's generated. And it's just crazy to me that they're, 2 halves of the organization, or I guess in an organization that big, it's not halves, so it's very, very fractured in some cases, but people know going into it, and it's still happening.
So you think a lot of people are not thinking of all the consequences and putting all, what all have to do to make this happen?
Yeah, but I think the general rule of thumb is as long as you're working backwards from the business problem and it's narrowly defined, and I think internal assist use cases are much lower risk to start with. You can do things in a very modular fashion and see what works and put things out that start collecting data for future training without sort of jumping right until the multi-million-dollar external vendor RFP.
And we're continuing to see an explosion of, frankly, more questions than answers. The technical things about how do you operationalize a tool, what sort of things do I need to understand about the safety and the efficacy and who's paying for it and what's the liability around incorporating something into a workflow. We've seen this happen in other spaces related to digital health when telemedicine was new, right? And people needed to understand, how to use a platform and how do you sort of get through some of these, navigate some of these related questions. So the AMA, we have a whole set of resources that we try to make available for free for physicians and practices and healthcare facilities. We have a new AI playbook that's coming out soon to try to help with some of these questions. But fundamentally, I think one issue that is clear to me is that, while I may never really get to the point of understanding what a model's doing, and that's often case very difficult just given the nature of these things, at least knowing that there's a model there ought to be a foundational expectation that we have when we're integrating something into workflow. If I don't know it's there, I can't be in the loop. I can't supervise and correct when there's a problem.
Okay, so the next question, and this one's for you, Shri, to start off with. How can we deal with the limitations of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I'll probably reframe the question before I answer it, which is to say that, Sandeep mentioned how organizations are running into do something, do anything, right? But I also see it within my professional network, a lot of people who are rushing to do everything with AI. And yes, I mean, it is exciting, and there is a rush here, but it is not the only solution in the toolbox. There are various other things that you have in the technology landscape that you use along with AI to form the best outcome that you want to create with the customer in your mind. It's always about the customer. So one of the first things that we did, particularly at the beginning of the year, is we actually published an internal policy around AI. And we didn't want it to be perfect to start with. We just wanted to get something out there so people were not filling in the blanks on their own to figure out what to do about this. And that policy set a tone. We told them it's version 0.1. It'll evolve every single quarter as we go forward, as we learn things. And that set a bit of a framework for everyone to think how to go about this. Second was just awareness, education. To your first question about what is possible, what's not possible, where do you apply it, where do you not apply it, that was very critical. The third aspect was just exploration in various ways of experimenting. There's a lot we don't know about this technology than we know about it. So through exploration and experimentation, you get to make small bets for which both the risk and reward is proportional to the size of the bet you make. And then over time, you become confident in making bigger ones. And then you go about doing that. All in all, I think it is important to understand that the evolution that we saw happen in software development lifecycle, or any technology lifecycle for that matter, will apply to this technology as well. There'll be a pipeline through which it operates. There is an act of creation. There is an act of verification. There is an act of testing and then deployment and watching it in runtime. But then also thinking about the supply chain. Not all of us are going to be building models. A lot of people are going to be using open source models. Where are those models coming from? Where is the data fed into those models coming from? So in many ways, there are parallels in other things we've done before that will apply to this tech. And as to the point you made on, can we just put that voice out there? Not really, because I think we have to take the incoming prompt that we get from a customer and make sure it's the right kind of prompt that we want to serve, and then take the outgoing response and make sure that that is right in terms of logic, in terms of ethics, and in terms of emotions as well.
Good point.
Speaking of, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, we think a lot about bias in data, bias in healthcare data, and the potential implications around AI models that either reinforce bias or exacerbate health disparities. And I actually think there's a really incredible opportunity for AI tools, models to help us eliminate health disparities, but that will only happen if we're very intentional at the outset as we're thinking about how we create these models and use them and apply them.
So I was going to say, speaking of limitations, I have a 13-year-old, and he knows a lot about a lot of things, and he has no idea about a lot of things. But he answers every question confidently. In that instance, it's brash confidence. For AI, it's hallucinations. And one of the use cases that is very popular and is being discussed right now is, well, why don't we feed generative AI all our data and create a conversational interface? And actually, in large demos, like Microsoft launch, we saw that when they did that, the answers were just made up. The answers around the financial analysis that they ran, the answers around operating margins, EBITDA, were all wrong. And so you've got to be very careful as to what you do and how you test, right? What is the human interface to test the quality of the responses is another way of dealing with the limitations.
Lauren, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I was just wondering if your 13-year-old is named Chad GPT. Are you considering calling him?
You know, actually, this brings up kind of an interesting thing that someone mentioned this morning, which is that, the accountability questions, if you don't really know how the processing is happening, how the result is given, it's another one of those limitations. Any ideas on that, especially maybe from you, Lauren?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a big question, and I see an audience question that this might tie into about how you engender trust when you don't know about the training data sources. Oh, well, great. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I think there's actually some legislation in California, which is one of the only states to pass this legislation so far, and it was a few years ago, that bots have to disclose that they're bots. It's a bot disclosure law. And for us as a company, that's actually something that we enforce or encourage in enterprises when we can. So humans have to know that they're talking to a software system up front. And if you apologize up front for any mistakes that might get made or saying you're still in training, that earns you a lot of goodwill, not in the medical field. And
I always apologize up front.
Sorry about that, kid.
You are going to die. Hopefully not today. We're all dying.
It's too much paperwork.
Yeah, so I think, it's a very hard problem, but starting out of the gate saying you are talking to software, not trying to trick people, and acknowledging the limitations of the system up front goes a long way, but it is an unsolved problem with these black box systems, how you can actually account for what generated which answer.
It's kind of interesting. So in the IEEE, they publish a lot of stuff, and a lot of people are generating text with AI, and I think what they decided to do, there's no way they could stop people from using AI, but they make a requirement that you have to say that what's been generated by AI. So it's people trying to build, at least, if not formal laws, at least rules about how they're going to deal with this.
Yeah, some kind of watermark is key for us because we're now working in the field of digital humans where we have influencers on TikTok and Instagram. Right now, we're still in the uncanny valley phase, so most people can tell that the AI is not a human, but having some identifier, I think, is going to be critical because in the next few years, I think a lot of content, the vast majority on social media, will be generated, and it won't be clear unless it's labeled as such.
Interesting. I think that'll become a real thing.
Oh, yeah. Or a fake thing, a real fake thing.
Real fake thing.
It's already a fake thing. It's just going to stay fake.
Yeah. So the question around attribution is something that a lot of corporations are grappling with. We've recently, as Shri was mentioning, we very early on published guidelines around usage and then followed it up with a proper policy. But one of the areas that we've tried to address in the policy is the question around attribution. If you do use generative AI capabilities, then what attribution do you provide, and how do you provide that transparency, and how do you fact check what you are taking to clients? Certainly not recommended to create a legal brief and take it to the court like the lawyer in New York did.
Well, since Lauren already brought up the question, I'll ask the rest of you about how do we create trustworthy AI, or how do we know when it's trustworthy?
The issue of trust comes back to two issues for me: accountability and in the underlying data. And at least in healthcare, consumers, patients have an expectation that their data is private, that it is secure, that HIPAA somehow protects it. Those assumptions are generally flat wrong in most contexts when data has been fed to a third party that's not a covered entity and has no legal protections around it. So, you put your pregnancy tracker ovulation data into an app, that's not covered by HIPAA. And so we have seen, I think, some missed opportunities at the federal level to provide guardrails around understanding and educating consumers when their data is leaving a protected space. So I think that's one thing that we need to do some work around to make sure that we treat health data appropriately because it is sensitive. And look, once it's out of the bottle, you can't sort of cram it back in there. And we've seen with a lot of data breach examples where that's been an issue. But this other issue is accountability. And where's the liability when an algorithm has an output that causes harm? Right. And our perspective as an AMA is that the liability ought to be placed with the entity, the person, the people who are best positioned to mitigate the damage. And in many cases, that's not the end user. That may not be the nurse in a hospital who's using this thing, or the physician. It may be the developer or the implementer or somebody else. And currently, there's a federal proposal that would solely place all liability for health algorithms on the clinician. We think that will kill the market, and so we're pushing back on that very hard.
I think I'll step back and say, trust, that's such a critical and important word. We all are from different companies and different enterprises. We serve the world in a different way, but the underlying foundation is trust with the customer. That is common to all of us. I think a key point I'll make here is whatever we use AI for, each one of us is going to come up with a business case and an optimization function. And the most important optimization function of any AI that we use has to be trust. Because a transaction going wrong, you can fix it, right? But once trust goes wrong because of an expectation that was violated or a tone that was misplaced in a communication, backing that up is very hard to do.
Or not responding,
Or not responding. And actually, look, with respect to not responding, sometimes not responding is better than trying to respond. And let me give you an example. Today, ChatGPT and other tools that most people interface with, and their interface to this generative AI, it feels an obligation to answer any question, which is why it hallucinates.
Interesting.
What if in some situations where the confidence score is less, it says actually, I don't know.
That would be nice.
That is more trust building than
right.
giving the wrong answer.
Right. That being the 13.
So that kind of judgment is something humans generally have. To train our systems to gain that judgment is going to take a period of time. Just because we have a probabilistic engine that statistically can figure out grammar and construct sentences that we can all believe doesn't mean it's human.
So maybe not to act quite so confident in a sense.
Yeah, it all goes back to your husband, knowing how to admit when you're wrong. That's one of the most important lessons we can learn as humans.
That's human
and
trust.
Robots.
Yeah, and robots. Do you have a comment on trust?
Well, to add to the conversation, the one thing I would say is that for those of us working in corporate environments where we are not necessarily training foundational models, but we are either leveraging open source models that have been trained to a certain aspect and then further training them on our data, or leveraging large language models that have been significantly trained on data, a lot of the limitations, bias may already have been crept in. So in that instance, yes, you can further train based on your data, but how do you then manage the trust if inherently the model is biased? I think their governance, the human check-in, the fact that you're working through verified enterprise partners, so we've got close association with a lot of the Microsoft, Googles of the world, Amazons of the world, providing us that support. That's how we are trying to create an environment where we can create more trustworthy AI.
So I'm going to read one of the audience questions. I really like the way it was put, though I'm not sure we're going to be able to answer the question well. Hair dryers have labels, so you don't use them in the bathtub. How can we ensure AI providers disclose the benefits and the potential harm for consumers?
Well, you could take the British approach, which is to no longer put electrical outlets in bathrooms.
Especially close to the tub, right?
No, I think, again, the level of transparency of understanding that there is a tool, even if you don't know what it's doing, is I think, the starting point. And people are misusing these tools because they don't understand them. And that's a problem that different industries will deal with in different kinds of ways. We have a little bit more control in a regulated health space. On the consumer health space, it's sort of it's an open game out there, unfortunately, for better or worse. But I think the more that we can do to help educate people about what the limitations are for these tools, the better off we'll be.
Well, and there's a whole question of malware using AI and stuff as well. So
Well, here in America, I think the American approach is litigation. So hair dryers, I mean, sad but true.
True,
But
yeah.
somebody took a hair dryer into the bathroom and electrocuted themselves, and then somebody sued, and that's why the label is there, right? That's why we
that's
have the
probably true.
labels. So I'm not saying I think this is the best approach, but probably practically speaking in this country, a lot of the way things are labeled is going to shake out to litigation, and we're starting to see that now with some of these large language models, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, that were trained on other artists' work, and we're starting to see a lot of copyright litigation. So I think that's actually probably going to move the needle more so than anything else in terms of accountability. Is it infringing on my copyright? How do we trace that back? So that's maybe not that optimistic, but the realistic.
But it's an approach that seems to be used, yeah.
I think if I were to abstract those comments in, like, it's about checks and balances, right? Every person who's engaging in building AI is taking in some checks and balances into consideration. Their teams and their organizations have some checks and balances they're putting in place. The industry as a whole has a set of standards that becomes a set of checks and balances. Every country, its laws and its regulation becomes a set of checks and balances. If something escapes all of this, then in general, humanity kicks in and goes like, okay, something's not going right here. And that becomes a set of checks and balances. And in some cases, it will be reactive. And in some cases, we may be able to think of it in the forefront and do that. In terms of, I do think that user agreements will start to highlight the use of AI in product and tech.
We'll see labels on that.
You will start to see labels and mentions here and there over time. But I think it'll also become an unsaid norm of expectation that any interaction you have with anything digital is most likely covered by some aspect of AI over time.
Yeah, because the more things have intelligence built into them or are connected to the internet, et cetera.
That's right.
Yeah. How about on real estate?
Well, I don't think it's any different. I think we've been talking about the checks and balances in various different forms. Yeah.
Do you think, so interesting, if in real estate and that sort of thing, what are the kind of issues you might run into there that need to be dealt with?
Well, I think the issues are the same, right? Which is how can you ensure that there is trust in what is being provided and how AI is being used. If AI is being used to do things differently or do different things that were not done before, how do you validate? How do you provide some governance around it? That's how we are looking at it.
You know, we've already seen in healthcare some examples where AI has insidiously caused harm to patients at scale. So, a large health system built a sepsis detection model, deployed it in a different setting, and it just failed miserably and reinforced all sorts of racial bias that then caused harm to patients. There was an expose in a trade publication this morning around a third-party payer using an AI tool algorithm that caused irreparable damage in denying care to patients who I think needed long-term services, those kinds of things. We need to make sure that we have appropriate transparency so that we can protect, at least in a healthcare context, patients from those things happening. But that's only going to work if we've got a sort of framework that makes sure that people have some sense of the tools being there, even if they don't know what the tools are doing.
I'll geek out for a second and I'll mention one thing, which is like, in the world of software, the way we have built it in the past, it was not as necessary to explain everything the software is doing because there was a certain static nature to it. Like you could go back into the software and go, that's what the software did. But with the advent of AI and the use of AI, what's going to happen is every interaction, everything that happens is going to be a unique segment of one. Which means now to be able to explain it, you have to recreate the perfect conditions to be able to explain it. That's not going to happen. So the only way you can do that is now you need to make sure that everything the system did is journaled in a way that you could go back to the journal and use it as a statement of truth to say, this is what the system did. Because explainability is very important, particularly with dynamic systems.
I have a bit of a contrarian viewpoint to add, which is that I think consumers should trust these systems less, which ties into consumer education and people not really knowing what these systems can do. And that's from where I'm sitting, having processed over 100 billion interactions between chatbots we're hosting and consumers, and the amount of cleaning that we have to do to our data of any personally identifying information, credit cards, home addresses. People will just volunteer anything. So there's a real lack of education at the consumer level around privacy. So I think consumer education can go a long way.
That's right. I agree.
This issue.
So, question on that one though. You know, we humans tend to anthropomorphize things. We call our cars names, things like that. You know, how does that relate to this? You know, I mean, it's something we seem to like, whether it's a machine or human, we try to relate to some extent like it's one of us sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that can increase both trust and increase the risk for manipulation the more something looks like us. And like I said, we're still a few years away from convincing photorealistic, real-time interactive digital humans, but that's definitely something that's coming. I think it's the most convenient interface. I think the reason we're in this explosion of hype cycle and massive consumer adoption is that computers can finally speak our language, which is the ultimate user experience.
It seems kind of like us.
Exactly. So I think actually it's a good thing for computers to adapt to understand us and interact with us at a human level. But there's definitely a flip side and some risk attached to that.
There's also, at least in the health space, a lot of skepticism about the willingness to use these tools. And there's some great research out there. There was a nice Harvard Business Review article on the topic the last 3 years ago, maybe, that demonstrated that consumers, if they're given a choice, have surgery with human or surgery with AI or tool, but the humans choose the human, not the tool, even if the tool is less likely to make a mistake, because they don't believe that the algorithms can take into account their specific circumstances. So there's this foundational mistrust of these tools, at least in the health space, that is, I think, a little bit different than in other places. You know, who's willing to let the robot cut on your body today? At least that is going to be a barrier that we're just going to have to manage as we think about the adoption of these tools in the world.
And that's the contrast that I am seeing in a less high-stakes situation in corporate real estate. There's a desire to use more because the stakes are not that high. You know, what things can go wrong. You know, there are stakes around misuse of client data or data loss prevention, which are manageable versus a loss of life.
Okay, we have time for a quick question for all of us. What about AI scares you the most, and what about AI excites you the most? Maybe we'll start with you, Pendy.
I think what is exciting is the potential. It's going to be a tremendous productivity lift. What's probably scary is that the level of the level of impersonation, deepfakes, will go up significantly. There was a Wall Street Journal reporter who was able to convince a bank that the bot was actually them.
Wow!
So that's going to go up, and our headache with respect to cybersecurity is going to go up.
Lauren?
Yeah, similar fears. I think the massive spread of misinformation on social media for an undereducated and potentially underemployed population that's also heavily armed. It's scary.
Good point.
Yes. But especially when we're looking at upcoming election cycles, I think there's going to be some scary things happening there. But overall, I'm really excited about the democratization of access that a conversational user experience brings to so many people all over the world in terms of their ability to access computing.
How about you,
So my biggest fear is that collectively as humanity, we don't have a full grounding of our own biases. And AI is a piece of technology. It doesn't do anything by itself. It's how we put it to use. And those biases, particularly those that we don't understand, will make it into the systems that we use to serve everyone. And then if I take that to the extreme extent, that's one around the concept of greed. So how does, it's powerful.
Yeah.
It can do so many different things. So what does greed then unleash?
Especially if you're trying to...
Those are my fears.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm an optimist. Like I actually believe that this will unleash innovation and reach like no other technology has done before. And that will be a net positive for us as a society.
Thanks. And Jesse, you want to close that?
I also am very worried about misinformation and the damage that AI potentially can cause in terms of people being harmed by false information circulating online. I'm really enthusiastic, though, about the potential power of AI, digital tools, to be force multipliers, to help us with some of the workforce challenges that we have, not just in the US, but globally. Everyone in America ought to have access to high-quality health care. That is not the reality today. We're not going to solve that by doubling the number of medical schools. We'll only solve that through technology.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, everybody. Really a good session. And thanks to the audience.
Thanks to the audience.
Thank you all very much. Great session, great insights. Really appreciate all of it. So we have one more session, and this is going to be a fireside chat between the president of the International Standards Organization for Standards, or ISO, Ulka Franca. I think I got the last name wrong, but I got the first name right, I think. And this is moderated by Taylor Barkey from University of Utah. So why don't you guys come all up here, and looking forward to it. Sorry about that.
Hello again, everyone.
It's light.
It is bright up here. It's like a fireside chat. It's,
yeah.
A giant bonfire were in front of us, and here we are conversing. We're not going to set the table on fire.
No.
So it's my privilege to be here with Ulrika. At the Center for Growth and Opportunity, we are big fans of different governance models, and I feel like ISO, as we call it, fits into that model and system. So Ulrika, as president, you work there. Can you just tell us what ISO is? Maybe for folks in the room and tuning in who aren't familiar with it.
Sure. ISO is an organization for national standardization bodies. And here in the US is ANSI, who is the member of ISO. And what we do is that we develop standards. And it's done by people coming up with ideas for having standardization. So if we think that is valid as an idea for having a standard, there will be a committee starting. Somebody will be, of the national bodies, will be responsible for the secretariat on that committee. And it's an open process, so everybody who wants to can join into the committee. Having said that, I mean, it doesn't come, it comes with some cost. You have to travel, you have to spend time, and so on. So you don't get paid for doing the work. But all the industries that are interested in that area would probably send people into that committee.
Okay.
To be there to have an influence on the standards, of course.
So ISO is the international organization, and then there are country-specific standard setting bodies.
Yeah.
You mentioned ANSI, which is an acronym. Could you spell that out for us?
No.
No?
It's become I guess A stands for America.
Okay.
I think it's American National Standardization Institute, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not like ANSI, like I'm getting ANSI. Okay.
No.
And a standard, what's a good example maybe that we've encountered every day that maybe has used an ISO standard?
Oh, there are a lot of industrial standards when it comes to, products.
Okay.
Nuts and bolts that goes into everything. They're standardized.
Like the literal nuts and bolts.
Yeah, so you can buy screws and nuts everywhere, and they will be used everywhere.
Okay. And I've noticed on the website you sell the standards?
Yeah. And
so why buy a standard and why not, I don't know, give it away? Like, what's the role that market plays?
I think has to do with that the value creation within the standard and how to finance the system, to be honest. There is no governmental grants into the system. It's financed by the industry using the standards. And you wouldn't, if it goes on that you wouldn't create a standard that nobody wanted to buy. Things for free are not really good always. Okay. So I think this goes with it. But of course, it's to finance the system.
Okay. And so here we are at a conference about artificial intelligence. Does ISO have history with AI and standardization? How do those two fields meet?
Well, we have now about 15 committees working on standardization issues. Some are specific, like healthcare, but some are more in general sense. And I think that maybe some of you know about the standards we have for cybersecurity. That is one.
Okay.
Oh, I lost. Oh, it came back.
You're back, yeah. So there are software standards?
Well,
ISO?
we work together with the IEC when it comes to specific IT standards, because we don't want to have parallel systems. IEC is another standardization organization that comes out of the electricity business. So we work together with them on IT issues.
So if ISO is doing nuts and bolts, IEC would be doing, what's an example of their standard?
Everything electrical appliance.
Okay, like my microwave.
Yeah.
All right. And how do you, so AI is a very broad concept. How does ISO and how do the committees deal with just the 1,000 different definitions of what artificial intelligence is? What does that mean to set standards for AI?
Well, actually, it could be to define AI could be one of the issues. I would say that how to handle with it, how to work with AI within a company when it comes to compliance, just like we did with the cybersecurity, to give guidance to certain levels, how do you go forward in a good way with AI, so that the world around you can be confident that you used AI in a good way. And that will be sort of audited, and you will get a stamp. So you just can't decide it for yourself. It will be somebody else telling you if you're on the right spot or not. You can't do that yourself.
Gotcha. And is there currently an ISO standard definition of artificial intelligence?
I don't think there is, because the committees are working at that right now.
And that's something that everyone here could be involved with?
Sure.
How would they go about that?
Well, I would say that you should then contact ANSI.
All right.
And they have their offices in Washington, and they will be the local partner here for the U.S.
Okay. And so, our topic here has climate change, climate action in the subject of discussion. How do you see that big problem, that big issue? What role does ISO have in climate action?
What we did last year with the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, was that we put up some guidelines for reaching net zero.
Okay.
And those guidelines have different standards connected to them, but there is also other work that has to go in. And I think that AI could be one helper in getting that fixed in a faster way than you would otherwise do as an organization or as a company.
Yeah, how would that happen? Can you tell us more about that?
Well, if you know, you can use one of the standards that we have pointed in the guidelines, but you can also have, if you're good at it, put specific questions to the AI that will actually help you reach those things. There's knowledge out there that you could reach within AI, of course, that you could use, but you have to be careful that you put your questions right.
Okay. So this is using AI to interact with the standards to reach those climate action goals? Okay. And are there concerns at all with, power usage of AI models? It takes a tremendous amount of computing power. Does that go into as you think about climate action and AI from ISO, or?
It would. I mean, if you want to reach net zero, you have to be concerned about how much energy you use. And I don't know if it's true, but they say that today the IT world has CO2 footprint as large as the air industry, flying industry. So, I mean, and that everybody is concerned about flying, but I don't think everybody is concerned about how much energy and CO2 emissions come out of IT. So I think there will be something around that. Yes, definitely.
That's an under-addressed issue. That's
right. Yeah, I think so.
And how does ISO on that issue in climate action interact? So we set these standards for net zero goals. How does ISO interact with governments, national governments, local governments around the world?
What has happened, which I think is great fun for an organization like ISO, is that a lot of governments are now looking into the standardization packages that are around the world to solve problems, because governments are a bit slow and it becomes too much political hassle around different regulations. So they're looking into the standards. And as standards are developed by the industry themselves, it also gives you, I think, the possibility that those standards will be used much wider than it would have been otherwise. I expect that if you've been in a committee, if you've been part of that work, you will take that home to your company organization and implement it. Okay. So the more people that are in a committee, the better.
Yeah, what's a good example of that working well, and how does ISO maybe not succumb to the same sort of sluggishness of maybe government regulation?
Well, I think it has to do, it's developed by industry, and it will be used by industry. Okay. I think that is the theme. And standards are always voluntary. They're not like regulations. They're voluntary. And I think that the thing is that we've also used to work with a lot of people. When we took the net zero guidelines, it was about 1,000 people that were working on that workshop from more than 100 countries, and it was developed in 3.5 months.
Wow.
So there is a capability within the organization and a system with the standards it's been around, this ISO's been around for 77 years, I think it's now.
Okay.
So we're quite used to working with large groups of people and large group of experts, which is, of course, you're all experts, but there is a challenge if you got a lot of experts in a committee to make them to come to a consensus. I think that is one of the challenges that we have, and that will also be a challenge when we come to AI, to get everybody to agree.
And this process is quite fascinating. I would suggest everyone take a look at the ISO site because the steps are clearly laid out.
Yeah.
From proposal, and there's probably, 10 additional steps before. Yeah. Maybe how many steps are there maybe between pitching an idea to the standard is published?
It depends on the development, because then you send out the standard to people to have their opinions about it, and if there comes in a lot of opinions, they have to revise the standards.
Okay.
And what is good to know also is that the committee that exists will exist, for several years. It doesn't end with the standard. It will revise the standard, see how it needs to be updated, and so on. So I think that is
all right.
One of the advantages also with using standards.
Fascinating. We have a question from the audience. Thank you for submitting that, and welcome additional ones. Ulrika, I don't know what TCFD and ISSB are, but I'm assuming you do?
I'd at least know what, yeah.
So how would you answer that question? How do you align your recommendation with those organizations?
It comes down to, ISSB. It's international standards for sustainability.
Okay.
And accounting. It's the accounting system. And we have aligned us with, ISO has aligned itself with IFRS and ISSB to see that the measurements that is used when it comes to accounting are the ones that we have used for the ISO system, so that you don't have to invent the wheel again. The measurements are already there. And I think it's important to use these measurements because we are also there to provide a level playing field when it comes to competition between companies.
Okay.
And there's going to be a lot. I have said the last couple of months that I think that it will be the auditors that are driving sustainability, because there is so much now focus on sustainability within the auditing community that they will probably be the drivers. And usually, I'm a corporate person myself, and we usually do as the auditor says. So I think they will be a new era for the auditors and new fees from the auditors.
And where are these auditors coming from? Can you talk more about who those people are?
It's the big four, and they will have more of people, sustainability people within them.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So there's this. Maybe you can tell us more about this community of the standard-setting bodies. Many people are involved in this. So how do you just mentioned how you interact with this organization, ISSB. Who are some of the other standardization bodies?
Well, I mentioned IEC and ITU is another one. ITU, yeah. And
at the UN, right?
At the UN, and they are a bit different because they are a UN body.
The International Telecommunications Union?
Yeah. And we work together with IEC, ITU, and ISO work together to be aligned with what we do.
Okay.
So there won't be any mishaps between the organizations.
How do you, what is your perspective on governments that are going about maybe considering licensing regimes for artificial intelligence or other sorts of regulations? Do you have a perspective on maybe how the government should go about that, how they might benefit from ISO's work or interact with the work that
I think it will be, regulating AI will be quite difficult, to be honest. I think that I think it has to do with, we can do some ring fencing. And I think that in Europe now, we got EU trying to regulate it on a risk-based level. But I think that the ring fencing with GDPR that we have in Europe and IPs and copyrights will be the things that will be, need to be handled. There will be solutions, I think. I mean, music industry has solved some of it.
Okay.
So there will be, when it comes to copyright and things like that, there will be payment systems eventually for that. I think there will be. But I think it will be very hard to regulate AI as it is.
Okay. So to me, it sounds like they could look to ISO and other standardization bodies for inspiration.
They will. I think that when I mentioned, we talked about sustainability a minute ago, and I've been talking at the G7 meetings and G20 meetings because the governments have asked ISO to actually step in and standardize.
Okay.
And I think there will be demands like that also around AI.
How do you respond to that as an organization? You say, participate in the process, or do you give them special treatment?
Well, no, we don't give special treatment. We are an organization that is driven by industry. Okay. So if some company or somebody, a national body will pick up that, we will do it. We don't really like to take an order from a government. That creates a problem for us, because the thing is that we are run by industry. Our standards are voluntary, and that will change the entire system.
That's helpful to know. I see in this one question on the bottom there, how do you balance issues like interoperability, open competition, and global sustainability? And those are, maybe principles and values. How would you say that's worked out?
That was not an easy question, to be honest.
It is not, no.
But when it comes to interoperability and open competition, I think we're there. We do have an open system. And it's also, we're very concerned about, as I said, the level playing field competition to be fair. And global sustainability, yes, we're trying to do that. We are committed. We go through all the we have about 25,000 standard families. And we have gone through the most important ones, and we found about 500 that needed to be revised.
Oh, interesting.
To be more leading towards sustainability. Okay. So we did that, and we're working on that now.
Those went through the committee process again?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes through the committee process again, and we're also reaching out to other organizations that are close to us to get their knowledge, because we know there is a time issue in this. I mean, it's pretty warm outside, so I think everybody's concerned that we fix it. Not maybe to the cocktail party today, but for the future. And I think that is something that we need to work on very hard.
You're fast, but not that fast.
We're fast, but not that fast.
So maybe in the final question here, like on these AI standards, the multiple committees working on AI standards issues, when can we expect maybe publication, or what's the next thing that we can be looking for?
I would say it's in the near future. I wouldn't put a date on it, but it's in the near future.
Within the next 2 years?
1 year, I would hope.
1 year? Okay.
I would hope. But there's so many concerns that have to be tackled in those committees that I think there is quite a challenge.
Well, thank you so much, Ulrika, and stay tuned for those AI standards and get involved. Everyone can get involved in the ISO process. So join me in thanking Ulrika.
Thank you both. If you're in the room, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little bit of fun after this. But thank you both for the time. It was really informative to learn a lot more about ISO on top of what I've learned over the last year. I want to, first of all, thank those of you that have joined us on the broadcast and those of you that have joined us in person. I think just to kind of sum up the day, If we think about where we are in the state of AI, especially with generative AI, to think about it, kind of make it a little bit more, real to you. AI is just a mirror on humanity. It's just reflecting back everything that we've done throughout the existence of the data being collected. And so we have the opportunity to use AI to do things better through standards, through diversity, through responsible and intentional use of AI. And we can actually fix a lot of the mistakes using AI that we've made in the past if we do it intentionally. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast, and thank you for joining us online. And then once we're wrapped up there, my friend and longtime colleague, Courtney Abercrombie, are going to join me up here on the stage, and we're going to have the first town hall. So why don't you come on up, Courtney, and we can get started. And so, so first of all, I'm reading some instructions so I don't forget anything. First of all, why don't you open your phone and get on Slido, either using the QR code that will be up there, or go into the Reuters app and you can go in there. And then when you're in the Slido, if you move over to polls across the top of the navigation bar, you'll see where you can do that. Are you really going to sit down, Courtney? I don't think I've ever seen you sit down for anything like this.
I was just trying to make sure you were the center of attention.
Oh, no. You're the center of attention. And so while you're going ahead and opening, Courtney, this is really your brainchild to do this. Why don't you kind of set expectations for what's going on while everyone's navigating to the polls before we open the first poll?
Okay, so I'm like Dolly Parton. I want everybody to be involved. Let's just, make this real, y'all. We're in Texas. Let's get all up in these conversations because this needs to happen. We are, as Seth knows, I'm not a very formal person. So I would love for you guys to use this Slido app to express your feelings. We have a lot of thoughts about who should be responsible when AI goes awry. We have 3 full questions that we're going to get through. This is the first one. And I see the word cloud is starting to develop, so I'm going to give it a little bit of more time to develop. But this is your chance to actually be heard. The broadcast is over, so nobody's recording you. Everybody on your best behavior with your phones, okay? But, say what's on your mind. This is your chance to speak openly about what you think and what you feel and who you feel should be responsible. And I'm going to tell you who I think should be responsible. Do you want to guess, or do you want to?
Oh, do I want to guess? It's right up there in the big words that you're going to say, the company that made it.
Oh, okay. The company that made it, and what happened to personal responsibility, too? We're all... I brought this book up here because I wrote a book about my experience and why I left a wonderful company that I actually genuinely care deeply about, which is IBM. That's where Seth and I both worked together. But I worked with a lot of clients that had a lot of ideas about what AI should and shouldn't do. And I talk in my book about personal responsibility and sitting at that table when decisions are getting made, when you're the voice that has to represent people that aren't there to have those conversations. So I don't want to keep this as my personal opinion. So I want to hit some of these. The company that made it, I absolutely agree with that as well.
Yeah.
And I want to take it down a level.
Yeah, and so now we've gotten your insights from the poll, but really we want to have a conversation. So we don't want this just be Courtney up here talking and me interjecting a little bit.
Yes.
We want to hear from you. So there's microphones throughout the room, and really like to kind of hear your perspectives on what you feel about this topic, and if there's anything you'd like to say. So these 2 ladies are the only 2 that got what I said.
I'm voting for the person who said Elon Musk, okay. Hal, we've got what testing is done, polygraph, okay, yep. Polygraph, okay.
All right, and you are? When you go up and just say your name, and if you want to, where you're from, or if you don't want to say either for whatever reason, don't say either.
My name's Uthman, and I do AI ethics at BP. So I'm the one that put not the ethics guy when it goes awry, because that's often what happens is people try to put it on you and go,
yes,
Uthman didn't do his job. But essentially, when AI goes awry, right? It's a bit like, imagine you have a car, you sell a car to someone. If I sell a car and I know that the brake's busted, and it goes awry and someone's in an accident, who's liable for that? If I sell a driver a perfectly good car, but they try modify it and they F up the brake and it goes wrong, who's liable for it?
Right.
It all comes down, again, like personal accountability, but as an ethicist, what a lot of my job is to educate people on the different roles and responsibilities when it comes to AI. So you might have people with legal background, ethical background like myself, doing the qualitative stuff. You need an AI risk team of data scientists doing the quantitative stuff and looking at things like model drift. But when you're the actual person that's the product owner and you're deploying the technology, whether it's like AI hiring or whatever it is, your job is to make sure everything's been filled out correctly, you're following the guidelines that the company gives you, and just doing your job fundamentally.
No, that's really good.
I love
Thank you
that
for that
answer.
insight. Anyone else? Why don't you just feel free to jump up and line up behind the microphones and add some thoughts. We all have opinions on this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, come forward. Tell us.
I can't see on this side, so if someone's
I
over
know
here,
the
just start
light is
speaking.
really bright, but do you? Yeah, over here.
So
over
this is Ashok. I'm at Concentrix. Concentrix is one of the top leaders in the CX services space, the customer experience services space. Just wanted to give that intro, and I basically am accountable for some of the key accounts in the Bay Area, high-tech vertical. Having said that, I think a lot of good answers and sessions in the morning, but I do believe throughout the day, sorry, not just the morning, throughout the day. But there are two aspects to it. When I say when it goes RA, who is responsible for it is, if you're selling a solution to a customer, right, AI solution, then obviously the company that's making it is definitely responsible. But the customer buying, right, is also equally responsible. And on the customer side, it can be the chief AI officer working in combination with the procurement team. I know the moment I say procurement, a lot of people might say, oh, don't bring procurement into the picture because they're focused on only cost savings. But procurement is a different ballgame today if the companies understand it. And those two roles in combination with the experts, because have to make sure that they are buying the right solution, right? That's the serious answer. On the jovial side, AI-enabled chief AI officer is responsible.
Oh, interesting. Anyone have any thoughts about that? Oh, we have someone right here.
Hi, I'm Yagu Ibrahimov. I'm actually the founder of Polygraph that you just mentioned. So when we built Polygraph AI, we studied all the data available and figured out that AI isn't good or bad, but the person using and deploying it is the one who is responsible for it. Just to give one quick, simple example here, $59 billion, that's the amount of money stolen from US consumers via fake online reviews every single year. That's 12 cents on every dollar that we spend online. And this year, it's up 38% on top of it. That's approximately 16, 17 cents on a dollar. Does that make AI bad, the generative one, or good? That's a question to be asked, right? But it's the person using it. If you use the AI for maliciousness, you can turn it into bad. If you use it for good, you can turn it into good. On our end, when we analyze the AI or overall the content that we are looking, and by the way, we analyze text, voice, video, and image as well, and identifying how trustworthy it is, we try to understand, what's the origination of it that we need to understand? Is it human or machine? The way I speak, I'm not a native English speaker. You can I guess, assume already. I speak like an AI because I've been trained, right? Just the way that I speak shouldn't be marked as me being, malicious or not, just looking at the context or how it is being done. Then you need to look and understand the authenticity of the context as well. That goes more into the bias of it. Now, most of this thing is from the generative contextual AI perspective, right? And then imagine someone comes and says that this is right or wrong. there is a question coming up, how do you know that? And that's called the bias identification.
And whose perspective it makes it wrong, right?
Correct. Bias from my perspective can be different, and your perspective can be completely different, and someone else's different as well. So from that perspective, now we need to understand how do we create a standardized rating ranking overall that everyone appreciates, and that brings me to my final point. The future is real. The future is almost here, and we need to coexist with machines. However, then there is one human right that we are missing. That's called trust. Who's going to be getting it?
Very good. Thank you. We have another.
Oh, hello. My name is Stephanie Honoré, and I thought about this question, and I think it depends on how the AI is used. So if it's used in critical infrastructure that is supposed to have compliance and regulation, like, for instance, Colonial Pipeline decides to use AI, and then it is, I guess, hacked or goes rogue, then maybe it's policymakers, in addition to the private sector, that would be responsible for the, I guess, AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Rebecca Disler. I'm with the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation. I think we need to look at collective responsibility. The way that this question is framed, you're making it seem like it's an individual who should be held responsible, and that it is AI that goes awry. And I think that most folks in this room probably know, and I certainly have seen from our work, that when tech goes awry, it is not always tech, right? It is the people who are using it. And so when I look up there, there are companies, there are teams, there are individuals, there are names up here. But I think about the work that I do and part of our foundation's work. I look at implementations of AI in low-resource health settings, so communities across low and middle-income countries. And when an AI goes awry, is that a community health worker who's looking at a risk stratification score, who does not know what to do with it when there's a woman in need in front of her?